Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is the Paul Herrell program. We got a lot to get to. We're going to get to Democratic primary results out of Michigan. We also have, obviously, our lead story is what John Thune said the other day, essentially saying, hey, look, you know what? I'm basically just a bureaucrat. I think that's really what's going on here. Our politicians have become bureaucrats, and all they can do is basically explain the red tape, explain why things can't happen, and yet the American people are the ones that are suffering because of it. So we're going to talk about that. Again, Democratic elections. We got several segments to get to. I want to talk about that Idaho Falls hero that drew the fire, from the shooter there. Really great stuff that we're going to talk about. And the show starts. Good morning. The show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, thanks so much for being with us. We really do appreciate it. Broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. And my co-host in seat number 2, Rob Spencer, is with us. Rob, how you doing, sir?
Paul, I am doing better than you. I'm doing great. And Paul was saying he felt a little bit under the weather before we started the show. He's like,
New schedule
here. So we're all kind of getting our internal clocks fixed and all of that. One thing I didn't mention as we introduced ourselves to like newer, different viewers. A lot of crossover, but some of these different viewers, is I just want to point this out. You may notice that I wear a Grunt Style t-shirt every day. If you're not familiar with Grunt Style, it is just a conservative apparel. There's actually in-person stores, but I order the majority of my stuff online because we don't have one that's in a very, very close distance. And I counted the other day, and I have 31 Grunt Style shirts. And my wife has officially told me no more. Like you can't even wear all these. And I'm like, well, I wear them every day. So anywho, if you wonder, I wear a Grunt Style shirt. They donate a portion of their sales to Wounded Warrior Project. All of this stuff. It's just great organization. And so we're not affiliated with them at all. We'd love it if they sponsor the show, Paul. How about they sponsor the show? That would be great. So if anybody knows anybody at Grunt Style, tell them, hey, I know a guy that wears your shirts and apparel proudly. So, anywho, glad to be on with you. Looking forward to talking about all of the topics. It's interesting. They just called that Michigan primary, and a very interesting person is going to have the Democrat ticket there in one of the largest swing states that we have here in the U.S. Going to be interesting.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. I want to remind everybody the Paul Herrell program is sponsored by the Healing Veterans Project. You see that there on your screen. We're trying to get red light panels to veterans, and so if you could scan the QR code, find out more about Healing Veterans Project at healingveteransproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. Rob, what do you know about this primary?
So, of course, obviously it's just a primary right now. So the general election is where the conservatives, Republicans need to be, really concerned, of course, and it's voter turnout. A really interesting person here that I've been following for a long time because he ran for senator. You guys remember John James, their African-American man, conservative, great guy, and he ran for Senate, and he did not win in Michigan. But he has then, he stayed around, and he was just such a great candidate that I knew that he was going to reemerge. Well, he just won the primary for the Republican primary for governor of Michigan, and what a fantastic replacement that he would be there in. Which I don't know if anybody's ever known this, but Arkansas and Michigan are supposed to be sister states. I was told that when I was younger. I don't even really know what that means. That we're sister states.
I think it means that we came in at the same time.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, regardless.
Mason-Dixon line thing.
Yeah, and they said that we're very similar in terms of this. I don't know if this is true, but when we were in elementary school, they said that Arkansas was one of the few states that could be completely cut off from the rest of the United States. And we have every resource available here to grow our own food and do all of our own stuff. I digress. We're talking about the primaries. Just interesting because I always follow things in Michigan, especially considering how close those elections are. That is truly a 50-50 state. And but for the Democrat primary, they just called it. Abdul El Sayed is the Democrat nominee for senator in Michigan. So if you can imagine how absolutely, I would say terrified that conservatives should be, or at the very least concerned that a 50-50 state has a person named Abdul El Said. Call me a racist all you want to, but this is the United States, folks.
Yeah.
Abdul El Said, a Democrat socialist, sure as hell does not need to be representing the American people in the United States Senate, because I don't think that his religion, his mentality, his way of life, and his goals fit with the American dream. And so some Republicans and conservatives might be cheering today, Paul, and they might be saying, oh, yes, that means it's a shoo-in, because those rural people in Michigan are not going to turn out. They're not going to turn out and vote for El Said, okay? But they also might just sit home. And that's the biggest issue. And I've got a few other thoughts. I don't want to derail all of it, but I'll say this. I heard it this morning on Fox News. I was kind of listening in this morning while I was getting ready, and they were I forget the morning host guy's name, the black guy, but anyway, super great. Lawrence. He said something very eye-opening. He goes, guys, do not sleep on these Democrat socialists, because we're going to sit here and just scream that they're crazy commies, right? I would imagine that everybody listening to us right now and everybody in our comments would say that these Democrat socialists are, in fact, communists. Okay, Trump is already saying it, all of that stuff. You can sleep on them, but what are they talking about? They're talking about lowering prices for everyday Americans. Their ideas are lunacy. Mm-hmm. They will never work. But if you're a poor person here, or just a struggling person, and you're going to the grocery store and you're having to choose between this or that because you don't have enough money when you go swipe your card at the checkout line, you're somebody's sitting there saying they're going to take money from billionaires and put it into the pockets of everyday Americans. Even though that's crazy, it sounds pretty good to you.
Yeah.
They're going to speak to these kitchen table issues. They're going to speak to them all the way up through November. And if you think that it's not going to sound appealing to some people, rather than the status quo of grocery prices, gas prices, and all of that, then you're naive, in my opinion.
Well, and that also brings us to election integrity and this whole issue
Sure.
with John Thune and the SAVE Act. And, this should have already been done. This should have been done last year. Should have been done certainly the beginning of this year. And so that's what brings us to today's segment, our opening segment anyway, introducing Red Tape Tyrants. Okay, so for Red Tape Tyrants, here we go. Here's John Thune from yesterday. Let's pipe this in here. We've got a few comments about why we just can't get the SAVE Act passed.
By the president. He says he wants you to stay in session, wants you to pass the Save America Act.
Well, I think the president, I've heard from a couple times this morning on issues that he cares about. I wouldn't say I'm isolated, no. I mean, I've been very clear about the prospects for the Save America Act, and the only thing I've said all along is we have voted on the Save America Act 5 times. It was the pending business on the floor of the Senate for over 2 weeks, and I am willing to, in any way possible, get that across the finish line if there is a path to do it. But there are 2 realities and 2 facts you have to deal with. And the first is there are no Democrats who are going to vote for this. All 47 voted against the SAVE Act 5 times. So let's make this an issue in the campaign. How about we go out and turn our fire on Democrats and make it about them?
Isolated by the president.
All right, that's the first. Okay, so that's the first clip.
Yeah, forgive me, but is my math? I'm thinking about my math here. What's my math say? My math says 47 is less than 53. Realistically, because McConnell is MIA, it's 52. And you're going to have some people that'll not make it onto the train with you. But if it's 50-50, where's J.D. Vance voting? Mm-hmm. Okay? Don't sit here and talk about the Democrats. They're going to oppose every single solitary thing that you're going to do. Don't sit here and talk about them. because you're talking about this made up 60 vote threshold for the silent filibuster that your dumb predecessors long ago created so they didn't have to stand their lazy asses up there and actually give an actual filibuster. So they created this silent filibuster known as cloture. And so now what you have is this ability for the minority party to completely stop the agenda of the American people, because the American people have already given you the votes, John Thune. They've already given you everything that you need. You just can't lead, or you don't want the Save America Act, which is much more logical. I'm so sick of this dumbass man getting paid to be the Senate Majority Leader. In some respects, the fourth most powerful person in the world. Fourth in line for the presidency. I forget how after the speaker, what the line goes. But certainly the Senate Majority is one of the most powerful people in the country. And you can't even get your own side to vote with you. What do the Democrats do? They have all kinds of crazy lunatic wings of their party. You've got the moderates. You've got the old school Democrats. You got the socialists. You got the crazies now coming in from the communist wing of them. But what do? They coalesce. They get around each other. When it comes to a vote, the Democrats vote together. John Thune, either get your job done or get the hell out of that position.
I think you speak for most Americans. Here's the next clip, kind of leaving off where that one ended.
First is, there are no Democrats who are going to vote for this. All 47 voted against the SAVE Act 5 times. So let's make this an issue in the campaign. How about we go out and turn our fire on Democrats and make it about them?
First of all, let's. Well, I want to finish that, but that's just ridiculous.
That's exactly what I was railing against. Let's make it about them.
Yeah, let's not focus on how our side doesn't want to listen to what the American people want, and let's try to make it a campaign issue so you'll vote for us again. For what? To what end?
We need 60 people. I think he's wanting a super majority. But you're going to have your people. You're going to have your detractors. Okay, you're going to have your detractors. Even if you had 60 Republican senators, you'll have some detractors. Markowski and Collins right now. Don't get me started on Susan Collins with her bull crap, what she just posted yesterday. We haven't even pulled that
talking
story.
About Todd Blanche.
Yeah, how she's already a no vote, and although that dumb B voted for Merrick Garland.
Yeah.
You voted for Merrick Garland, and you want to talk about I'm fired up to this morning, Paul. You want to sit here and tell me, Susan Collins, that Merrick Garland was not weaponizing the Department of Justice? What the hell were you paying attention to for 4 years? He 100% weaponized the power that he had. We saw it. They were doing raids on preachers who silently prayed in front of an abortion clinic.
Yeah.
They sent the freaking SWAT team and the FBI in there and raided this person's house at 6 o'clock in the morning, took him into custody because he prayed silently in front of an abortion clinic. That's Merrick Garland, and you voted for him. And you want to sit here and talk about Todd Blanche? You want to sit here and say that he's weaponizing the Department of Justice? Bullcrap.
Yeah.
You are absolutely insane if you're going to try to feed me that story. And she is already, but without one single meeting with Todd Blanche, Susan Collins is already a no vote.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Here is the rest of his statement.
Opposing the SAVE Act.
He's trying to fire on you.
So we're not, that's the point. So we're not getting any Democrats. The second thing is we are not getting rid of the legislative filibuster. The votes aren't there to do that. I've made it abundantly clear many, many times. And it seems to me some days that I'm the only one here who can count to 50 in this town, but we don't have the votes to get rid of the filibuster, and we aren't flipping 10 Democrats to vote for the Save America Act. First is, there are
He's
no
the
Democrats.
only one in D.C. that can count to 50.
That's right. Will you play that last 10 seconds of it, Paul?
Yeah, you got it.
Abundantly clear many, many times, and it seems to me some days that I'm the only one here who can count to 50 in this town, but we don't have the votes to get rid of the filibuster, and we aren't flipping 10 Democrats to vote for the Save America Act.
We don't have the votes to get rid of the filibuster. Why do you have to have the votes to get rid of the filibuster? You created these Senate procedures. These are procedures. It's not the Constitution, folks. These are procedures that you created.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that the Democrats are going to do that,
I know.
the next
That's what I was
time they
just about
change
to
the
say.
Senate, oh my gosh, what dream world! Chuck Schumer, hey, I'm the only one that can count to 50, and Chuck Schumer has assured me, if he becomes the Senate Majority Leader again, and we're in the minority here as our Republicans, Chuck is not going to nuke the filibuster. They will do anything they can to stop Trump's last 2 years, to make him a lame duck for his last 2 years. Sickening.
Yeah, townhall.com has this story about it. John Thune once again seems to miss the obvious here regarding the Save America Act when he says, we don't have 50 votes. He claims to be the only person who can count to 50. No, man, we can. We can see a worthless piece of crap playing leader coddled by panic-scared scum. And the GOP remains the party that elects folks who don't know what to do when they have power. And but I don't think that's what it is.
No, it's special
honestly,
interest.
no, it's not that they don't know what to do. It is special interest, and it's also the fact that these special interests, and I think by extension, the politicians themselves, they're supporting the policies. I actually think some of these Republicans, if the filibuster went away when the Democrats got in control, they'd like it. I think they actually want a lot of these Democrat policies to come to fruition, to change the country. I really do. That's where I'm at with all of this. I think John Thune is actively playing for the other team. I don't buy that this is just the votes are what the votes are. That's only the case when they're trying to stop real reforms or real representation. They'll always get the votes when it comes to for lack of a better term, screwing the American people. They'll always find the votes then. Then they'll figure out the procedure to do it or whatever.
Yeah,
just look what they did with ramming through Obamacare like they did in December that one time. So
yeah, we've got a lot of activity in the chat, of course, and they mostly agree here. Steve Cray, the Thune is also paid for, which is what we're talking about there. There are people that want to be able to influence elections, and I'm talking about through illegal means. There are people that want to be able to influence these elections because, hey, if I can get this candidate, I own this candidate. Right? If I can put this candidate in this position, they're going to funnel this money back to my organization, all of that stuff. And we're seeing, there was tons of that with USAID. Yeah. What all organizations here have faltered because USAID was defunded there. Mm-hmm. And so we saw that, and that was just one slush fund there. So AV, he's so full of We're on hometown TV, so I do let some cuss words fall out, but sometimes we try not to say them so we don't get censored. But Sherry Welch, we have the House and the Senate, and they haven't done. I'm just telling you, that's true. Like we talked about it yesterday, Paul. We've done the big beautiful bill, one big beautiful bill.
Yep.
And that's a lot because there's a lot in there, so I don't want to minimize it, but we just don't have. We don't have. What have you done for me lately? Is what voters are going to be thinking as they go to the polls in November. Family Low, he is so condescending. Yeah, that's true. Like when you're talking about this guy saying I'm the only one who can count to 50 in this town. No, Mike Johnson. I don't agree with everything that Mike Johnson said. I've said this on the show many times. But he's got a razor-thin majority in the House,
right?
And he is getting things done. They've passed this Save America Act. How many times have they passed it in the House? Mm-hmm. Just countless times. And he's doing it with a razor-thin majority.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's naive of us to think that there's not something bigger at play. That this one particular issue, John Thune cannot get across the finish line, and the only answer is. He has no intention to do so.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So, sound off. Continue sounding off in the comments. Let us know what you think. It's just a wild. It's really a wild time. Very frustrating, very demoralizing in a lot of respects. And yet we're going to push on, and we're going to I don't know, go forth, subdue the earth, be happy warriors as much as we can. But in other news, we have this story, which is getting into the primary results from last night. Okay, so there was already an outlet or two that had called the race for Abdul El Sayed. But at the top of the show, you said USA Today finally is calling it. This was a much closer race out of Michigan in the Democrat primary than many people anticipated.
That's Gateway Pundit is now calling it as well. They've got the check mark there. Look how close that is. I would imagine that she's going to call for, a recount. And this Mallory McMorrow, she bowed out. If I remember correctly, she bowed out a while ago, but she's still on the ballot. And she bowed out, and I can't. No, don't quote me on that because I thought she endorsed Haley Stevens. But regardless, look at that top name, folks. Look at that top name. Call me racist. I don't give a damn. Abdul El Sayed is now got a 50-50 shot because, let's face it, Michigan is a 50-50 state.
Yep.
He has a 50-50 shot of being one of 100 United States senators in America.
Pretty wild.
Folks, I mean, it was 26 or 25 years ago that radical Islamic terrorists bombed us here on American soil with airplanes. They destroyed buildings with airplanes here. And they did it on American soil. And we feel like we see all these foreign wars and things that are being blown up in Iran and all of that stuff. It happened here in the United States. And less than a generation later, Abdul El Sayed has a 50-50 shot of being a United States senator.
It actually, it happened 7 years later. I mean, if you'd have told somebody 2001 after September 11th that 7 years later we were going to elect Barack Hussein Obama. By the way, that forever proves that this country is not this racist country that, we're told that it is, by the way. Just so you know.
Well, Barack Obama's not black, though. Yeah. I don't want to get it. You heard that stand-up comedian that talks about that?
No.
He's like, well, why is he black? I mean, he's got one white parent and one black parent, so why is he black? Is that just he's more of the other parent? You're discounting one parent, and I forget which one of his parents are black.
Well, for the leftist goals and trying to achieve what the left wants, yes, you discount the white parent for sure. Rob, Town Hall writes this about the elections last night. Why Republicans should be very pleased with the Democratic primary in Michigan. Now, the idea, I think, is that this other lady, what was her name again? Haley Stevens. More, potentially more moderate would give the Republican candidate, is it Mike Rogers, who's running in Michigan, more of a, harder run. Now the differences are more stark.
And I happened upon her on X yesterday, and it was just a flurry of messages, of course, leading up to Election Day. And she didn't say anything crazy or off the wall. She's not being radical. Of course, typically people start going a little less radical as you're leading up to the elections. It's like everybody goes to the center during an election year. But anyway, I read some of this if you want. I just disagree with the mentality of us saying, oh, well, we've got this radical.
We shouldn't say, hey, okay, it's in the bag.
Yeah.
But I do think politically, with rigged elections, you never know, or with election security, integrity, you never know. But I do think there's something to that. If you can make the differences between the two candidates more stark, then I think that's always an advantage.
Well, I just don't know that he's got enough time to step on his own feet here because we were talking about this via text this morning. We're just a couple of months away from the midterms here. So what are we talking about here? If somebody's got 2 years to mess up leading up to a big election or something like that.
Okay, so here's some statistics. So Representative Haley Stevens is overperforming in a bunch of rural Michigan counties that Bernie Sanders won in the 2016 presidential primary. So former Rep. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, you have to be pleased with that result, is what people are saying. This article is saying a Michigan flip here almost guarantees the GOP will contain control or will retain control of the Senate.
I mean, I don't know. I was watching a little bit of a clip of CNN, and they were talking about. Now I don't watch CNN. I just see it in the feed. Yeah. See it in the feed. But anywho, they John whatever that does the election stuff, the white-haired guy, John King. I don't know what his name is. Regardless, he was saying that if the Democrats do not win Michigan, it seems extremely unlikely that they would take the Senate. But he also brought up a good point. He's like, if Michigan goes Republican, then you might have to start looking at these at Ohio. This is some of the surrounding states there, and because those are Democrat seats that are up, and curiously, could they retain them, or is there in that upper Midwest area? I forget what is it called, the Rust Belt up there. Are they going to be leaning more Republican? And that maybe putting a little bit too much emphasis on just one state in Michigan, because every state's different with these senators, but certainly something to watch.
Yeah. One more headline here about this. With Abdul El Said's victory, Michigan just became ground zero for stopping the Democratic Socialist of America. I mean, yeah, I get it. Like, we had a big segment on this, is running against the socialist or the communist. Is that really the only message that the right has? I mean, to me, I've known that these guys were communists the entire time, and I know many other people have, but now they're kind of mask off. Now they're saying, hey, look, no, this is who we are. We're embracing the label that we used to claim was some sort of conspiracy theory. So I get it. There's definitely a Rubicon there that's being crossed. But so these are the goalposts. This is what the goalposts are going to be, Mm-hmm. I mean, if I had to pick, I wouldn't necessarily put all your eggs in that one narrative. That's just me. But that's certainly what Michigan is going to. I mean, I wonder how much money is about to be poured into this state in the next 3 months. A lot. Yeah.
But, if you look at the coffers there at the DNC, I mean, they don't really have a whole lot of money. But for this, you want to tell me that all of those Muslim folks living in Michigan aren't going to just start pouring tons of money into El Said's campaign? Yeah. So I don't think they need it from the DNC. Mm-hmm. I think their brothers in Muhammad.
I think you're right.
Are going to shell out some cash.
I think you're right. Hey, last clip about what happened in the election last night. Former Congresswoman Cori Bush is trying to regain her seat.
Dumbest woman to ever. Yeah. You want to say that Jasmine Crockett's dumb? If you don't remember Cori Bush, this woman is an absolute moron. She can't even speak, and I'm not a very eloquent speaker whatsoever. But this woman was an idiot, and she ran it. She represented, like, if you're familiar with Missouri, she represented like the St. Louis, Missouri area, which is very left.
Yep.
So it's always going to have a liberal. And she got like third place in her own primary in 2024, so she's been ousted. This was her comeback.
Yeah, this was her comeback. It did not go well. Her opponent, Wesley Bell, 61% of the vote. She got 35%. Some other lady, some white lady that had no chance, got 2.1%.
Oh yeah, they're not electing a white lady in St. Louis.
That's right.
Hey, will you play that clip a little bit?
Let's do it.
Sorry, what happened? We said, could Cori Bush counter in St. Louis City what Wesley Bell got out of St. Louis County, which was about as good as you get out of St. Louis County?
That's
Short
just
answer
one
is
county.
She didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City.
Well, that's
now we've
where the
seen
most
it
votes
across
are.
Yeah.
the dividing line, and we have called this race. NBC News has declared that Wesley Bell, freshman Democrat,
worse.
Missouri's first congressional district,
70 to
has
25.
won the nomination. He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch after losing her seat to Bell in 2020.
Now, listen, I know NBC News is very left. I love this guy because his election coverage is really incredible. Like he's a little Magoo-ish with his antics and all of that stuff. He gets a little bit too involved in it. But man, he's extremely knowledgeable. He's very close to Bill Hemmer on Fox News, who knows. It seems like he knows every county in all across the United States. But how embarrassing for Cori Bush. If you're not familiar with her, if you don't remember, she was really pushing hard for defunding the police. She wanted to get rid of police officers. And her biggest area that she would represent is St. Louis, Missouri, which is on many, many lists as the murder capital of the United States per capita. Now, it's done better with that, but do not go to East St. Louis.
No, you do not.
Do not go to East St. Louis, because that place, there are tons of there's tons of crime, there's tons of murder, and I can't imagine what the citizens that are living there, who are being terrorized by these gang members and just thugs, I can't imagine what they would think if there were no police officers at all. Can you imagine how it would just run amok? And so Cori Bush was a complete moron. I'm so happy to see her completely get shattered.
Yeah. I think the whole country is breathing a sigh of relief not having to listen to that for the next 2 years. Real quick, we're going to reset here. Going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program. Thank you so much for being with us, and we'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98, Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you, what a concept, now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. Paul Herrell here alongside Rob Spencer from the great state of Arkansas. Rob, We've just been going over John Thune and the Republican-controlled Congress's inaction. We've also covered the fallout, the primary results out of Michigan. And we actually have a great rest of the show planned as well. We're getting a lot of stuff to talk about.
A lot of these new segments that we're tossing in there, and just hopefully have a lot of fun with those. But I did want to say something because we had that MyPillow ad during there, and so if you need a MyPillow there, please use the promo code Paul. But anyway,
PH actually.
I'm sorry, PH. This is why you do the ads and I don't. But anyway, so yes, he is stepping down as the CEO of MyPillow. And so I did see some liberals being like, oh, finally, and all that stuff. I'm like, he's running for governor. He's running for governor. He's trying to focus on that. I don't know if he's got a chance to win there in Minnesota. I mean, that's really a 60-40 state against the Republicans. So I don't know. But, I mean, last time a celebrity ran for a big office, back in 2016, he kind of got a lot of attention there. So everybody knows Mike Lindell. I think his name really got dragged through the mud during the 2020 election integrity stuff and voter fraud. And in some ways, I believe that he's been vindicated. Never on the left. The left's not going to feel like he was vindicated whatsoever. But I think he's got an interesting story. He was in the gutter as a I mean, he wrote a book. It's called From Crackhead to CEO. I mean, he was just laying it out there. He's like, I was just a addicted crackhead, and then I became a multi-millionaire CEO of MyPillow. And so I wish him luck there. The state of Minnesota is so rotten and vile from the liberal lunacies that are there that, they could do a whole lot worse than having Mike Lindell as their governor.
Yeah. No, I think you're right about that, folks. Time for our new segment. Tell me, see if you can guess what this segment is about. All right, so from my cold dead hands,
That's the late great Charlton Heston.
I know, man. Got to watch
Pharaoh. Yes. Let my people go. Is that a pretty good?
So let it be written. So let it be done.
That's Ramses. Yes. Is that a decent Charlton Heston?
I think that's pretty good.
Let my people go.
Yeah, that is really good, actually. I
think it's
good.
It may be a little too dramatic, but these damn dirty apes. Okay,
so
all right.
We're talking about this hero, Jordan Salinas, who has actually kind of got an already social media presence before he returned fire. So you have this crazy person that shoots a couple that at a Tesla charging station at an In-N-Out Burger over the weekend in Idaho Falls. And here's Jordan Salinas speaking out, and of course he's on video with a pistol, and he's made several YouTube videos with his suppressor. He's got a pistol and a suppressor on it, and he uses that same platform to essentially shoot bullets back in the direction of this guy with his rifle. And again, it's an example of a good guy with a gun stopping a bad guy with a gun. Even if you didn't hit him, you kind of change the equation real quick when bullets start flying back at you.
Well, they say it's kind of like if your home is invaded and you're unarmed and the person invading it is armed, do anything you can before running. Don't just run.
Right.
Throw a chair across the room before you run because it will throw the shooter off.
Yeah.
And so it's that sort of same mentality. I will also say this. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but this dude looks like he owns a lot of guns. He looks like his weekends are at the range. Okay?
Yep.
So he might have been perfectly placed in that situation.
On the right-hand side of that sign closest to the road, and that's where I saw the individual with his rifle pointed at the vehicles.
Authorities believe those heroic actions drove the shooter from the scene and likely saved lives.
He seemed unusually comfortable aiming that rifle at those cars, and then as soon as some rounds started coming at him, everything changed. Immediately, all that bravado he had immediately crumbled.
This In-N-Out had opened just a week prior. The company
on the right.
That's exactly true. I mean, and that's just why an armed society is a polite society. I mean, the only way to, I don't know, diminish the fantasy of whatever psycho is committing this act of violence. You get to a point where the only way to communicate properly is to send bullets back in their direction.
Yeah, and I love the way you kind of put it there, and he didn't say it in so many words, but this guy was just totally in control of the situation. He had all this bravado. He's going around creating all this terror, and then he was met with something that threw him off, and that's ultimately what has to happen, because even in these horrific school shooter incidents, when does that school shooter take their own life? And it's when they're confronted by a good guy with a gun.
Yeah.
That's when they take their own life. The jig is up. My reign of terror is over. And so that, and that's why there's been so many different protocols being trained around the country for these schools and these active shooter situations and all of that stuff. I think the solution, and there's going to, liberals would just laugh at this. Anti-gun people, anti-Second Amendment people would just laugh at this. But the solution to neutralizing threats in the United States, considering the number of guns we have, is more good guys with guns.
Yeah.
As we know, that's the only thing that's truly going to stop a bad guy is a good guy with a gun. And although Ted Nugent is pretty crazy in a lot of respects, he pointed out something very important. It's a simple thought, but I've thought about it because he said it probably 20 years ago. And he said a firearm is the only thing that puts a 5'1", 100-pound female on the same footing as a 6'4", 250-pound man. Okay, they are on the same level when she has a gun, okay? Meaning, yes, you can hurt me, you can kill me, but I can hurt you and kill you. It's the great equalizer. And unfortunately, I guess this, I think he took 2 lives before he was stopped.
I've heard conflicting reports. I've heard that there were, they were shot. I definitely heard one of them survived. I thought we heard that one died, but then I later heard that no, one was in surgery.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, what ended up happening, but suffice it to say, the carnage could have been much worse.
Yeah.
And that's just, kind of what we're seeing in when cowards with guns get confronted by brave men or women with guns.
So, in relation to this segment, this story kind of caught my eye. You don't see this headline every day. So a dad decided to pose as his 11-year-old daughter on TikTok to lure her alleged rapist to the home, where he then shot the person.
So a man raped his 11-year-old daughter. He found the messages on her phone, started texting this guy as if it was his daughter, and lured him to the home and shot him.
Yes.
I'm sorry. And they arrested him?
Right. This guy should get a medal.
I'd give him a medal.
He claims he was luring him to the home to then detain him and get the cops there. But the dad then says, his last name is Chandler, the dad says, but he thought he saw the guy reach for a gun, and that's why he shot the guy. Which is a perfectly good explanation for me. I don't need any other details.
That's all I need.
Honestly, this is I feel the same way I feel about this case as I did about Aaron Spencer.
Oh yeah.
Can you remind the audience about Aaron Spencer, Rob?
Yeah, that one's turned out just amazing, guys. If you're not familiar with the Aaron Spencer trial, you need to look that stuff up, because you want to talk about government overreach, and it was happening in a conservative Christian red state of Arkansas, and it happened in an 80-20 conservative area. So a conservative area, 80-20, this happened. So if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere. But essentially, here's what the story was. If you're not familiar with Aaron Spencer, his 13-year-old daughter had been groomed by a 60-something-year-old man. Fat, old guy. I mean, that girl must have been in just a really tough, mental position. 13 is a tough age especially for girls, I'm told. But anyway, so he lured her. groomed her, sexually assaulted her. He was arrested for it. He was out on bond, awaiting trial. And Aaron Spencer awakens. He's the father of this 13-year-old girl. Aaron Spencer awakens at 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that, to find that the dog barking, his daughter's dog, and his daughter's missing. This guy, this old creep, while he was out on bond, actually lured his daughter out again. Got her. Aaron Spencer gets in his truck, and he's driving through, because it's a very small area, so there's no one on the streets at 2 o'clock in the morning. If you see any vehicle, it's likely the one you're looking for. So he sees this guy's vehicle, chases him down. Can't remember if he was run off the road or whatever, but suffice it to say the perpetrator's truck had stopped, and Aaron Spencer gets out. He says that the guy was reaching for something inside of the vehicle. The 60-year-old creep was reaching for something and had his daughter in the truck. And he steps out of the truck. Aaron Spencer opens fire, kills him. There was dash cam video, or not dash cam, but you know what I'm talking about, like one of those vehicle cams.
Yes.
I guess it's a dash cam, but when I say dash cam, I think of police. In the perpetrator's truck, the police mishandled that, and the SIM card.
In Aaron Spencer's truck, right?
Oh, is it in Aaron Spencer's truck? Okay.
I think so, but I could be wrong.
There was alleged video that could have shown exactly what happened, and the police not only arrested Aaron Spencer, not only charged him with murder, but lost the video that could have proved his innocence. Then the judge was going through. I mean, they were talking about just judicial. She put a gag order that was so strenuous that when the gag order was appealed to the Arkansas Supreme Court, the attorneys for Aaron Spencer said, our judge over here, because she appealed the judge's ruling, our judge over here has put a gag order so strong that I don't know if I'm actually legally allowed to present this appeal to you right now because I'm having to talk about this case. Well, the Arkansas Supreme Court overturned that judge's gag order. She was removed from the case. They got a fair judge in there. The fair judge said, since the police mishandled this crucial evidence, we don't have enough evidence here. I'm dropping all of the charges. And by the way, in the meantime, Aaron Spencer ran for sheriff and replaced the man who had him arrested.
Exactly.
You want to talk about vindication?
Such a great wild, wild west story.
Yes, but he sure as hell shouldn't have had to do that. He went and rescued his daughter. He drove and found her and rescued her. He was threatened. This guy was out on bond anyway for sexually assaulting his daughter. And this guy ends up dead, which is exactly where that freaking creep needed to be, because forgive me, I know this is not a Christian thing to say, but I think if you've got a sickness in your head where you want to have sexual relations with a child, I don't see your redemptive value. I just don't see how you could be redeemed. I think the best bet for you is one of two things: either go be put on an island with the rest of the pedophiles and starve to death and die, or the parents of the victims that you terrorized get the opportunity to have their own vindication against you. Now, people are gonna say it's not a Christian thing to say, but I think a pedophile needs a bullet to their head.
Look, governments exist because they are allowed to exist by God, and they're supposed to punish the guilty. They're supposed to protect the innocent and punish the guilty. And we don't do that. We don't do that in a lot of these cases. And the Aaron Spencer case, or this case out of this guy named Chandler that shot, did not kill, but shot his daughter's abuser. It makes these people in academia and all these people that go to law school and it makes them so uncomfortable. And yet, I think most people would say, look, after somebody has harmed your child in this way, specifically if it's your daughter,
sure.
You know what? You catch up to him at that point. It is It just literally is what it is at that point, and it's like there's no scrutiny. I'm sorry, there's just no scrutiny here.
Well, I mean, and back to this Diego Montoya Gonzalez. He's accused of raping an 11-year-old girl. That you see his picture on the screen, folks. Do they? Do they see the picture on the screen?
They do now.
I'm on a delay, so I didn't know that they didn't. I couldn't see it. But anywho, you see this guy. Does he look 11?
No, he does not,
no.
Rob. No, he does not.
Looks like a grown man. I mean, if I'm guessing early to mid-20s. But, it's tough to they say that if you're a different ethnicity than the person you're looking at there and trying to judge their age, that you won't judge their age accurately. But anywho, this guy.
Here's what's outrageous, all right,
okay,
with this story. When police arrived at the scene, they found Montoya Gonzalez sitting in the chair with 2 gunshot wounds. He was transported to the medical center. Chandler, the father, was charged with felony assault, and his bond was set at $1,000. All right, I'm sorry, $100,000.
$100,000.
Montoya Gonzalez was then indicted by a grand jury on Friday. 5 counts of pandering, sexually oriented material, because they found child porn on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
2 counts of rape and 1 count of obstruction of official business. And the judge set a $20,000 reconnaissance bond and a $50,000 cash bond. So that totals $70,000. So literally his bond is less than the father that shot him.
$70,000. Now, I did notice one difference there, that's the $50,000 is cash.
Yeah.
Now, that may get changed to cash or surety. Surety is where you can use like a bail bondsman and only pay 10% of that. I don't know that this Diego guy is going to be able to raise $5,000. But that $20,000, I guess they call that recognizance. That might be with the bail bondsman. That's interesting because they don't do that in Arkansas. They don't split that bond up like that. So it's interesting that they do that. What state was this?
Let me see here. I'm scrolling up.
Ohio. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see because Ohio has got a lot of liberal judges there, and for some reason, liberal judges tend to not believe that an 11, 12, or 13-year-old girl who has maybe started puberty or is going through puberty or whatever, that they can be raped by a 20-year-old. They don't because maybe they were texting back and they were snapping back and they were saying, "Oh yeah, because they're 11 years old." I've got a 12-year-old daughter. Okay, she is every bit a child. She is a child, and for somebody to be able to look at an 11-year-old as what is this guy? So he's 20 years old. Okay, so I guessed early 20s. So he's 20 years old. So he lured this 11-year-old girl, and even if she was answering back and saying yes, that sounds great to me, and all of that stuff, she's 11, and you're an adult. So I believe that every bit of punishment that could be had for you, unfortunately you lived through it, but maybe it's fortunately for Chandler, because had he killed this Diego guy, then he may actually serve some prison time, but hopefully his self-defense case holds up there. But as I was saying there in Ohio, if you get a liberal judge, they're going to look at that. They may say that 11-year-old was asking for it, which is sickening to me. But we've seen countless cases of it. So I don't think I'm far off here when I see that. Now, I will say that I've seen some conservative judges that say a college guy. I remember that one in Oklahoma, and it was a very conservative judge. And there was a college student that was passing by, and a girl was passed out by a dumpster, and she had vomit all around her. And this guy stops. She's passed out, and he rapes her, and he got 30 days in jail.
Wars have been fought over less.
Yeah, and so I've seen that on both sides with these judges that do not understand that an 11-year-old or a completely unconscious girl who's passed out, she's got vomit around her by a dumpster, and I know that's an old case, and I don't know if there's some more stuff to that I don't know, but regardless, I really hope that Chandler gets a fair shake in all of this and that those charges are dropped.
So we just have a few minutes before we got to wrap up the show, or the first hour of the show. Did you see this? I can't believe this. This is from an account I've never heard of called Football Crave. Bill Belichick obviously has got this really, really young. Are they married? I don't know, girlfriend or whatever.
No, they're a girlfriend, but
you remember Chris Cuomo though? Is it Chris Cuomo? Which one was the governor of New York?
Andrew Cuomo.
Andrew Cuomo. Do you remember when he, during COVID at the height, had this T-shirt on, and it was like, oh my gosh, the governor of New York has his nipples pierced. You remember this?
No, I didn't even see that.
Oh yeah, you can see through his shirt.
What a freak.
Okay, all right. Well, people are trying to say that this latest photo of Bill Belichick, that he may have his nipple pierced. And I don't know if that's the case, but you talk about a midlife crisis.
That's not midlife. He's 70.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Yeah, well, whatever. You talk about trying to stay young.
That's end of life crisis.
End of life crisis. If that's the case, and I don't know. Maybe that because the graphic of the T-shirt is up here.
Hey, listen, I'll just be honest.
And in what world would a 70-year-old man be like,
okay,
it's time for me to get a nipple ring?
Paul, I'm just going to say it. If I were to find myself in the unfortunate scenario of being 70 years old and single, I've been married for 16 years. I hope that there's many more years ahead of us. But if I found out that I was found myself 70 years old and single, and an absolute smoke show woman wants to be my girlfriend, and she says, Rob, what would really make me happy is if you would get this barbell put through your nipples, I'd be like, give me the tequila and let's go. And what are you going to do for me? Everything you want, big boy. Sign me up. I'm in. Man, I hope my wife's not listening.
Yeah, she probably doesn't listen to the show.
Honestly, if I found myself single, even at this age, I sure as hell would not go for a 25-year-old. I'm more.
That's literally crazy. You should be locked in an insane asylum if that's what you would ever consider.
Well, she's apparently more mature, for her age.
Yeah, whatever.
She owns rental properties and all this. I don't know, but regardless, she's 25 years old, and I've been around enough 25-year-olds to realize I would not go for anybody that was more than 6 or 7 years difference either way for me.
Folks, that's a wrap on hour one. So I know we're going to lose our LFA audience. We really do appreciate it. We're going to hand it off to Sean. We'll catch the second hour of the show later in the lineup here on LFA TV later in the afternoon. For those of you that are still going to remain with us, we're going to take a quick break. So
I can't believe we ended our hour like that.
I just wanted to lighten the mood. I wanted to lighten the mood.
See you all in a little bit.
All right, folks.
The Paul Herrell Program.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red VIVE works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took the Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products in the mush puppies. And he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Genki about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate it. God bless it.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs
to the Ungovernables Accountants crew, the Elevate family, the Grow Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/Elevate TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Wednesday to you.
Now
it was a late night last night because of Michigan. That's the Michigan way.
And Giza Dream bed sheets.
And it is official now this morning. I filled in for Vince earlier. $8 a.m. Eastern on Rumble.
6-piece towel says towels that actually
it wasn't
dry
official
you.
yet.
What a concept.
NBC News had tried to.
And our made in the
NBC News
USA
called it overnight,
mattresses.
but they were the only one for a while. Now it is official. Decision Desk HQ, one of my go-tos for these races, has called it for Abdul El Sayed. He wins it by about 15,000 votes for now. I'm sure there's going to be a little trickle that comes in afterwards. Wayne County is at 95% reporting. You saw that happen again, where it was Wayne County that took a long time to finally give us the results. And we've seen it before. That's not new. I'll tell you what I was kind of hoping for was like a little switcheroo overnight. You go to bed, Al Saeed is leading, and then all of a sudden you wake up and
that's the Michigan way.
The Chipmunk was leading, and then somebody's mad about election fraud and all that. But hey, that's the Michigan way. That's the Michigan way. The Michigan way is late night ballot shenanigans and fugaziness. I created a new word, by the way, on Vince this morning. Shenaniganism. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Shenaniganism is basically the practice of engaging in shenanigans.
I've made a shenanigan word before.
What?
Fairish shenanigans.
Fairish shenanigans, yes.
Because that's the fairish is doing shenanigans.
Doing shenanigans.
Because the SH at the end of fairish
can
and
lead
the
into
SH at the
shenanigans.
beginning of
I don't think you have to explain that.
I just had to make sure everyone understood my geniusness.
The logic.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
My genius.
The genius shenanigans.
No.
There you go. So Michigan has come and gone. This is a statement to the establishment. The Democrat Party has been completely taken over. Don't give me this garbage. Oh, you call everything you don't like communism. You don't know what communism actually is. I'm going to keep playing this till I'm blue in the face. I have these people on social media. The talking points are out. The talking points have gone out for those on the left. Oh, if you see the right labeling us communists, just say that they call everything communist. I'm calling communists communists. Is this clip me or is this David Jenkins, a DSA guy who is admitting what the goal of the DSA is?
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
That doesn't sound like me. I know I'm very capable of sounding like people who are not me, but that's not me. I didn't say this.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
They said that. Okay? So, Abdul El Sayed, the Muslim, socialist, communist, DSA, whatever you want to call him. I don't care. It's all the same thing, same platform. I'm going to refer to them as a communist because they refer to themselves as communists. They're open about their party platform. They're open about their goals. They're open about the policies they want to implement. They're open about their vision for the country. You can't say, oh, that's not communist. Then what is it? It's socialism. Same thing. No, it's not. Okay, explain the difference. Explain the difference. Someone said, oh, they're not socialists, they're progressives. What's the difference? Yeah, crickets. Crickets. CQ707 says they've said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, they've said that they've been, for the last couple decades, they've been trying to hide it, right? Where we've kind of decoded, we've gone into their manifestos and their conversations and their videos and leaked documents and policy this and page 4 of Black Lives Matter website says this and page 3 of this thought, this white paper or whatever it is, that social media post. Now they're out there they're just openly admitting it all. So it makes our job easier. We don't have to say, hey, if you read this, and then you read the Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto, and you see Kamala Harris says, unburdened by what has been, and her father was a Marxist professor, and unburdened by what has been is something that comes out of Marx. We don't have to connect the dots. They've connected the dots for us, and they've taken out a bunch of the dots where it's just point A, point B, you've got a connection. They're communists. Get out of here with your propaganda that, the right just likes to call everything they don't like communist. No. Every accusation is a confession. It's you people who do that. Everything you don't like is racism. Everything you don't like is fascism. Every person you don't like is a Nazi. That's what the left does. It's not what we do. I don't think everybody who I disagree with is a communist. But if you stand for communist values, price controls, seizing the means of production, strong central government, abolish the Senate, pure democracy, direct democracy, all of those things, then direct democracy, in fairness, is not a quote unquote communist value, but it's part of how you usher it in. That's the whole democratic part of democratic socialism. Well, it's democratic socialism, i.e. you're going to have a choice. Yeah, you have a choice to go in. You never have a choice to come out. You got to fight your way out. You can vote your way in. You got to fight your way out. The Democrat Party is dead. It's gone. It's been hijacked. Michigan was their last stand. And it was a lot closer than a lot of polls had it. I mean, there were polls that had Al Said up by 15 points. And again, can we please stop confusing prediction markets with polling? You're like, Al Said ahead of it was up 85 to 15. No, he wasn't in polls. There's a difference between polling and odds. Last night in Michigan, you had Chuck Schumer, Jim Clyburn, Gary Peters, Debbie Stabenow, Gretchen Whitmer, these big establishment Democrats, these big players in Michigan, they all got behind Haley Stevens.
That's the Michigan way.
They all got behind her. And then on the flip side with Abdul, you had people like Hassan Piker, AOC, Pocahontas, Bernie Sanders, and so on and so forth. They all got behind Abdul al-Said. So the DSA was behind Abdul al-Said, and the establishment was behind Haley Stevens. And it was a battle, tooth and nail, scratching and clawing, closer than anybody could have thought. Michigan isn't just a swing state in presidential elections. It turns out it's a swing state in Democrat primary elections too. Fascinating stuff. If you're like me, you're fascinated by these types of things. And who prevailed? The DSA. So they've proven that they can go out there and win, not just in a socialist, communist, DSA hotbed like Seattle or New York City or some, jurisdictions in Colorado and so on and so forth. They proved they can win a primary in a swing state. The Democrat Party is dead. It's gone. It's that scene from Monty Python, the TV show. This is an ex-parrot. It has ceased to be. It has gone to meet its maker. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Bring out your dead. I'm not dead yet. Yes, you are. Shut up. Take them away. The Democrat Party is dead. It's over. You could deny it. Well, what about this candidate? This one's a moderate. They're hostages. I've explained this already. There are no moderates that have any sort of pull in the Democrat Party anymore. If they did, Haley Stevens would have won. The DSA just beat a Clyburn endorsement. The Clyburn endorsement always activates these minority communities to come out and vote. The DSA just beat a Schumer endorsement. He's been a huge player on the Democrat side of things for decades. The DSA just beat some of the biggest names in Michigan without prominent Michigan socialists even getting behind him. It was AOC, it was Bernie Sanders, it was Hassan Piker. It wasn't even Michigan people that were getting behind him too much. It was all out-of-state people. It's over for the Democrat Party. And for us, it's for folks like us, it's a little scary, right? Because you have these socialist, communist, revolutionaries, and I don't say that in a positive way. I don't mean that in a good way. But you've got these folks. They're this close to power, this close. But they are easier to beat, in my opinion. Because you don't have to stretch. And it's not that we were stretching, but you don't have to have a long explanation as to why, the social justice warriors and this type of education and all that, it's linked to communism when they're out there.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
They're out there saying it. They're out there openly identifying as democratic socialists. Okay? Last night was the result that I was looking for, that I thought was going to happen. And if anything, I'm actually more encouraged by the fact that the race was so close than if it was a blowout for Al-Said. If it was a blowout for Al-Said, it would have actually suggested that the energy behind a candidate like that is actually more mainstream on the left. But what it proved last night in Michigan is that it's not. There is a divide on the left. And I bet you there are a lot of people who voted for Haley Stevens.
That's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way. They wanted that little chipmunk to win, and she didn't win, and they're not happy. Because they won't vote for a Muslim communist socialist guy. They either pull the lever for Rogers or they stay home in November. And if Republicans flip the Michigan Senate seat, there's no way Democrats are retaking the Senate. None. Because as it is, they would have to hold all of their seats and flip 4. So if you figure on a bad night, the Democrats flip Maine, North Carolina, Texas, and I don't know, one of Iowa, Ohio, one of these other states out there that could possibly flip to gain the advantage. Because remember, the Democrats don't win control of the Senate with 50 because we have Vance. But if Republicans flip Michigan, they'd have to flip 5 seats. There's no way. There's no way. And I don't think Texas is flipping. I don't think Ohio is flipping. I don't think Iowa is flipping. Maine may not even go. There's a better chance now than before when Plattner was the nominee, but Maine may not even go. North Carolina is probably done. Again, if you're in North Carolina, it doesn't mean don't vote, but I think North Carolina is going to flip. I think it's reasonable to expect that. But it's neither here nor there. We are going to get into the madness in Michigan. The race has officially been called. What can we glean from the results? That there is a divide. A pretty even divide when you look at a state like Michigan between the DSA types, Democratic Socialists, Communists, etc., and the old guard establishment, still far leftists, as President Trump put it, actually, you have a socialist running against a communist, basically the same thing, right? But a hard leftist like Haley Stevens and a communist like Abdul al-Said. Those were your choices last night, and it was a divide right down the middle, pretty much. And by the way, I think I could speak for the Stevens campaign. They are not happy with this Mallory McMorrow, who siphoned away what wound up being 4 times the vote margin. Mallory McMorrow, it's 61,000 votes. Who would these votes have gone towards? It's not like Haley Stevens would have needed all of them. Haley Stevens wouldn't need that many to overtake al-Said. So what a race last night. This is the type of stuff that fascinates me, because now we can dive into what these results mean, the dynamic that's at play here. And it is a dynamic, and it is a weakness that we as Republicans ahead of these midterms should be exploiting. We found a weak point. There is a divide. Are you really going to get behind a communist socialist like this now that you know that you don't have the power? Or are you going to push back and stand up for yourselves? I encourage these Democrats who do not want communism, Islamofascism, and Marxism like that Abdul al-Said represents. I encourage you, stand up for yourselves. Don't support something that you don't want to support. So we have that. We've got a ton to get to, a lot of video to get to today. Mom Donnie pivoting now on the city-run grocery stores, the library card-esque thing that we talked about yesterday. They're pivoting on that now, which is actually worse for residents of New York City, because ID is not bad. I never had a problem with him implementing ID. I was pointing out the hypocrisy. Oh, you can't. You said you've told me for years now that ID is racist. Asking for ID is racist because black people can't get ID and married women can't get ID and they're too stupid and they're too poor and they don't have the resources. Now I'm looking at this going, okay, so here you are pushing for ID. People push back. All right, we're not going to do ID. But that's actually worse for the people in New York City. We'll explain why. And an armed man was arrested on a Los Angeles Trump National Golf Course in Los Angeles. Looked like he was plotting an assassination. Another one. Can we please stop trying to kill the president? Please. And here we go again with the Republicans and amnesty. They're doing it again. This time out of Utah. Man, I have just had it with that. If we have time, we will get to it. But we may not have time because we're going to get into all this Michigan stuff. All right, before we do all that, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFPFarms.com. It's OFPFarms.com. OFPFarms.com. They are a family-owned American company creating farm-crafted skincare with quality ingredients that your skin actually understands. Listen, from their rich goat milk lotions and grass-fed tallow magnesium creams to soothing body soap and delicious lip balms. Now, listen, that does not mean eat the lip balm, okay? To you slow on intake liberals, lip balm. No, don't do that. But it is good. I'm using what is this here now? The lemon mojito. Oh, man. It is good. Every product at OFP Farms is thoughtfully made in small batches with care. They are simple, hardworking formulas created to help nourish dry skin, support tired muscles, and bring a little more comfort to your everyday routine. When you shop OFP Farms, you're supporting a real family, a true patriotic small American business, and products that are made with purpose. Check it out for the entire month of August. You can go to OFPFarms.com and you can use the promo code Sean. Spell the name right, folks. 15% off your entire order at OFPFarms.com. It's OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Promo code SHAWN for 15% off of your entire purchase for the entire month of August. OFP, Oscar Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com. We thank you, OFP Farms, being a part of the show. Next up, our friends at Armor Colostrum. You guys know I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armor Colostrum can do for you and then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition that we receive in life and contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. You can check it out. Armor Colostrum can help you reactivate your hair growth, can help your skin glow, can also help fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism, and can help fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at TryArmra.com/LFATV, tryarmor.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your entire first order. That's TryArmra, T-R-Y, oh my gosh, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. Try, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. All right. Are we ready to go? I think so. Into Michigan. So what happened in Michigan last night? We saw the results. About 1.2 percentage points separates Abdul Al-Said and Haley Stevens. That's the Michigan way. Whoa, that's Biden. That's not Haley Stevens. Why did that happen?
That's the Michigan way.
There she is. That's the Michigan way. I love you. All of a sudden I had, I no more think of myself as being. That's the Michigan way. That's right. The Democrats are pivoting now on the DSA takeover. First they told you, no, it's just a few people in a few races. Now it's like, well, we're a Big Ten. Okay. So they're in the coping phase of this now. They're in the coping phase. Well, we're not communists. There's not that many socialists that are winning too. Well, actually, they're welcome in our party. It's a Big Tent. Really? It's a Big Tent? Is there room in your tent for people who think men can't have babies or no? Oh, there's not?
Oh.
What?
I was going to say, if Stacey Abrams walks under the tent, there's
no
gonna
room
be
for anybody. Stacey Abrams.
Chris Christie and Stacey Abrams walk in there.
Christie.
Has he lost weight?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, as a matter of fact, whatever weight Stacey Abrams, because Stacey Abrams looks like she's lost a little bit.
Oh, she on the Ozempic.
Whatever, probably. Whatever weight she lost, he found. Christie cannot lose weight. He got a lap band. He broke it. The guy is just, it's unhealthy. It's unhealthy. That's a problem. All right. Let us get to this DSA story. And I apologize if you guys watch the Vince show at 8 a.m. It's going to be very similar to that show. It's Michigan. It's the top story. And these shows run within a couple hours of each other. So the news has not changed that much. But this story here, Democrat establishment's pivot on DSA insurgency begins, and it is not going to end well. If you think that these Democrats, these moderate Democrats, have any pull in their party, I ask you, if that was the case, why did Michigan happen last night? It's not like this happened out of the blue. Oh, nobody knew there was a primary. People have been talking about the Abdul Al-Said, Haley Stevens race for a very long time, especially after Haley Stevens went viral with her silly little thing. And hey, I feel bad for Haley Stevens because, despite Haley Stevens' energy and joy and enthusiasm and stick it to him, she lost. Just for good measure.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Yeah, that's the Michigan way. The Michigan way didn't work out too well for Haley Stevens. You know what the Michigan way is now? Aloha snack bar and communism. That's the Michigan way. At least on the Democrat side of things. Right? That's it. That's the Michigan way. Joy, enthusiasm, energy, and stick it to them is not the Michigan way anymore. Communism, socialism, Marxism, and Islamism, and Aloha snack bar, that's the Michigan way now for the Democrats. All right, here is Debbie. Brennan's going to laugh at this name. Debbie Dingle.
Oh, stop it right now.
Yeah,
That's
Dingle.
not real.
Her name is Debbie Dingle.
Her parents did her dirty.
Is it Debbie Dingle? Well, it's something Dingle. Let me double check. The Dingle. Debbie Dingleberry. Here it is. The Debbie? Deborah? Megan Romer? No. I don't know. That's the name. Debbie Dingle. It was Debbie Dingle. Okay.
Wow.
Debbie Dingle.
That's good.
Said that she would endorse Abdul Al-Said if he won the Democrat nomination. Now, devil's advocate. Okay? This is how it's supposed to work in politics. Supposed to work in most cases. Right? So you have a candidate, a slate of candidates, a field in a primary. The winner gets the nomination, and generally you see the rest of the party's voters, rank and file members, etc., get behind that candidate so that you can support that candidate in the general election. However, I can say with utmost confidence, if, for example, in a state like Florida, You got Byron Donalds, you got Renner, you got Jay Collins, and you got James Fishback running for governor. I don't care who you're behind. I know there's a lot of different camps there. James Fishback is a Groyper type, right? He's one of these woke right, watered down Nazi types. If he won in Florida, I could not in good conscience tell the voters of Florida to vote for him, even though he won the Republican primary. I couldn't tell. I won't tell people to stay home. I'll just say I'm not going to be involved supporting anybody in that race. I don't support the Democrat, but I could not in good conscience get behind a guy like James Fishback. Whether it's the grooming allegations, which are very credible, whether it's the his stance on not just Israel, but Jews as a whole. Listen to the way he talks, right? Well, Bibi Netanyahu is not welcome in Florida. That's like his main thing, right? I could not, in good conscience, get behind somebody like a James Fishback, for example, okay? I don't care if he won the primary. I wouldn't be able to support that guy. I know I'd say this, just hold your nose and vote. I would not be able to do it. Okay? So here's Debbie Dingell saying she will endorse Abdul al-Sayed if he wins the primary, which on its face isn't a bad thing, but the cut that I'm going to play after that explains why it's a bad thing and proves my point that there are no actual free-thinking, emancipated moderates in the Democrat Party. And Debbie Dingell is not a moderate, by the way. But there are no non-socialist, free-thinking, free movement, independent, outside of aside from Fetterman, in the Democrat Party anymore. This is going to prove that point. Here's the first one from Debbie Dingell telling Bill Hemmer on Fox News she will endorse Abdul al-Sayed if he wins the primary. Watch.
You have not endorsed in this primary today. If al-Sayed is the winner, will you endorse him in November?
I will endorse the entire Democratic ticket because I know what's at stake, Bill.
All right. She's going to endorse the whole Democratic ticket no matter who wins because of, quote unquote, what's at stake. Oh, the hypocrisy. So you're going to endorse a guy, Abdul al-Sayed, because of, quote unquote, what's at stake. All right. Here's Debbie Dingell again, though, and Bill Hemmer asks her about al-Sayed's stance on Israel, which is a wedge issue in the Democrat Party. Listen, I want to be clear. I don't like talking about Israel. I don't. It's not my favorite thing. I'd rather talk about America and the issues here in this country. America first. However, it's a massive wedge issue over on the Democrat side of things regarding candidate selection. I mean, you know what happened in 2024. Josh Shapiro was the no-brainer pick for Kamala Harris to be vice president on the 2024 ticket, and she couldn't pick him. And it's not because, she was afraid she was going to get outshined by Shapiro because he's like an Obama type and a smooth talker and has more charisma and he doesn't speak in word salads. That was not the reason. People wanted you to believe that it was Kamala's pride that kept her from choosing Josh Shapiro. That was not the reason why she didn't choose Josh Shapiro. It's not like she chose a better candidate either. It's not like, hey, I could see why she went with Tim Walz. It was Tim frickin' Walz. Hey, there's a sale at the car lot today. Wacky waving inflatable tube man. $50, 50% off, and 0% financing for the first 18 months. Right? Tim Walz, I'm a knucklehead. Couldn't load a fucking shotgun. She couldn't pick Josh Shapiro. Why? Because Josh Shapiro's Jewish. Openly Jewish, too, which is even worse. That's why anyone talking about John Ossoff as a potential 2028 nominee, there is not a chance in hell that John Ossoff is going to be the 2028 nominee. No way. He's a Jew. Jews aren't welcome on the left. Well, that sounds like a drastic claim. Ask Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman's a Jew, does not believe Israel should be wiped off the map, and he got forced out and denied service at a coffee shop in New York City because he supports genocide. Here's Debbie Dingell on this Israel issue. The reason I bring it up, it's a wedge issue on the left. And it's also a wedge issue from the angle of the LGBTQ faction, right? Really? Jews, LGBTQ? Yes, because of the Islam factor. Queers for Palestine is the same thing as, chickens for KFC. It is a huge wedge issue. This Jews, Islam, LGBTQ, they all don't blend together. But here's Dingell talking about Abdul al-Said's stance on Israel. She just got done telling Bill Hemmer she's going to endorse the entire Democrat ticket no matter who wins. All right, you're going to be a good team player. But then listen to this. This is what weakness looks like, and this is my point. There are no moderates. The regular far left, I say regular with air quotes, these people are all crazy, but the far left, quote unquote, progressives that stop just short, like an eyelash short of calling themselves socialists, they have zero pull in the party, and this proves it. Watch.
Just in the last month, Syed has said Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. I've known you. Hang on. I've known you a long time. Can you support that? And if so, how?
No, I categorically won't support that. Israel has a right to exist.
Then how can you endorse him if he is the candidate in November?
Bill, I'm going to be very blunt. There are going to be a lot of things that I don't agree with Mike Rogers on either. And I have told Bill exactly what I think. He then, says, well, this, or this. I'm going to get him on record.
That is what weakness looks like. My point was just proven in that clip of Debbie Dingell on Fox News. She categorically does not support Abdul al-Said's stance on Israel and whether or not the country should exist, among many other things. But she's going to support him anyway because she has no choice. People like Debbie Dingell, Chuck Schumer, Jim Clyburn, these used to be the people on the left in the Democrat Party that called the shots. They're not just willing passengers anymore. They are hostages. If you are a Democrat voter, a James Carville type, a Debbie Dingell type, a Chuck Schumer type, and you think, I don't have to worry about the socialism thing, the communism thing, the person I'm going to vote for, the people I'm going to vote for, they're progressives, but they're not that crazy. They're hostages. They won't be able to exercise free will under the boot and the rule and the control of the Democratic Socialists of America, who have just hostilely taken over the Democrat Party. Look at Michigan. Michigan proves the establishment's best days are behind it in the Democrat Party. The Democrat establishment, the old guard of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Jim Clyburn, Debbie Dingell, all of those mainstream old guard establishment Democrats, they threw everything that they had behind Haley Stevens in Michigan, and they still lost. They didn't lose by much, but that is the turning point here for the Democrat Party. The DSA is not just winning in socialist hotbeds like Seattle or Portland or New York City or places like that. The DSA just won in Michigan, and they had a ton of heavy hitters on the establishment side opposing them, and it didn't matter. The DSA still won. The Democrat Party is dead. There are no more moderates. There are no more quote-unquote progressives. The Dingells of the world, the Schumers of the world, the Clyburns of the world, those types of people are hostages. They have no free will. And if you vote for those people and you think, oh, I don't like the communist wing of the party, but I'm going to vote for these normal, air quotes, progressives that you think are normal because you're a leftist, right? All you're doing is adding weight behind that snowball that's growing and growing and growing and growing and rolling downhill that is going to destroy your country. It's already destroyed your party. They're coming for the rest of us next. If you are an old guard, blue dog, establishment Democrat, your party is gone. It's done. And it died last night in Michigan in front of the world. It may be hard to hear. That may be a tough pill to swallow, but it's the truth. You don't have a home on the left anymore. If you just don't hate Israel, you don't have a home on the left. If you think we should have something that even resembles a border, you don't have a home on the left. If you appreciate the work, even a little bit, of police officers, you don't have a home on the left. If you think the presidency shouldn't be abolished or the Senate shouldn't be abolished, you don't have a home on the left. If you think that we should have prisons to hold criminals accountable, you don't have a home on the left. The Democrat Party that you knew died last night in Michigan in front of the world. Abdul al-Said, the Democratic Socialists of America, Bernie Sanders, and all those folks, they showed you that they're in control. Not the establishment, not Chuck Schumer, not Debbie Dingell, not Gretchen Whitmer, not James Clyburn. Those days, their best days are done. Now you, as an establishment Democrat voter, rank and file, like a James Carville, like a Bill Maher, if you don't like the direction that your party's going in, then you got to stand up for yourselves and you got to send them a message. Because if you just say, whatever, it's better than Republicans, it's not. Communism's not better than anything. Let me play for you. You know what? I don't want to break this up. Let's take a break and then I'll play for you something else because this is very important to get to. Speaking of Michigan, right? Remember Flint, Michigan? This is our friends over at Cove Pure. You remember Flint, Michigan, the water crisis? No good. If Flint, Michigan taught this country anything, is that the government's word on your water is worth exactly what? Nothing. And Flint was not a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we purify all of our water with Cove Pure. It's algae season here. Algae! It's algae season here in Rutherford County. The water's starting to taste gross.
Yeah.
But not through our Cove Pure, right?
No.
Many, listen, the government doesn't tell you a lot about the lead issues in your water. The testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. Lead has no taste. It has no smell. It doesn't change the color of your water, so it's hard to detect. And the scary part is there's no safe level of lead exposure. None, not even low levels. Even little low levels of lead are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes it. It's certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants. That includes lead, but also PFAS, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. Setup could not be simpler. No plumbers, no drilling. You just put it on your counter, fill it up, put in the filters, plug it in, boom, done. Brennan loves the fact that you can use it to get whatever temperature water that you want. She's been using the hot water for tea at night, and it's awesome. She's used it to make mashed potatoes a couple times. You don't have to wait for the kettle to boil, one tap, and boom, it's ready to go instantly. Your city tested the water, said, don't worry, it's all good. Yeah, that's what Flint, Michigan did as well. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. So go to covepure.com/Sean because you're a listener of the show, you get $250 off for a limited time. That is covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean for $250 off the CP16, covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. I'm going to play this. I know I've played it a lot, but this is the Democratic Socialists of America and their party platform. Shannon Bream asks this woman, she's a big lady, right? Jabba the Hutt. She's got Han Solo on the wall, Jabba, right? She asks her all these little items. Is this what your party stands for? And she agrees to all of them. Remember this?
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform. And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate. True. Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them. Yep. Abolish ICE. Absolutely. Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally. As a long-term plan, yep. Defund the Pentagon. Absolutely. Abolish prisons, at least in large part. Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah. Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. What does that sound like? Sounds like communism, doesn't it? Because, that's what it is. Hi. I'm not calling it communism because I don't like it. I'm calling it communism because it's communism. You want to hear something crazy? It's not crazy, but it's perfect. It's a perfect segue. It's a segue fit for a mall cop. Think about it. You look at Segway. Whatever happened to those, by the way? I don't see people riding those anymore, Segways.
They still do it like in the cities,
Yeah.
not like in
Okay.
the...
City girl over here. She knows what's going on.
Well, I see people online doing it.
Oh, there you go.
We
I
only
got
go
you.
up to Nashville if we have
I
to,
do. I'm
but
just
like
messing.
they're up in Nashville.
They're up in Nashville. Yeah.
Trashville.
Yeah. Whew. The Democratic Socialists of America platform is the exact same stuff that was promised to Maduro in Venezuela. This is eye-opening. Okay? The talking points are out for the left, as I said. They're trying to come at you now. I don't know if you see this op that they're running. Oh, you call everything you don't like communism. What they're trying to do is force us to stop using the term communism. Do not stop. Shout it off of every rooftop. Clearly, this is something they don't want said because it's not popular among the American people. The DSA is way out over their skis. They're not hiding it. They're not doing this tactically. They're not doing this covertly. Listen to this on Fox News yesterday, that everything that you're seeing promised by these socialist candidates is exactly what was promised in Venezuela, and we all know how that turned out.
Let me ask you a question. What did Maduro promise to the people of Venezuela? And what did he actually do when he took office?
Well, they promised us the same things that Francis is promising Americans, which is free housing. Everybody has a right to housing. Everybody has a right to food, right? We need government grocery stores. We created government grocery stores in Venezuela. We had government-run large enterprises, the banks, right? Because you need a loan for your business. You need free electricity, free water. And everything that was made free was something that disappeared. So we had blackouts. We had no water. We had no good quality housing. It was destroyed in the earthquake, by the way. That is what they delivered. And by the way, that is what public housing in America delivers too.
Everything that is being promised to the American people, the grocery stores, the housing, the health care, the transportation, all of it that is being promised was promised to the people of Venezuela before that country fell and became the hellhole that it is today. That was a vibrant, prosperous nation. And they went down the road of socialism and communism with Hugo Chavez. And it is a total mess. It's coming back a little bit, but it's a mess. And it's putting it lightly. But what was the most important thing that you heard that guy say? Everything that was made free disappeared. What good is free groceries or free healthcare if it actually doesn't exist? You know, the money in Venezuela, the inflation was so bad that in certain aspects, in certain times, there were people burning their paper money in Venezuela to heat their homes because it was more valuable to use it in that way than it was to spend it on something. That's socialism. That's communism. And this is it. This is going to put a bow on this portion of it, okay? Charles Schumer, says, first they were denying that it's, every time they do the same thing. It's not happening, right? We're not communists. We're not, there's no communists in our party. To what? It's happening a little, right? It's happening a little. That's just in a few races. It's a New York City mayor's race. It's a race in Colorado. It's a couple races in New York. To now it's happening a lot, right? And they finally reached that fourth step of It's a good thing it's happening because, we're a big tent. Here's Chuck Schumer. He's reached stage 4 of the it's not happening, but it's a good thing that it is process. Watch.
Go ahead. In Michigan, I know you endorsed Haley Stevens, but if Al-Sayed wins this primary, will you endorse the winner of the primary?
Bottom line, we are going to win Michigan, take back the Senate, and have a majority. And Manu.
Thank you. Is the rise of the DSA good for your party?
Look, we are a big tent party. And being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
Leader Schumer.
Thank you, everybody.
It's a big tent, right? All right, cool. So you've got a big, beautiful tent. And you got a bunch of pyromaniacs who are like, hey, if you let us in, we're going to burn the tent down. And then you let them in. And they start burning the tent down. And you're like, this is great. I am so happy that everything that we've built here is being burned down by a bunch of idiots. Now do you see why folks like me, so many others, have been adamant about kicking the nut jobs out of our tent? Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now on Cameo. Whatever, I make custom videos too, but she's on Cameo begging for money. Thomas Massey, Sean Ryan, the Haji twins, Alex Jones, these people. It's the same thing that was happening on our side, but what we did that the left didn't do is, we say, yeah, we're a big tent unless you're a maniac, then I want nothing to do with you. We have standards. The left doesn't have standards. We enforce our standards. The left doesn't enforce their standards. If somebody tells me, hey, let me in your house because I want to burn it down, I'm going to say, no, thanks. Yeah, but I hate Democrats. Okay, I do too. But if you're going to burn my house down, I don't want anything to do with you. Really? You wouldn't let me in your home if even though I don't like the Democrat? Yeah, well, fine. We both don't like Democrats, but you keep telling me you want to burn my house down. You're not coming in. The left is like, well, yeah, if you want to burn the house down, we're a big tent. Yeah, but you're not going to have a tent left. That's the point. All right. Quick break, and then we'll get to Mamdani because he is backtracking. And it's funny because what he's actually doing here is worse for the people of New York City regarding the city-run grocery stores, if you could imagine that. But first, I want to get to a word from our friends over at Silent. That's slnt.com/Sean. Folks, let's face it, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just take it. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same tech that is trusted by special operations teams all around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now it is available to you, so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you got to do is drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid. It's completely silent, and it's invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos and go silent today. slnt.com/Sean for up to 15% off of your purchase. Silent.com/SHAWN. All right. Mamdani pivoting. He's pivoting. What?
The way you said that.
What is pivoting?
Yeah.
Apparently that's a funny word.
You're just pivoting.
Pivoting. Mamdani, right? So yesterday we played for you, just to give you, again, context. This was Mamdani taking questions on Monday about city-run grocery stores and the prospects of whether or not those grocery stores are going to be, there's going to be some sort of ID to make sure you know who's buying and how much stuff is getting bought and to prevent reselling and, make sure that it's actually helping New Yorkers and not other people. And this is what they said.
How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically? And is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So our RFP makes very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling. I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, Jeannie Pack, to add some additional details.
Yes, if you look at our RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying, and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers. So we are mindful of that, and so we're going to make sure that we have all the things in place to ensure that that does not happen.
Okay, so a library card-esque thing. How does one obtain a library card-esque thing? Do you walk into the library card-esque thing department and say, give me my library card-esque thing so I can go shop at the city-run grocery store? They're going to say, who are you? My name is, Jim Bob Williams. And you go in, all right, Jim Bob Williams, can you prove that you're a New York City resident? Well, how do you want me to do that? Do you have ID? You can't do that, right? Can't ask for ID. Some point in that process, you're going to have to show identification that shows that you are a resident of New York City to acquire your library card-esque thing. And then you take your library card-esque thing into the grocery store and you show them the library card-esque thing to make sure that they know you're eligible to buy the groceries out of that store, right? So one way or the other, some form of ID is being presented to somebody in order for you to complete the purchase in that store. Clear? Well, there was a lot of pushback. I'm not pushing back on the idea of ID. I'm highlighting the fact that it's hypocritical of the Democrats to rail against identification when we talk about voting. And then all of a sudden, but you need ID to use the city-run grocery stores. Well, hold on. You just told me you can't implement that when it comes to our elections because it's going to suppress the vote among black people, married women, et cetera, insinuating that both of those groups of people are too stupid to get IDs. But now you're going to implement an ID requirement in a grocery store. So what you're telling me is you're okay with black people and married women who you believe are too stupid to get IDs, who can't get IDs. You want them to starve. Right? It's exactly what's being said here. So they're like, oh, now you're against ID? No, I'm for ID. I'm highlighting the fact that you're against ID when it's convenient for you, but you're for ID when it's also convenient for you. Okay, that's again, now I'm highlighting the hypocrisy here. Well, Joy Reid glasses, take them out. Okay, Joy Reid, Zoran Mamdani, pivoting now for the groceries. Look at this. He's pivoting on this. He was on with Joy Reid saying, no. There's actually going to be no ID despite what you heard. Now, whether or not you believe he's telling the truth is up to you. I think he's lying. I think he's doing the whole 1984, reject the evidence of your eyes and ears type thing. But here's Mamdani pivoting, saying there's actually going to be no ID requirement. I'm going to explain to you on the other side of this cut why this is actually worse if this is the route he chooses to go.
And we're talking about a city-run grocery store, one in each borough, which, by the way, you do not need an ID to shop at, no matter what you've just heard in the news of today. We're talking about actually addressing the question of skyrocketing grocery prices. We've seen in the last, 6 or 7 years alone, an increase in grocery prices of around 30%. And we are going to be delivering a city-run grocery store, one in each borough, 5 in total, that will have the staples of a shopping experience, an essential basket of goods that are discounted by 30% compared to typical retail prices. And that is something that New Yorkers will be able to feel in their pocket. They'll be able to save hundreds of dollars on an annual basis, knowing that the city is looking to actually deliver for them on something that is a non-negotiable in their life, which is healthy and accessible food.
There is Mamdani, glasses away. It's now safe. You don't want to get the... Joy Reid is also a cause of cyclorhiniasis, right? If you have a prolonged exposure to Joy Reid, you could have explosive diarrhea, itching and burning of the skin, face, or eyes, projectile vomiting, depression, suicidal thoughts. You just don't want to watch too much Joy Reid. I'm just trying to keep you safe, okay? Exposure to the naked eye is dangerous. Why is this worse than just the hypocrisy of requiring ID? Check it out, Red State. This is a great article, and it's a great point. No IDs at city grocery stores, which means the hypothetical that I highlighted on yesterday's show. that resident in New Jersey, right? He lives in Jersey, but he works in New York City. So he's taxed on his income in New Jersey. His property taxes are in New Jersey. Most of his tax burden lies at the federal government and the state of New Jersey. There's a few taxes I'm sure he'll pay, New York, sales taxes and things of that nature. But he is not going to be a contributor to the tax pool in a major way that will fund the city-run grocery stores, okay? But if you're not going to have an ID requirement at the city-run grocery stores, i.e. anybody can use the store, then it's not just going to target New Yorkers. It's not just going to be for New York City residents. It's not just going to be for the people who are contributing to the project and to the fund as a whole. It's going to be for anybody, eligible or not. And this is the exact same model that they are using with our elections. I cannot wait for the day when these socialist types in New York City go into their favorite city-run grocery stores and they can't find what they want, so they have to go to another store, if those other stores still exist, and pay a higher price for the items that the city-run store are out of, right? I can't wait for the day where they go, you know what? Maybe we wouldn't be dealing with these shortages if so many illegals or so many non-residents were shopping in these stores. Well, do you know how you fix that? You know how you fix ineligible people participating in a program that they're not supposed to be participating in? It's called ID. And then maybe it'll start making sense. So you're John Q. socialist in New York City, and you walk into a city-run grocery store, you're looking for beef, right? You're looking for a steak, and they're all out of steaks. And you're like, if there weren't so many damn people from New Jersey shopping in this store, maybe I'd be able to get a steak. But now I'm going to have to go pay 30 to 40% more at one of these other supermarkets because people who don't even live here and don't even contribute are taking our food because it costs less here, and it blah 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 blah. Well, doesn't that feel like us saying, these non-citizens, they're voting in these elections, they're not supposed to be doing that. These illegal aliens, they're voting in our elections. They're not supposed to be doing that. They're canceling out our vote. Do you see? It's the same thing. That's going to happen in New York City. And they're going to have to blame someone. And they're not going to blame illegal aliens, even though they'll be shopping in these stores too. They'll start blaming non-residents. There should be a requirement that it's for residents only. I agree. Just like there should be a requirement in our elections that it's for citizens only. And in order to prove you're a citizen, and in order to prove you're a resident of New York City, you've got to show ID. That day is coming. Flag it. All right. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hope you have a great rest of your Wednesday. I'll see you back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Normal day tomorrow. I'm not covering for anybody. Rumble.com/LFATV, 10 a.m. Eastern time for Ungoverned. Two things. Make sure you subscribe to our show here, the Ungoverned channel. I am going to keep it. I'll use it, periodically when we make the move out there, August 17th. So if you're subscribed to the Ungoverned show, you'll get some bonus content and things like that. Maybe we'll record something once a week, just kind of, who knows? We'll figure out a way to use it. The Podbean channel, the Ungoverned channel, but also Sean Farish Live, anywhere you get your podcasts, your favorite listening platforms, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, no matter where it is, search for Sean Farish Live, hit subscribe. And of course, make sure you're following rumble.com/Sean, which is the Bongino Report page. That's where the show is going to be live, 1 p.m. Eastern time, weekdays. Have a great rest of your day. And we'll be back here tomorrow morning. Enjoy Jeremy Herrell on Live for America. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If I haven't said that already, it's been a long couple days, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, LFA TV. Welcome. You've been locked and loaded right here all morning, rumble.com/LFA TV. This is live from America, where only the strong survive. And if you ain't looking to win elections, save this country and be strong, then lace up your shoes and get to stepping. Kick rocks, because we don't do weakness here on LFA TV. You're either going to have chesticles or testicles, or you don't have to watch. Be gone. You know where the door is. Producer Eli, you ready for this? Wednesday morning, August 5th, 2026.
Got me today? What's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? Time to hit the rumble button, time to hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. I'm trying to make up for yesterday's intro, which I was cut off and I was all in the dark, but now I'm not anymore, so let's go.
C. Michael's in the building. Barb Naylor is here. Pissed Off Lady, that's the kind of name I like to see. Redneck 1776, DeCluse, J. Cubs fan. Concrete Gal, or Stacy. Nick, Bashful Ninja, Arrow Pink. Carl, Ben J. Sean Maga, Jessica O'Brien is here. C. Ward, MDUS. Betty, AA Ron Broski, Fabulous 77. And Roxanne, how you doing, from Minnesota. I meant what I said when I said what I meant. If you're too weak for this kind of stuff, get out. We don't want you around. It's really that simple. If you're too weak for what we need to do in this country, get out. We don't want you around. It's that simple. If you're too weak with what needs to be done in order to win elections and stop pussyfooting around and sitting around doing nothing, get out. Go watch another program. We don't want you around. If you're a drama queen, oh, he said this and she said that, get out. This is a news program. This is to keep you informed of the things that are going on politically from sea to shining sea. And if you don't want that, get out. It's that simple. It's time for strong men and women to take over. It's time for people with integrity and morals to take over. It's time for people who tell the truth and have transparency and don't sit and have their feelings flailed all around because of one thing that's going on or another person or another thing that somebody else said to them. Get out if that's you. Only the strong survive. Period. And history shows that over and over and over again. Another assassination attempt on President Trump's life. What is that, number 5? Oh, the Republicans have, their rhetoric is so, it makes us do this. The Republican rhetoric makes you try to kill The President of the United States of America, you weak-spined, snowflake, coward leftists. Another assassination attempt. How many times are we going to do this? How many times are we going to watch another person set up or try to kill President Trump? Well, the Republican blah, 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 and this, that, and the other. When's the last time the Republicans tried to kill a Democrat president for winning or stealing an election? When's the last time, when Biden was president, did he have multiple assassination attempts on his life? And you know what the left says? Well, maybe President Trump shouldn't do what he's doing. Two wrongs make a right, huh? Especially when the first wrong is just policy that the country voted for him to do. Sooner or later, ladies and gentlemen, things are going to have to change. 5 that we know of. Want to count them? That we know of, by the way. One of the individuals is dead. The others are either in jail or facing a conviction. Myra Lutz said MAGA showed up to the polls yesterday big time. They sure did. They sure did. We're going to talk a lot about that today. We're going to talk about the latest assassination attempt. And if this shit does not piss you off at this point, to the point where you are ready to get up and get involved, then I don't know what will. We live in a world where everybody thinks it's movies. You notice that, Eli? We've been desensitized through movies and shows so long that we're on our 5th that we know of assassination attempt of a president duly elected by the people. And half the country thinks it's okay. And the people that don't think it's okay, half of them just go, well, it's just Wednesday.
Yeah, I've been saying this for the past couple of years now. Unfortunately, the past couple of years, Hollywood, mainstream media has desensitized and normalized this crap. So people are like, oh, assassination attempt?
Yeah.
Well, what else is in the news?
Yeah.
It's like nothing detrimental or huge like this is a big deal anymore, and that's really scary.
Yep, $100 million death contracts on President Trump's head from Iran. Meanwhile, you got half the people that voted for him going, well, I don't know if that was such a good idea. I'm paying like 60 cents more for gas than I was when he started. Everywhere he goes, these people are trying to kill him. Iran's trying to kill him. The Muslim Brotherhood's trying to kill him. Left-wing Democrats are trying to kill him. And you've got complacent Republicans sitting at home doing absolute nothing because it's summertime. Nancy says, what's going on with Trump and Jeanine Pirro? Jeanine did not, she dropped the charges against those vandals at the National Mall pool and the reflecting pool. And we have hours and hours of footage of people literally cutting it with knives, carving the word or the numbers 8647 into it, and she dropped the charges. That's what's wrong with them. Skylar, my 43rd birthday is on Saturday. Every year I donate to LFA for the past 4 years. Jeremy is saying happy birthday to me, but missed this year. That's okay. Love my LFA family. Eli, it's a belated birthday nonetheless, but it is Skylar's belated birthday. Would you like to give her a happy birthday tune there?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Skylar. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
And many more. You want to know why the United States has the problems that it has? You want to know how we got where we are? Where you go, I don't even recognize this place anymore. Weak people. Weak people. Weak people who have never gone out there on the front lines. Weak people who only watch political shows on TV so that they get the knowledge, but they don't do anything with it. They don't help anybody else learn, what they've learned. They don't go to the poll. They don't go do poll watching jobs. They don't go and volunteer for knocking on doors or signs or anything like that. You want to know how we got here? Weak ass Americans. Everybody's entitled to a vacation. But when people take a year and 2 year sabbaticals off from fighting for this country, that's how we got where we got. That's why we are where we are, where mainstream media and leftists are allowed to do what they do, basically coddle these trans and these left lunatics and say, well, we do condemn this, but President Trump has taken, a scalpel to the trans community's rights. What do you expect is going to happen? They will not stop until he is dead and you are ruined. Let me tell you a quick story about how the left operates, of which we started doing back to them. But how long is the pissing skunk contest with the skunk going to go on? I have a friend, won't mention his name, he's not a very public person, checked in on Sunday of last week at his church on Facebook. You know how you do a check-in? Checking in at Life Fellowship Church or whatever, First Baptist Church, whatever it is. He did a check-in, and somebody who follows him posted on that check-in about him being a Nazi and a fake Christian and this, that, and the other. So he went, took their profile picture, put a MAGA hat on it, popped it back in the thread, and said, oh, look at that. You know what they did? They ended up going so far that profile picture happened to be like their 22-year-old daughter or something of the person who was actually behind the profile. They took that, found out which church, or went to his church's website, found out all the people that employ him, found out all the things that he does, all the events that he goes to and speaks at, messaged everybody and their brother that they could find that was in his family, and said that he was posting, what was the word they used? Inappropriate pictures of their daughter, and that he's a pedophile and a Nazi. Inappropriate pictures of their daughter who's in their 20s with a MAGA hat on it. Obviously not true, obviously not real, but all these people had to contact him and go, what the hell is going on? They'll either try to kill you or they'll try to ruin your life. They did the same thing to me back before I had this kind of job. Now you can't do anything. You can't stop me. You can't threaten me out of this. You can't shut me up. You can't silence me. You can't report me and get me censored. Your power is gone. Unfortunately, there are millions of people that don't get to do this kind of a job and do have to worry about that kind of stuff. This is the world we live in. We live in the divided states, not the United States. And who's to blame for that? Mainstream media. That's who. I wouldn't even say the political parties. The political parties lean into what they know works. When the mainstream media companies and the social media companies all work together and colluded with the federal government behind closed doors to violate your Fourth Amendment rights, the Democrat Party said, oh man, this is a perfect opportunity. Let's hijack this situation. Let's weaponize the government, silence our opposition, shut everybody up, and just say one side of the story. And when that happened, starting in about 2016, when that went down, that's when the world changed. That's when everything changed. I blame the mainstream media, and none of them should have an FEC license, or an FCC license, excuse me. Not a single one of them. And the ones that don't operate and run off of an FCC license, they should get charged and fined out of existence for what they've done to this country. When Donald Trump came on the scene in 2016 and coined it fake news, it became a new word in the English dictionary. Traveled around the world to where you saw what happened during the soccer World Cup this year. Everybody from all over the world said, well, our media lies to us too. Melly Johnson said weak Christians are also to blame. Absolutely. Sitting back, not telling their congregation not to engage, not to talk about it. It's divisive. Absolutely. Historically, evangelical Christians sit home during elections and do absolutely nothing. Those are the Christians that say, well, I'm praying to God and his will be done, and I'm only going to pray. Leaving out the entire faith without works is dead part. I tell you, after this assassination attempt, another one, I'm over it. Which is why I wanted to start with this video today. For those who were not around in 1979, I was just born. Here's how it all started with these radical Muslims. When they first attacked America, seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, took 66 Americans hostage for 444 days, and for 47 years have been at war with America with zero accountability until 47 started all this conflict with them in February. 47 years brings you to the 47th president who said, I'm not George Bush, I'm not Bill Clinton, I'm not even Ronald Reagan, I'm definitely not Barack Obama or Joe Biden, and I'm going to rain down on you like a fire, like Sodom and Gomorrah. You want to put a $100 million contract out on my head? Good. I'll kill all your leaders. Line them up. First round, second round, third round, fourth round. And if I've got to pay gas at $1 more a gallon in order to watch those people die horrid deaths, I'm all for it. It's about time we at least have one strong president in the White House.
So it was November 4th, 1979, when the Islamic Republic of Iran stripped 52 Americans, their freedom, their dignity, and their pride.
52 hostages were held for 444 days in Iran from the end of 1979 until January 1981.
My father was William Q, and he was a hostage in Tehran. He was only supposed to be there for the weekend, and all hell broke loose.
They brought Iranian women to the front door and used them as shields as they broke through the American embassy. So I will never forget the human rights of what they did to the Iranian women then, and obviously what still goes on to this day. Through the broken windows, I can remember hearing the traffic start in the morning, peak, and then die. And there would be day 1, day 5, and you're sitting there thinking that you're forgotten.
From God, my family, and my country. And it was in that order that kept me alive and surviving through that.
We were released January 20th, 20 minutes after President Carter left office.
There's a difference between relations between the Iranian people and the Iranian government. They're two totally different things.
The people of Iran look more towards Western culture as something that they are interested in and enjoy. The regime obviously is opposed to the influence of Western culture in Iran.
The younger generations are coming up, and they're not in the same mindset. They want more freedom. They want to be out in the world, and they're being taken backwards now instead of being able to move forward.
I truly believe that there's many Iranians that would love better than what they have. So, as they would say in Iran, inshallah, with God's will, that might happen.
That's why I don't care. That's why it doesn't bother me when somebody goes, look at the gas prices. Look at everything else. Don't care. Spare me with your pity party and your sob stories. And this last election in 2024 was just the beginning. We will never again let you crazy people take power in this country. Call it fascist, call it totalitarian, call him Hitler, keep trying to kill him. You can't succeed. You can't kill him, you can't jail him, you can't silence him, you can't stop MAGA, you can't stop me, you can't silence me, you can't report me out of existence anymore. Your power is over, and we're going to start acting like it, and we're going to start exercising that power on all of you. When we see you in public, If any of you have any popular shows that, Eli, are there any liberal talk shows outside of social media? I don't know one that anybody watches. As far as independent liberal talk shows, is there independent AM radio? Are there independent voices that are prominent outside of that little girl boy that's trying to box everyone? Harry Sisson? Is there anyone out there? They don't even have a voice. And they sure as hell don't have the federal government to help them anymore. So how are they going to win?
I guess the only one that comes to mind would be is like Nick Fuentes. Would that be kind of like an independent? That's all I know, though, but I don't think...
Well, he did say he was a Democrat, didn't he? He did end up saying he was a Democrat, so that might be the only one. By the way, he went from 1 million views to about 300,000 or 400,000 a week. I mean, per show, I mean. So his message is even dying. Here's what I'll say, especially to all those types of people like the ones that watch over on our YouTube channel. Bring it. You're going to need to. You're going to need to. You think socialism is going to take over the country? It might take over the Democratic Party. It isn't taking over the country. Look at that race in Michigan last night. That Muslim, the poll said he was going to win 90-something% chance. 90% of the vote. It ended up being razor thin. And he almost got beat by the retard. You have nothing left. And it makes me feel good to say that. Cowards. Oh, let's go try to assassinate the president again because I don't like what he says. Same way we did it in 1776, we're doing it before Trump leaves. Taking over.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Oh, we're rising up to meet our challenge. We're keeping the House, we're keeping the Senate, and you're not getting the White House back in 2028. Even if the votes say you do. We're not giving it back. You think we're kidding, huh? To the 3,000 plus watching here on Rumble, God bless you, thank you. Share the video, reach down and click that thumbs up. To the losers watching over on YouTube, keep watching me, because you are a nobody. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Vanquish this evil out of our country. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us of our trespasses, and forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we say amen. Christians are not called to sit back and be cowards, folks. Christians are called to stand up, provide, and protect. That means for your country, too. If you're not willing to stand up and provide and protect as a Christian man, go do something else. You're not wanted. We don't care for lukewarm liars and lukewarm losers. Onward, Christian soldiers. How you like that over on YouTube? All right, first and foremost section of the day. Here we go. I want to start with this. Clay Travis absolutely obliterates the woke WNBA with a $10 million challenge. Says to any WNBA professional team, I'll give you $10 million if you can beat a high school boys basketball team. $10 million. Why is he offering this? To prove a point. To prove a point that men and women's sports do not belong. Trans people are mentally sick and mentally ill, and they need to be locked up in mental asylums. I want to thank Cat352 for the $50 donation. Says onward Christian soldier. Amen. Appreciate that. Muslims are terrorists, Democrats are communists, and transgender people are clinically insane. That's half of our country, folks. So Clay says, hey, if any WNBA team can go out there and beat a top high school basketball boys team, I'll give you $10 million. I wonder if they're lining up to take the challenge. I doubt it. Proving his point. We all know what happened when we saw the U.S. women's soccer team lose to a bunch of 50-year-old retired soccer players from the past, and they've been on the couch for the last 30 years. When are we going to wake up and get some common sense? Boys are boys, girls are girls. Girls cannot beat boys at physical sports. It's that simple after a certain age.
I've got two aggressive moves that I am undertaking here. And I'm 100% serious about this. And I'm going to share both of them with you. First of all, I will buy a WNBA expansion franchise as the primary owner of that franchise. I will bring them to my hometown where I do this show from, Nashville, Tennessee. I will pledge that 100% of my team will be trans. That will be men pretending to be women. Our entire coaching staff will be trans. That is men pretending to be women. We will not lose a single game. There are probably some games, Buck, where we will not even give up a single point.
Wow.
I will call this team the Nashville Balls, and I will become a dynastic sports owner. I will own a WNBA franchise. I will buy it, and I will play only men who identify as women.
Yes.
Wear wigs, we'll run around, do whatever we need to do to be officially classified as identifying as women. This is what they're now saying is permitted. I will do it. I will buy a team. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Secondly, before, Buck, you remember, I offered $1 million if the WNBA champ, which is right now the Las Vegas Aces, I believe, if they would play a boys high school state championship team of my choosing, I would give $1 million to the winning team. Buck, I will now give $10 million to the winning team. We will put this on pay-per-view. We will send all the profits, of which there will be probably tens of millions, to Tunnel to Towers, T2T.org, our good friends there, for mortgage-free homes for veterans, the families of veterans, first responders, police, people who have lost their lives defending this country. $10 million. I will wheel it out. I don't even know how much space $10 million. We'll dump truck it out, put it in the arena. A boys' high school team will get $10 million if they win the WNBA. They say that they're underpaid. They say that they're as good as men. Let's decide it once and for all.
Yeah.
And I think you have to be hyperbolic to respond to the absurdity here, because if you are not, then they will just continue to chirp. They'll continue to talk. So I think you have to put money behind your words. I am taking them at their words, and I will put $10 million, boys high school team, state champ of my choice, versus WNBA, and or I will also purchase a WNBA franchise and only play men who identify as women. and that is the trans community in the WNBA. I doubt that the WNBA will respond to this, but this is real money on the table in a significant way.
Boom. Boom. Who's going to answer that? Which WNBA team is going to answer the call? None? The only and you know what? I think he's right, Eli. He said not only will they not win a game against my high school Nashville Balls team, but they won't even score a point. Thinking about it, I think that might be correct. The only way they could score a point is if they had Caitlin Clark on the team and she threw up a three-pointer from half court. But if they were pressuring her from the very beginning of, on their side of the court, pressuring them playing full court press, she wouldn't even hit that. But that's the only chance that they'd have to score. And it reminds me, Eli, you're a movie buff. You grew up with your father owning a theater. Remember the movie Ladybugs? Remember when all this BS started? Where the boy was pretending to be a girl on the girls' soccer team, and they went to the championship and won like it was okay?
Oh my God, dude. To this day, I'll never forget that explanation of Rodney Dangerfield sitting in the bar. Come on, you can tell me, bud. What's the problem? Well, I took my girlfriend's son. I dressed him up like a girl, and I talked him into playing with me. Get out of here, you sick freak. We don't want your kind around here.
That's basically it. Get out of here, you sick freak. But he's not joking. He's being serious. He's upped it to $10 million. And that money will go towards a charity for veteran homes. Put it on pay-per-view. Let the whole world see that women should not have to compete against men. And that's a women's professional team, hypothetically, playing against a boys' high school team. And they would lose every single time. And twice on Sunday. Why? Because it's God's design. I got to answer a stupid question over on YouTube. Did Jesus condone killing people? Well, if Jesus is God, which he is, then yes, he did. Many times in history. Evil freaks like the Amalekites, the Philistines, and many, many more. Absolutely. Matter of fact, said, leave not one alive, not even their pets. God doesn't play. He didn't come to be good. He didn't come to be nice. Jesus came to be kind, but there was a clear line in the sand. Yeah, when you're wiping out evil, absolutely. Now, who's the greatest troll of all time? You might be able to say, some might be able to say it's Jeremy over on YouTube. Except I'm not trolling. I'm being absolutely serious with those cowards over there. I'd say President Trump is the greatest troll of all time. Because he does it from the presidency, which is so awesome. It's exactly what I would be doing too. America expects Americans to be American. And that's what America is. Rebellious. We have rebellion in our DNA. And we say what we feel like saying. It's called free speech. Learn it, rest of the world. Listen to what President Trump said about his hypothetical all-men girls basketball team.
And I'll tell you what, if I were ever, I'd be the greatest women's basketball coach in history. Because I don't like LeBron James. I like Michael Jordan much better. But I'd go up to LeBron James. It doesn't matter. I'd say, LeBron, did you ever have any desire to be a woman? Because what I'd love you to do is star on my team that I'm building up. I will have the greatest team in history. They'll never lose. Nobody will come within 70 points of this team. Now, we have to change that, and we have to make it okay to talk about it. You know, the young lady I was talking about is afraid to talk about it. She's shunned and she's canceled when she talks about it. This is crazy. Right, Kellyanne? I see my... And I'll tell you what, if I were ever, I'd be the greatest.
LeBron, would you like to put on this wig? Would you like to come and play for my WNBA male team. Female, male, female. That's the world we're in, folks. We're literally debating about whether men should physically compete against women. It's like a teenage boy competing against an infant girl. At that level. Not only would they never win, they'd never score a point. And Eli, I'm going to go back to this question. Ready? How come we never see females who transition to males trying to bully their way into male sports? Why is it always one-sided? Like ballots that are found 2 days after election, always for Democrats. Never find a Republican ballot anywhere. Never find a woman trying to play football on the Chicago Bears front line.
Yeah. Even above all that, take sports even out of the conversation. When these, I'm sorry to say, freaks, they need mental help, go to the hospital and talk to a doctor, just right there, that bottom line to begin with. I want you to cut this off so that I will be the opposite gender. But then they turn around and say there's hundreds of millions of genders, there's an endless count, but you can only transition from one thing to another, meaning two things.
That's true. That's where the B in LGBTQ comes from. Bi. Bicycle is two wheels. Bi is two. Get it? But yeah, I'd love it. I'd love it, Eli. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see a woman. I'm a man. Well, you're clearly a woman. No, I'm a man. I've been taking testosterone. I want to be a fullback. I want to be a fullback for the Buffalo Bills. All right. Throw a helmet on her, him, whatever. Put some shoulder pads on him. Go. It'd be like the water boy, Eli, when the Michigan Wolverines tried to put up their towel boy to replicate Adam Sandler's water boy.
Yep. And, thinking of it right now, it's only fair. I think a stipulation should be made. Men can't be on, women's sports unless there's a coalition or a group or a team of women that want to be on men's sports. Then it'll be equal. So until we see that, go to A.
Absolutely agree. Look at this freak. Looks like the white Brittany Griner, doesn't it? This is a French basketball player who identifies as a woman. You ever seen a woman with shoulders and arms like that outside of Michelle Obama? I haven't. Which tells you something. No, this trans freak in France says, well, nobody's called me up yet to play for the women's national team, but I'd be honored to do so because I'm a woman. It is the world of crazy, folks. And it's always Democrats. A biological male who identifies as a woman and has been dominating France's second-tier women's basketball league is now openly angling for a spot in the Olympic national team and the WNBA. Julie Tetart, born male, transitioned after years of playing men's basketball and failing, told Outkick via Instagram in a direct message that he would accept an invitation from the Women's National Basketball Association. Quote, if they contact me, I won't say no. But you have to be realistic. I'm old, and there are far better players than me, said the 34-year-old. You think there's far better players than you in the WNBA? So you're not only a trans freak, insane person, but you're also stupid. You could take a 60-year-old man who played Michael Jordan and the entire 1990s Larry Bird could go out there and beat any WNBA basketball player. What are we doing here? The United States of America has fallen into the entire trap of we don't know what men and women are. We don't know what fair is. At least we got the Olympics to know what it is. Marty Gary says, up is down. Down is up. Good morning, everybody. Stormy says, F Islam. Boy, I'm loving you guys in Rumble today. Sound off. 3,000 plus in live watching on Rumble right now. Gotta love it. Like-minded people. Number 5 on the live leaderboard right now on Rumble. Keep that going. Now let's get to this. Heavily armed suspect arrested at Trump's National Golf Course ahead of the president's visit. Here he is, folks. The name is Janine. Believe it or not, when I first heard the name before I saw the picture of the individual, I said, oh, I wonder if it's another trans. It's a male with the name Janine. Never heard that before in my life. But, you know, there are crazier things out there, like men and women's sports. Armor-piercing hollow point bullets. Multiple firearms. Searched his home. Found more firearms. Found a notebook, basically a diary of what this guy's been doing. Casing Secret Service. Getting ready for President Trump to appear at his golf course. Janine. Another left-wing crazy. Heavily armed man was arrested near Trump National Golf Course in Los Angeles ahead of the president's planned visit. The man was carrying firearms, ammo including hollow point ammunition, and was monitoring President Trump's security preparation. President Trump arrived in Southern California yesterday for an RNC event. An armed suspect, this is a quote, identified as Janine John Tail, 38. So maybe his name's actually John. Maybe he is a trans. Either way, guarantee you he's not a Republican. Was arrested at Trump National Golf Course after allegedly monitoring security preparations ahead of President Trump's visit, said authorities. Quote, police said that they later recovered an illegally modified AR-style rifle, body armor, high-capacity magazines, ammunition, and notebooks containing what they called concerning statements from his home. The Los Angeles County's Sheriff's Department said that the male suspect identified as 38-year-old Janine Tail, or Tally, it's Taele, was observed walking around the golf course, taking photos, and monitoring the security plans. Watch this. Won't even answer a simple question. For the idiots over there watching on YouTube, do you think that this guy is in the right or in the wrong? Simple question. Lomita Sheriff deputies contacted the individual, an adult male identified as 38-year-old Janine John Tail, from Downey, and determined he was being investigated for robbery by the El Segundo Police Department. Deputies detained him and located his vehicle in the parking lot at the golf course. During the detention, deputies recovered a 16-round magazine containing hollow point ammunition and from a hollow point ammunition in his pants pocket. Deputies subsequently searched his vehicle and recovered a loaded pistol with rounds chambered, along with an additional loaded magazine containing hollow point ammunition, said the Los Angeles Police Department. He was arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and possessing armor-piercing prohibited ammunition. During the search, investigators recovered an illegally modified AR platform rifle, a 1911 .45 caliber pistol, an AR platform upper receiver, body armor, high-capacity magazines, bulk pistol and rifle ammunition, multiple notebooks containing concerning statements, and 2 radio signal devices. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley said the FBI is reviewing the evidence and will provide more information when it is possible. It's pretty much the blunt of the story as of right now. There are some pictures here I want to show you. There's this picture here, obviously, mugshot. There's this picture here of the modified weapon. And then there's this picture here of a badge that he had. Casing out the president to kill him again. I don't need to know any more than that. President Trump did respond to this in an interview yesterday, and here's what he said.
A threat. There was a man who was arrested, seemed to be heavily armed near the property here on Sunday. It's an ongoing concern, sir. Talk about that for briefly if we can.
Well, the only thing I get a little solace from is they say only consequential presidents. And I am definitely consequential. I mean, if you look at the economy, if you look at what's happening, Iran, as an example, will never have a nuclear weapon. They already can't, but it's going to be formal. The strait's going to be open very soon, or they're going to get hit very hard, and then the strait's going to be open. And we were going to a tremendous attack, the biggest since World War II. And they called me and said, very politely, please, can we talk? Can we talk? They didn't want. And I said, yes, we can talk. Let's get it done. Finally, let's get it done. This should have been done by other presidents for 50 years. You know, you keep hearing 47, but that's been for 3 years now. It's been over 50 years. Other presidents or other countries should have been able to do this. And I did something that I had to do, because if they had a nuclear weapon, this whole world would be a different place.
People only want to kill consequential presidents. Well, let's look back in history. John F. Kennedy, consequential president. Abraham Lincoln, consequential president. Teddy Roosevelt, they tried to kill him. He kept on with his speech. Took the bullet out later. Consequential president. You want to know the funny thing about all the presidential assassinations in our history? What party did the people belong to that tried to do it? Democrats have been trying to, or actually killing presidents, forever. Democrats hated the Republican Party. Democrats were the party of slavery. Democrats created the KKK. Democrats are the founder and father of Jim Crow laws. Democrats didn't like Abraham Lincoln coming in, forming the Republican Party, and ending slavery. They didn't like that. No. They don't like anybody who threatens their power. And Democrats have never been good people, ever. There's never been a time when the Democrat Party has been filled with patriotic, loyal, good, hardworking, integrity-having, moral compassed people, ever. When are we going to label this party the same thing that the Muslim religion should be labeled? A terrorist organization. And I find it funny that the first year that they don't get USAID, Department of EPA, Department of Education, and Act Blue money, they're broke. Isn't that weird? Liars, cheaters, scumbags, corrupt losers, murderers, nobodies. That's what they all are. They'll never be anything different. It's all they can be. That's why they call this country a democracy rather than what it actually is, a constitutional republic. Do you want to know why? Because like I've said for years, a democracy is two wolves and a sheep arguing what's for dinner. And they're the wolves. They don't want the sheep to have individual rights. They don't want you to have a voice. They don't want the smallest states to have a voice. They want only the large cities in the big states to choose which way the country goes. And thankfully, we had founding fathers that knew this was going to be the case someday. Chaz said, what happened to their donors? Eli, I'm going to ask you a question here. Joe Biden apparently was the most popular president in history. 81 million votes. 18 million voters that have never voted came out and voted for him. Everybody said that he overwhelmingly beat Donald Trump because he was such a good, down-to-earth candidate. But yet, two things I can't seem to figure out. Three things, actually. If Joe Biden was such a great candidate, then how come Donald Trump won so overwhelmingly in the next election? Almost like the whole country rejected him. Number two, where did the 18 million voters go that voted for Joe Biden that didn't come back? And number three, Eli, probably the most consequential, the only president in recent modern history to not raise enough money for a presidential library. But yet, the most popular president in history can't raise enough money for a presidential library? That's weird.
Probably because Trump and all his cronies and cultists have dragged his name through the dirt, and his family's almost broke because they've got all kinds of lawsuits. And didn't you hear Hunter complaining and whining about it? My family's almost broke, so they don't have any money for a presidential center because of you bigots and maggots.
Yep. Yep. 18 million voters gone. The country rejected Joe Biden at an astounding percentage, giving Donald Trump not only the electoral but the popular vote as well. Can't raise enough money for his own stupid presidential library. And 18 million voters gone. That's so weird. I want to give a big shout out to two people. Patty, number one, for the major donation of $100. And Coffee Lover, $50 donation, said, thank you, Jeremy and Eli, for your fighting spirit. Well, I want to thank all the donors this morning. I want to appreciate you very much. If it wasn't for you, there'd be no LFA TV. LFA TV would have never started if it wasn't for the viewers. That's who we've been here for since November 5th of 2020. And that's who we're going to remain here for through my congressional run and win. And what are those people on the left going to do when I go to Congress? What are you going to do? Keep crying the same thing? Oh, Alex Jones wannabe. Meanwhile, you're still at your home watching me on YouTube, and I'm in a suit and tie arguing the corrupt pieces of trash on Capitol Hill. What are you going to do then? Thanks, LFA TV. Nobody can do what you can. By the way, let's get up to 4,000 live viewers. All that takes is a little bit of sharing from everybody, which is going to take me to our next segment, John Thune and the Save America Act. But first, who out there loves summer grilling? I do. Clearly. Chicago Steak Company offers 3 different packages: Signature Cut, Best Value, and Most Popular. The best value is going to be the one that you really want. If you're going to buy this kind of high-level top 2% steak and meat in the country, then get the best value, okay? Now you see it says that offer expires on August 1st. We've extended that. Here's what you get. For $200, prime top 2% meat in the country, you get 2 6-ounce filet mignons. You get 2 Angus beef top sirloins. You get 4 lemon herb marinated chicken breasts, and you get 4 steak burgers, all grass-fed, all top-notch meat. You also get 16 6-ounce steak burgers, a bottle of signature steak seasoning, and a $25 credit towards your next purchase, and free shipping and handling. What's the company? Chicago Steak Company. How do you order it? Glad you asked. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That's it right there. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Now, obviously, this isn't the meat you're going to buy to live off of, but this is going to be so that you have on hand for when you have a big cookout, when you have an event, when you have a birthday party, when you have a holiday and everybody's coming over, when you want to really have that top-notch afternoon when it comes to grilling. This is what you're going to want to get. By the way, if you're looking for a present to get to for somebody, this is a great present. They'll never forget it. USDA Prime, top 2% of beef, 15,000 5-star reviews. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. And a big shout out to Chicago Steak Company for sponsoring LFA TV. Now back at it. John Thune, resign or pass the SAVE Act. It's that simple. At this point, resign or pass the SAVE Act. Here's what I'll ask John Thune. Eli, can you do me a favor real quick here while I go off on this tangent? Can you look up every time we've used the talking filibuster in the last 100 years to pass something into law? I'd appreciate that. In the last 100 years, which times have we used the talking filibuster to pass something into law? While Eli's looking that up, I'm going to play this short clip from James Woods and Benny Johnson.
Well, John Thune, my message is, who owns you? Who owns you? Because you're not doing anything for the United States. What do you think? I mean, obviously, Who Wants to Save America Act. This is a trick question, by the way.
Everyone.
Okay. Here's the
So do
thing.
Democrats.
It's something like 82% of Republicans and 75% of Democrats.
Yes.
I was a Democrat for decades because I grew up in New England. I was kind of a Kennedy Democrat. We knew the Kennedys had their flaws, but John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, they really believed in, a genuine great society. They believed in overturning all these horrible the Jim Crow laws, and they did a lot for America in a good way. And then, of course, people took the Great Society and turned it into a grift, because they're always going to do that. They're always going to end up, well, how can we make money on it? I mean, people never talk about this because people just don't understand it, so politicians don't talk about it. The fact that we have a $38 trillion deficit is going to end up being one of the most catastrophic engines of destruction of this country eventually. Because, see, my mother grew up during the Great Depression. She says, Jimmy, you don't know what the Depression was like. Nobody had any money.
That's socialism.
Guys who used to, my banker, not her banker, she was a kid, but, your banker would be standing on the corner selling apples. People would have, a hot dog for dinner, a hamburger, and then a whole family would divide it up. I mean, it's not a joke. I'm sure people will snicker and make jokes about it. But the bottom line is, it was a horrible, horrible, horrible time in this country. And we're set for it again. And how much of that $38 trillion, if you had to guess, when I was a kid, I lost my dad at a very early age. And, when you're a kid, you always say, gee, if God would ever let Dad come back, what would I say to him? What would I show him? What would I, it was a kind of childhood dream. But I always wonder what would happen if my dad or my mom, God rest her soul, my brother, God rest his soul, hey, what do you think of this? What is it? Well, we're $38 trillion in deficit. Wow, where did that money all go? Well, here's a bunch of guys from Somalia, and they've taken several trillion of it, and it's all a scam. It's all crooked. It's a horrible violation of the American way of life.
By the way, those trillions that he's talking about, billions and trillions over the years anyway, maybe not most recent, but over the years, that all gets funneled back to Democrats. That's why they're broke now. But in a lot of cases, it doesn't matter if you're broke, if you've got the entire weight of the mainstream media giving you billions of dollars of free airtime. That's the collusion right there. Eli, did you find that information for me real quick? What did we find?
I hope I did. I said, how many times have we used the talking filibuster to pass a law? Hopefully I answered that right. It said, a talking filibuster is never used to pass a law. By definition, a filibuster is a blocking tactic used by the minority party to delay, prevent, or stall a vote on a bill, not to pass one.
No, not the question. Question is, what times civil rights? That's one of them. When have we used the talking filibuster in order to get something passed? That's the question. Because the reason why I'm trying to get to all of this information for you is because this is the question that I would ask John Thune. Do you think that civil rights passing was a good thing? Yes or no? Obviously, he's not going to say no. He's going to say yes. I think the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s was a good thing that we passed. Well, it took the talking filibuster to do that. It took us using the talking filibuster in order to stop Democrats, by the way, who were trying to block the Civil Rights Act. So all this talk of nuking the filibuster, getting rid of it, not getting rid of it, just force the talking filibuster, like we have in other times, in which we got good laws passed because of it, and just do that again. How could you, as a majority leader of a House, whether it be the Senate or being the House Speaker in the House of Representatives, how in the hell could you just ignore 80% of the people? Both sides, Democrat and Republican. How in the hell could you do that? How could you just go, nope, I don't care? The Civil Rights Act, that was passed because of a talking filibuster. A talking filibuster was forced. Bucklebrush, you got it. Democrats filibustered women's rights to vote the 19th Amendment. Absolutely. So my question to John Thune, if I was a reporter, if I was Lindell there at that moment, and he's there and you're asking him a question, I'd say, do you think that the Civil Rights Act passing was a good thing for the United States of America? He would say yes. And then I'd say, well, the talking filibuster was used in order to make that happen. Had we not forced the talking filibuster, we may not have ever gotten that passed, which would be horrible. Now let's fast forward to 2026. We could do that same thing with the Save America Act, ensuring that only American citizens are voting in elections. Both sides want it. You're saying no. Who's paying you? You are a liar. Where's your money coming from, you crooked, corrupt son of a bitch? Where are you getting your orders from? That would be the question. Unfortunately, nobody will ask those questions. It's a shame. Here he is right here, being all pompous with his chest stuck out. And by the way, what I don't like is this. You see this mortician guy, like this dead-looking individual right here? Senator Langford? He's with him all the time, right there behind him. Not saying a word. But yet, his name is on the 20 senators now who are saying we should not be going on break, we should be passing the Save America Act. Then why are you standing there with him? Lockstep, shoulder to shoulder, every single time. Well, because we're Senate leadership and we all got to stand together. These are the rules. Damn your rules. My rules are the Constitution. Not some made-up, phony, backdoor deal so that the Uniparty can benefit from it.
He says he wants you to stay in session, wants you to pass the Save America.
Well, I think the president, I've heard from him a couple times this morning on issues that he cares about. I wouldn't say I'm isolated, no. I mean, I've been very clear about the prospects for the Save America Act. And the only thing I've said all along is we have voted on the Save America Act 5 times. It was the pending business on the floor of the Senate for over 2 weeks. And I am willing to, in any way possible, get that across the finish line if there is a path to do it. But there are 2 realities and 2 facts you have to deal with. And the first is there are no Democrats who are going to vote for this.
Stop. Don't need them. Stop. Don't need them. There are no Democrats that are going to vote for this. Don't need them. How is that so hard to understand? Why do you keep pushing it off like, well, the Democrats don't want to vote for it? It doesn't matter. I know the volume is low on this, but here's the rest of what he said.
All 47 voted against the SAVE Act 5 times. So let's make this an issue in the campaign. How about we go out and turn our fire on Democrats and make it about them?
Let's make this an issue in our campaigns. How about let's turn this on the Democrats and make this an issue about them? Well, first of all, dipshit idiot, the first thing you've got to do is actually have a vote on the floor just to see who's for it and who isn't. Then you can get them officially on the record. You haven't even done that. That takes a day. That takes 1 day. You've not even done that. You've not even got these people officially on the record saying where they stand. So how are you going to turn it around on them if you've not even done that? That's number 1. Number 2, don't need them. Don't need them. You could force the talking filibuster today, and you know what he'll say then? Well, then the Democrats are going to have every opportunity to put in any amendment that they want. Well, guess what? You as the Senate Majority Leader can table those amendments. According to your rules, you can table those amendments so nothing can go through, and they have to keep filibustering. And then, when they're done, you only need 50, of which you do have, John. He goes on afterwards to say, it seems like I'm the only one that can count to 50 in this damn town. No, you're the only one that is subverting the will of the people on both sides of the aisle that both want the Save America Act passed. And you're just going, nope, can't do it. Sorry, can't do it. We just can't do it. We don't have the 50 votes. And he keeps resorting back to that same old, tired, weak excuse. So, we have 20 senators right now who are all calling for recess not to happen. We have 20 senators right now who are pushing for the Save America Act to be passed. Before anything else happens, we need 7 more to get rid of John Thune. Just 7 more. 7 more strong Republicans. That's all we need. And you can get rid of this loser.
Republicans, Democrats, Independents all want it all across the country. You know, the only people that don't want it are elected Democrats. So we
got
have
a couple
the votes.
Republicans too.
We have 50 votes. Yeah, we can win this. But what we have to do is we have to vote. And by the way, if we can't get everything, let's just do voter ID. Let's just do, you have to be an American citizen to register to vote. So we have got to get election security done. So my goal is we're going to stay here until we get something done to make sure our elections in November are secure. Whether it's through reconciliation, which only takes Republican votes, or do a talking filibuster, we've got to get election security done.
Yeah. Your take, do you...
Republicans, Democrats, Independents all want it all across
All
the
right.
country. You know,
I got an answer for you. Strom Thurmond, 1957, set a long standard individual record by speaking for 24 hours and 18 minutes to obstruct the Civil Rights Act of 1957. Who remembers Cory Booker in 2025 speaking for 25 hours? Used it then too. The only reason we have the 60 vote threshold is so that they don't have to force a talking filibuster. That's it. That 60 vote threshold thing is laziness on senators' parts. Well, we don't really want to go through this whole thing. Sissy says, Jeremy, it may be time for you to go to Washington, D.C. and question John Thune face to face. Here's the thing. I have people in D.C. that could actually ask him questions when they get him, but they don't ever know when they're going to get him for a press conference. It's sure that you're going to get it right after a major, announcement from the president or right before, but he's such a coward, he's such a loser that he doesn't give like a schedule of when he'll be doing any press conferences or answering any questions. It's like if they get him, they get him. You know what I mean? Same thing when Mitch McConnell was around. He hides, he runs. Let me read for you the 20 senators who are now standing together demanding no August recess. Mike Lee, Rick Scott, Tommy Tuberville, Jim Banks, Ashley Moody, Darlene Graham, Bill Hagerty, Katie Britt, Todd Young, Marsha Blackburn, Eric Schmidt, Dave McCormick, Roger Marshall, Jim Risch, Ted Cruz, Mike Crapo, John Husted, James Langford, Ted Budd, and Josh Hawley. They left one off. It's actually 21. It's actually 21 because Lindsey Graham's sister is also on that list. So we're actually down to just 6 more to call for him to be released, to be removed. There you go, folks. That's the group of senators who are willing and demanding, I should say, that we stay, including James Langford, who's right here, including Josh Hawley, who is right here, who's, if you ask me, been complicit in helping John Thune. Those are your 20 senators that I just named. You know who I don't see on that list? Tom Cotton. How come Tom Cotton isn't on there? That's weird. Tom Cotton's just going along to get along, isn't he? Senator Kennedy isn't on there, and I love Senator Kennedy. How come he's not on there? I don't get it. Oh, did I say Graham? Okay, my fault. So yeah, how come Tom Cotton's not on there? How come Senator Kennedy's not on there? He's one of the most stand-up people that there is. Maybe he's just not been asked. I can't believe that's the case. He's asked about everything else. Bad Moon says, why isn't John Barrasso on that list? Or John Curtis from Utah? Actions speak a lot louder than words sometimes, don't they? That's who you got to ask. You got to ask those senators who are not on that list. Why aren't you adding to that list? For those that are openly calling for that and openly have the courage to say, put me on that list, we're going to go ahead and give them the Smarty Award of the day today. Swithers21 says, call your senators. Call them. C. Gao says, Senator Kennedy is not quiet as good as he sounds. Is not quite as good as he sounds. My fault. Bernie Moreno, says Chaz43. Yep, Bernie Moreno's not on there either. I mean, we should easily have 5 or 6 more senators on that list. Just off the top of my head. How about Senator Fetterman? Where does he stand on it? It's another good question. Republican senators, though, cave to Democrats. Shield more than $700 billion in intraceable grant money. I'm going to show you a picture here, if you don't mind. Yes, Senator Grassley, exactly, my senator. Where's he? Oh, I'm just too busy aging at the moment, and I can't do my job. That's why we got to elect Ashley Hinson here in Iowa. It's time for a change, man. We need some people that are willing to go and willing to fight. Here's the picture right here. I want you to give me one word what this picture shows you. We'll pull up the Rumble chat here in a second. One word. What does this picture say to you? Obviously, it's showing Republicans shaking the hands with Democrats, which is what you want to happen, but not if it's for the good of them and not for the good of the people. This right here, this is the backroom door, backdoor deals that you talk about. That's why you see that the symbol of the eagle is cracked. So I see all the money. Does anybody want to tell me what word comes to mind when you see that? I'll tell you what word comes to my mind. What word comes to my mind is, well, let's see if you guys get it first. Rhinos, that's a good one. Traitor, that's a good one. Absolutely. Deep state, that's a good one. Good old boys, corruption, good ones. Weak rhino Republicans, commies, corruption, broken, pay for pay, treason, deep state traitors, evil, corruption, sellouts, commie, deception, treason. These are words that thousands of people that are watching right now live are telling you. Assholes, money, Mike Pence, corruption, evil, treason, corruption. You know what word I haven't seen yet? The word I was thinking? Uniparty. If anybody's ever heard the word uniparty, that's what it is. That is right there is what it is. That's the definition right there. You got it. Patriot Johnson, you said it. Now, none of you were wrong. Sellouts, traitors, treason, corruption, assholes, you're all right. But that's the uniparty. That's who we're dealing with. We're dealing with individuals from both parties who do not care about the constituents of their parties, who do not care about the voters of their communities, who put them in that power and gave that position to them. If they did, then John Thune would be passing something that 80% of Americans want. Sick, lying, cheating, disgusting, treasonous individuals. That's what that represents right there. KWA 1979 says they don't give a you-know-what. They sure don't. Tinkerbell says, screw the people. The Screw the People Party. Veronica, yes, Uniparty. When you hear the word Uniparty, that's what that is. Their own party, absent of any morals or integrity, absent of any promises that they've made their constituents. They don't care. Once they get there, it's almost impossible to get them out. This week, the majority of Republicans on the Senate Appropriations Committee handed Democrats and the establishment Uniparty a massive win by suspending a key rule in the upcoming budget continuing resolution bill. The Regulation for Federal Financial Assistance rule, opposed by the Office of Management and Budget in May, was blocked by the Senate Appropriations Committee in a reported capitulation by Republicans to Democrats on the committee. It's almost like when a bill gets sent to the Senate and Chuck Schumer goes, it's dead on arrival. It's dead on arrival. The Senate Minority Leader is calling the shots. Senate Appropriations Committee Chair Susan Collins of Maine called the rule deeply flawed and noted that a huge part of organizations have come out against it, according to The Hill. The Hill reported that this would rein in a proposed rule from the White House Budget Office that would give Trump appointees more power to withhold congressional appropriations by requiring the senior political appointees in charge of agencies to sign off on grants before administering them. This assessment politicizes the rule by characterizing fundamental accountability as somehow a political weapon. You know, I've never seen more people in D.C. scared about going after political weaponization than I have right now. Both sides are freaking out. Both sides don't want anybody investigating their political corruption with weaponization. But the rule is not merely a political statement about how federal grants should be administered. It contains concrete reforms aimed at fixing one of the federal government's most persistent transparency failures: the inability to follow taxpayer money after it leaves Washington. A July 2026 report from the Project of Government Oversight, POGO, examined the 60 largest domestically focused federal assistance programs, which accounted for 92.3% of federal assistance spending in fiscal year of 2024. Its findings were alarming. More than 74% of federal grant funding reviewed, approximately $712 billion, could not be traced to a county, to a city, to a zip code, to a town, to a village. $750 billion can't be accounted for. And you wonder why we're at $39 trillion in debt. You wonder why the country looks the way it does. It's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not President Trump's fault. It's not Obama's fault. It's not Bush's fault. It's not Reagan or Clinton's fault. It's all of these governing sons of bitches in Congress. It's their fault. The ones that don't have term limits. The ones that can continue to stay in power decade after decade after decade. Eli, when you were a kid, when you were younger, I should say, did you ever hear, well, the president really doesn't have that much power anyway? President doesn't have the power. I heard that growing up all the time. President really doesn't have that much power. You guys are blaming the wrong guy. Seems to be that's correct. President does have a lot of power, but it seems to me Congress is the problem. The ones that have no term limits.
Yeah. President's only in there for 4 years, which,
or 8.
You know, if he has power, he can definitely do a lot of damage with that time. But the more damage is done through Congress and the Senate because they're there their entire lives. You're not supposed to make a career out of it. It's supposed to be a temporary public service. And that's one of the things that irritates me the most about it today is they act like they're supposed to be there all the time.
I know.
Which makes me think they're the ones cheating in their elections.
Yeah. Well, dude, think about it. Remember what I told you yesterday? The Republican Party here, which is I'm sure the same everywhere else, they have the certain group of people that have to give you their blessing in order for you to run and get their backing. You don't have to have the best ideas. You don't have to have the best platform. You don't have to have the largest platform. It's whether they like you or whether they don't, whether you'll do their bidding or whether you won't. And it's time to crash through that mold. Door slamming McGraw and Eli with a donation said, wife and I made a donation to Senator Kennedy last March. He never even sent a thank you, but did send a request for more money. And he's one of the good guys. What does that tell you? He's one of the good guys. I can sit here all day long and tell you how bad the Democrat Party is. There's no shortage of horrible things that they do that we can discuss and break down. We can do the same thing about our party. And I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't say it. And so would you. The Republican Party is, in many ways, just as bad. Maybe not as crazy. You know, trans, illegals, no governments, no borders, no nothing. Anarchy. That's the Democrats' side of things. But the Republican side of things is deep-rooted corruption, deep-rooted hanging on and clinging to power, making rules that shield them from trouble, making it so there's no accountability. That's our party. That's the Republican Party. They cover for each other, they lie for each other, they stick up for each other, and there's no loyalty to their states, no loyalty to their base. And I would bet that at least me and the people over that watch on YouTube would at least agree on that part. You guys would never be able to criticize your own party, but our party, why do you think we've been trying to purge it for 4 years, 5 years? Why do you think we've been trying to say, get rid of the Republican in name onlys? Because they're not. Freedom Foxtrot said, glad somebody's saying it. Well, it's about damn time somebody does. If I'm on a sports team, if I'm on the WNBA, no, I'm just kidding. But if I'm on a sports team, and I love playing for that team, but there's individuals in that team who are doing gambling, side betting, betting on themselves on games, having domestic abuse going on at home and nobody's doing anything about it, shoving everything under the rug because these guys are the top players. I wouldn't want them on my team. I wouldn't want to quit. I wouldn't want to leave my job or my career. I'd want to get rid of the bad, dig out the cancer. That's what we're trying to do in the Republican Party. My question to the Democrats is, why aren't you doing that in your party? I have friends who are not Republicans. I have friends who are old school like JFK Democrats. You know what they tell me? They tell me their party's just as crazy. They don't know what to do. And you know what people are doing on both sides, Republicans and Democrats? Because both sides are so crazy, are so messed up, they're just not voting at all. The biggest voting base or potential voting base in this country is independents. And independents are going, I'm not voting for them, and I'm not voting for them. So we're just not going to vote at all because the two-party system runs everything. Well, you know what would be good is if the Democrats started weeding out the bad in their party, and the Republicans continued weeding out the bad in their party, and we just came back together as center-right, center-left. What's wrong with that? If it's the last thing that I do in my somewhat young years left on this earth, I'm going to win an election in my party, and I'm going to tell everybody about what happens. I'm going to be the snitch of the Republican Party. And that's why they don't want me in. That's why the Iowa Republican Party, the establishment side of it anyway, doesn't want to give me anything. They don't want to give me any help, support, money, anything. And you know what I say to them? I don't want it. I don't want support, help, or money from people like you. I want it from people who are decent. And the people that I'm friends with that are Democrats, when they hear me railing against the Democrat Party, they know I'm not talking about that part of the party. They know I'm talking about the larger part of the party, the socialists, the communists, the people that just live off hate every day. They get all of their dopamine hits from hate. They wake up looking for bad things, looking for things to fight about, looking for comments to make on social media that nobody cares about. When are we going to get back to some common decency in this country? I'll tell you how you're not going to get back to good in this country, and that's by electing people who want to tax you more. You know what's funny? And this is where I'm going to go back to the left. The people on the left will say, oh, Donald Trump's war is making things too expensive. And look at how many, we can't even buy a house with Donald Trump in charge, blah, 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 blah. But yet, when your own party calls for raising taxes, crickets. When your own Democratic Party and the leaders of your party say, yeah, we're going to find different ways to tax people, better ways. You're like, yeah, more taxes, bigger government, screw Trump. It's such a backwards, retarded way of thinking. I'll never understand that. Here's one of the possible front runners for your party in 2028 for president. Goes by the name of, well, I call him Pete Booty Plug for obvious reasons. You might call him Pete Buttigieg because that's what he says his name is. I call him Pete Booty Plug because, you know, he's married to a dude and he breastfeeds through a fake boob.
Cat and mouse, right? Whenever we figure out a way to make sure you can't hide all of your wealth or all of your income from being fairly taxed, very wealthy people will figure out some other place to hide it.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to develop a new policy to deal with that. But I guess my point is that's okay. Too often we have just hesitated to do anything, refused to do anything because it might be hard or because it might not last.
Yeah.
But if the idea that somebody will figure out a way around this law meant that you shouldn't have the law, that would be an argument against having any law.
Mm-hmm.
So it's messy.
No.
It's hard. But I am sure that if we had a more reasonable rate of taxation on capital gains and on corporate income, and if we made it harder to pass along wealth without, especially inherited wealth, without paying any taxes on it, or some of these other maneuvers like this borrowing thing you're talking about, we would have a fairer country because we'd still have capitalism. There'd still be lots of motivation and lots of reason to innovate and build a business and create jobs and do all the things that very wealthy people have done. And also, we would be out of this doom loop we're in where they're saying, well, we can't possibly...
Stop. You wouldn't have capitalism anymore. You wouldn't. Because the same thing that's happening to New York right now is going to be the same thing that would happen to the country. Billions and billions and billions of dollars would leave. They just simply would not play by your stupid rules. And no, capitalism would not exist anymore because capitalism depends on the free market of ideas and exchange of goods. You can't have an exchange of goods and a free market and capitalism working the way it's designed to work, which, yes, isn't perfect, but created the greatest country the world has ever seen in 250 short years. You can't have that when you're taking people's ability to earn, no matter who they are. You could tax every billionaire and millionaire in this country 100% of their income, and you'd have enough money for the government to operate for, what, a month? A month? Eli, maybe you can find that one for me. Look up how long could if we taxed every billionaire and millionaire 100% of their income, how long would the government run off just that much money? That's a good question. And while Eli's looking for that,
we have
listen to
as
the rest
good
of this.
health care as other countries. We couldn't possibly do something like, I don't know, fast trains here in the United States. We couldn't possibly have rural hospitals be properly funded or public education. Of course we can. This is the wealthiest economy in the world. It just doesn't add up.
Do you know when it wouldn't be the wealthiest economy in the world? Is when you take everybody's money for earning it. Oh, you made money? We're going to take that. You can't be that stupid. Producer Eli, what do we got?
If the U.S. government confiscated, that's the way I put it, 100% of the total net worth of every American billionaire and millionaire, it would fund the government, federal government, for roughly 8 to 12 months, about 9 to 10 months on average. This is a one-time pool of funds, meaning once spent, the money is gone, and the future government operations would face the exact same deficits.
Oh, well, no shit, Sherlock. So I was wrong. Not 1 month, 8 months. And then we'd be dead. DOA, dead on arrival, as Chuck Schumer said. 100% of their entire wealth, millionaires and millionaires need to pay their fair share. Well, Bernie, if millionaires and billionaires paid their fair share, what would that do? Well, first of all, bye-bye capitalism. Bye-bye free market and exchange of ideas and goods. See you later on that one. Bye-bye wealthiest country in the world. See you later on that one. But we need to make sure that they are contributing the fair amount of money to make it easier for everyone else. Okay? Let's make it easier on everyone else for 8 months. Take all their money. Not just a little bit of it, not a portion of it, all of it. Take it all. And we'd run for 8 months, and then we'd be in a worse position that we are right now. That's called socialism, folks. Take from the people that have money, give to the people who don't. Continue to take from the people who have money and give it to the people who don't. Sooner or later, the people that have money have no more money, and they're the people that need the money. Who are you going to get it from then? That just goes around and around and around until it's pretty much, third world Somali shithole. But Eli, most of the country's never been, accused of passing civics tests. All pay their fair share. Well, take it all. You got 8 months. What are you going to do then, Mittens? Mr. Mittens? Now, believe it or not, the two big front runners for the 2028 presidential election, Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris. What? Okay, good. Yes, please run those two. Run them together. Run them together. Give Kamala Harris the presidential spot. Give Pete Buttigieg the vice president. Run them against each other. I don't care. Just run them. Please run them. I'd love to see that. We did it, Joe. We are going to be places like Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Vermont, Upper Maine, small states, small states like that, no voice. Less populated states, no voice. The founding fathers put the Electoral College in for that reason. Otherwise, we would be a democracy, which we're not. We're a constitutional republic, which means, sorry, losers. The Electoral College stays. We know that you don't like that as Democrats because you barely ever win it.
To remove the Electoral College and do it based on numbers, the quantity of votes for either presidential candidate. And I still can't believe that anybody considers this radical. Like, to me, there's nothing radical about thinking the person who gets the most votes ought to be the winner. But I think people haven't thought through.
There's nothing radical about the person who gets the most votes should be the winner? Talk about ripe for fraud if that was the case and only the case. Thank you, Doris Slam and McGrone, for the $10 donation. Appreciate that. So you don't think it's radical to suggest taking away an equal voice for smaller states or less populated states? Montana, Rhode Island, pretty much all of New England, New Jersey. You think that those people shouldn't have a voice? Or you think that they should just yield to the voice of a larger city that's not in their state as, okay, this is the way we go? You don't think that that's radical?
Through how much benefit would come from that. If we did that, there are so many votes in red and blue states that you couldn't ignore anymore. Like if you were running for president as a Democrat, you'd have to go to Texas. Yeah. And even if Texas is still going to vote mostly for Republicans. You'd have to turn out every Democratic vote you could in Texas. And I just think we'd be so much better off if a Republican and Democratic candidate were competing over Texas. And by the way, New York, even if New York is definitely going to vote more for Democrats, a Republican candidate would have to come to New York. And states from Alaska to Rhode Island, so it's small states too, they get ignored now.
They'd be ignored.
Would finally be part of this competition.
Shut up! States like Rhode Island and Alaska, they get ignored now. Pete, booty plug, look, I know it's difficult to rationalize reality. I mean, you do breastfeed through a fake silicone boob that has nothing to do with actual motherhood, but I digress. States like Rhode Island are being ignored. What do you think would happen if the Electoral College vote and count was done? If we abolished the Electoral College, what do you think that would mean for states like Rhode Island and Alaska? They're basically getting ignored. No, they're not. They're not getting ignored. They're not getting visited. Doesn't mean they're getting ignored. They're not getting visited because our current system and the way it is with a two-party system sucks. I agree with you on one thing. It shouldn't be a two-party system at all. It should just be Jeremy Herrell running for this, John Smith running for that, Phyllis Miller running for this, Kathy Ratcliffe running for that. No letter by your name. There's a huge letter by Pete Buttigieg's name, and it's a G. Anybody can figure that out. What an idiot. They're basically being ignored. Well, what do you think would happen if majority ruled? Idiot. You're clearly not as smart as the 20-something-year-old founding fathers who figured out that there would be dumbasses like you someday who try to breastfeed through a silicone tit.
So yeah, Electoral College for sure. Supreme Court needs to change.
What did you do to the Supreme Court needs to change? Sounds a lot like socialism. Hold on.
Supreme Court. I would have term limits, more justices, and some process that makes it less partisan who the justices are. Some different ways to do that. The one I think is most interesting is called the balanced bench proposal. We have a mix. But anyway, the point is it needs to change. Yep.
A balanced, mixed bench, huh? So you mean that nobody could be biased? Like we don't have Republicans and name-onlys right now? Or on the Democrat side, you don't have John Fettermans who vote with Republicans? You mean like people wouldn't abuse their biased position and lie and say, I'm a Republican, but yet they're doing like Justice John Roberts does or Amy Coney Barrett? Here's what I say. Term limits on everybody. On everybody. To an elected position. What did the Founding Fathers say about the Supreme Court? Let's see what they said, because clearly they're smarter than this guy. Let's see. What did the Founding Fathers say about the Supreme Court? Let's see. The Founding Fathers viewed the Supreme Court as the least dangerous branch, meant to check legislative overreach. Though they held sharply divided views on its ultimate power, while Article 3 of the Constitution created the court, it left much about its scope undefined, sparking fierce early debates between Federalists who wanted a strong judiciary and anti-Federalist Democrats and Republicans who feared judicial tyranny. What a lot of people don't understand is it a co-equal branch of government, not the governing authority over the country. Equal interpretation. Thomas Jefferson argued for a tripartite theory where each branch, executive, legislative, and judicial, had an equal right to interpret the Constitution for itself rather than deferring solely to the Supreme Court, which means what? Why do we live in a world where we just take what the Supreme Court says, and that is the law of the land? The law of the land is the Constitution, not somebody's interpretation on it based on who they lean towards politically. I like term limits on everybody. I think that's the fairest way to do it. Now, it'd be very difficult to have national elections for Supreme Court, so I don't know how you fit that into the mix, but figure it out. If you're a House of Representatives, if you're going and you're going to represent the country as House of Representatives, well, that's only a 2-year, tour. So if the House of Representatives has only a 2-year term, I personally think that you should be able to do 8 years and then be done. 4 terms, be done. 5 at the very most. Because sometimes it takes a while to get your feet wet, and sometimes it takes a while to form coalitions to actually get things done. Senate is 6 years, so that's 12 years for 2 terms. I say top 5 terms for House of Representatives. This is my own opinion. 10 years. 2 terms tops senators, 12 years. 2 terms president, I like that. That works. Maybe 3, but 2's fine. So anywhere from 8 to 12 years. I think if that should be your limit. And if you want to just call it right down the middle, balls and strikes, let's go 12 years, the limit for everything. That way you can't make a career out of being there and rub elbows with the people that you need to rub to be corrupted for the rest of your life. That simple. What do you think? Let me know in the live chat. Both sides. Rumble, YouTube. Let me know in the live chat. What do you think? Do you think there should be term limits on everybody, regardless of if you are a Republican or a Democrat? I'll bring up the Rumble chat. We'll see what you guys are talking about there. Term limits on everybody. That means Supreme Court as well, or do you think that the Supreme Court should be immune from term limits? Let's find out. Let's see what the people say. 12 for all or none at all. I like that. I think 12 years is fine. Term limits with no retirement, no more. TIT. I agree, Jeremy. 12 years for everyone sounds good. I think that's a good number. I think 12 years you can be in there long enough to be effective and get some stuff done. And at the same time, you can't set yourself up for life. Term limits except on Trump. Term limits, yes, for SCOTUS as well. Term limits for everyone. Term limits, especially Supreme Court. Wow, says Jeanette. I like what you guys are saying. 8 years, in my opinion, says Kathy. Okay. 10 years would be good, said Sly. Everybody, absolutely, everything. Term limit. I've seen nobody in here say no term limits. Not a single person. What are they saying over on YouTube? Let's see. Let's see if they can just even answer that simple question. Let's see. No. Eli, not one question in there. Or not one answer in there about term limits on YouTube. Not one. I don't support the host, yet you're here all day. Good job. Weed brain. Oh, no. There's nobody in here that can say that they support term limits for everyone. Not a single person. Bro thinks Washington is the only place that has weed. Don't know what you're talking about. Can't even answer a simple question over there. Now you see why we don't take you guys seriously. Melissa, the first one. Smarty Award of the day. Melissa says definitely term limits. Wow, we got 1 out of 100 people over there to say it. Just 1. It's amazing. Meanwhile, the Rumble chat on fire. You guys are the ones that actually get things done. The real Mama Face says YouTube is lost. Oh my gosh. I've never seen a group of dumber people in my life. Bots or not. I've never seen a group of more dumb, ignorant, ill-informed, absolutely moronic people in my entire life than what I've seen over there in the last, since we started over there, 2 months ago?
Yeah, damn Skippy, dude. First and foremost, Jeremy's talking only about the dipshit liberals over there, you people who are supporting us on YouTube.
Correct.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. But you're right, dude. Every time I pop over there, when you're talking about something that they would have to agree with you on beyond the shadow of a doubt, they're talking about something completely different. Yeah, well, what about gas? Well, what about J6? They're bringing up anything they possibly can to divert from what you're talking about. But I pop over here every once in a while now. It's just hate. But they all stay for so long and support us.
You know what the crazy thing is here, Eli, too, is our side would be willing to sit down with their side and have meaningful conversation even if we disagreed. I was talking to Vince today, earlier before the show. You know, our mutual friend Vince. I was talking to him and he said, because he's having some issues trying to talk to some people too. He said, dude, you can't talk to these people. And I said, oh, I know. I know. You can't even have a rational conversation with them because they want you dead.
Yeah, they do. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I've seen people confront liberals in public and yell and scream and try to have conversations that way, and obviously it doesn't work. But I've even seen people say, hey, I'm not yelling, I'm just, and they freak out. They keep yelling, they keep screaming, they keep diverting the conversation, they keep changing the subject, and there's just no stopping it. They're out of their minds, they're absolutely crazy, and even right now I'm seeing, oh, the fucking mole person alive in the corner, oh, corner chair. What does that even mean? You guys have to pull and stretch for any possible, if it's not that, it's, oh, the guy in the chair over there is gay. But I thought you support LGBT. I don't get. What if I was gay? That's bad now? I mean, I
can't talk to him. Just can't. Before we move on to our next segment here, I want to throw some big appreciation and some thank you over to Golden Crest Metals. As you guys know, I myself am an avid collector. Whenever I can. The last purchase that my wife and I made of silver, I tell you straight up, it was a $7,500 purchase of silver. And we bought the last batch when it was $80 plus an ounce, down to about $60 right now. But it was $120 in January. And the only reason that it went down was because of world global conflict. But we saved since 2022. Well, late 2022 to get that last purchase. We saved for almost 4 years to buy that last purchase. Now people go, wow, you saved that much money. Why didn't you just keep the money? If you're gonna turn that back into money someday anyway. Well, because 20 years ago, 2005, silver was $7 an ounce. It got up to $120. Gold was 10 times less than it is now 20 years ago as well. That's why we did it. That's why we save and scrimp, so that we can actually invest in something. It's like investing into your house, equity or sweat equity. We do the same thing with precious metals. Why? Because precious metals can't be taken, manipulated. You can't wake up in the morning, find out that your precious metals are gone unless somebody physically steals them. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Check out the Crest Report every Saturday here on LFA TV at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and visit GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Thank you very much. All right. Staying on socialism. Chuck Schumer was asked about the Democrat Socialists of America, especially the ones that are, winning their primaries. They're not winning general elections yet, but they are winning their primaries, which means total takeover of the Democratic Party. Here's Chuck Schumer dodging questions about socialist candidates and endorsing them.
I know you endorsed Haley Stevens, but if outside Glenn wins this primary, will you endorse the winner of the primary?
Bottom line, we are going to win Michigan, take back the Senate, and have a majority. And Manu.
Thank you. We know that you endorsed the opponent of Syed. But will you endorse him as a socialist if he wins? Dodge the question by saying, we're going to beat MAGA, take back the Senate. Look, if AOC wants his job, it's right for the pick and she'll get it.
Is the rise of the DSA good for your party?
Look, We are a big tent party, and being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
Leader Schumer.
Thank you, everybody.
We are a big tent party when asked about socialism. We are a big tent party, meaning that we'll take anyone? You guys are currently trying to stop ads running that socialists are connecting themselves with your party. You are behind closed doors actively trying to get them to not run those ads because it looks bad for you. But in front of cameras, completely different story.
You get your chances.
There's no sign of the NDAA being brought up again on the GOP agenda this week. If the war in Iran is still going on in September, is it fair to say your caucus will continue to oppose
Look,
bringing up
the Republicans should not expect, Trump should not expect business as usual when they're engaged in an aimless war that is raising the costs for American people, losing lives, tearing apart our alliances. No business as usual. Yes. Go ahead.
In Michigan, I know you endorsed Haley Stevens, but if Al Sayed wins this primary.
That was what led into that question. So let's get into the primaries last night, shall we? You want to know what's crazy? Is that El Sayed guy? They had him winning so bigly, that he would have gotten like 80% of the vote in the primary. Instead, that was not the case, folks. It was so close, by numbers anyway, when it was all said and done. They both got, I think, over 700,000 when it was all said and done. He barely eked out a win over Stevens. But you know what stuck out to me more than anything? How many people voted against socialism in in the Democrat Party? Eli, can you do me a favor? Pull up the total vote numbers in the Michigan Senate primary last night. The total vote numbers. I want to see how close it ended up being because they're probably still counting. So the Michigan Senate primary race last night, what are the vote counts as of right now? So I believe they're both over 700,000 the last I checked. And I mean the front runners, the top, El Sayed and Stevens. McMorrow, she was nothing. I mean, she was nothing in the grand scheme of the election, but she still had numbers. What do we got? What do we have, Eli?
Searching. Well, I went with chat on this one. Candidates, Abdul Sayed, Democratic, 742,000. Haley Stevens, 727,000.
Wow.
Mallory McMorrow, 61,000.
Okay. 61,700 and what was it? 20. What did Stevens get? 729, 27?
Haley Stevens, 727.
727 plus 60,000. That's 787. What did El Sayed get?
742,000.
So the two of them, Stevens and McMorrow, had 40,000 more votes for them than El Sayed got. That means that 780,000 plus Michiganders on the Democratic primary side of things voted against socialism. How many of them are not hardcore, I'm only going to vote Democrat no matter what? And how many independents are going to vote against socialism? This was last night with only 18% of the votes being counted.
All right, Rich Hudson. By the way, we are told that Hassan Piker is there. Can you confirm that, Rich?
Yeah, I can confirm. He's probably about 10 feet behind me.
Send our best regards to the, not exactly, I'm not his biggest fan. We appreciate it. Rich
Well,
Hudson.
don't worry, Sean. We're not your biggest fan either. But it lets you know Hassan Piker, the Socialists of America, the AOCs, the Mom Donnies, they're taking over the Democratic Party. And the Democrat Party is going to have to choose one of two things: lose to Republicans or have your party taken over by socialists. Again, I pose that question to the people watching on YouTube, to the left watching on YouTube. Would you rather lose to Republicans or have your party taken over by socialists? Because your own party leaders don't want the socialism. And 780 to 740,000 Democrats voted against socialism last night. You think they're going to actually vote for socialism? No. They'll either do one of two things. Those Democrats that voted against it, they'll either not vote or they'll vote Republican behind closed doors when nobody can see it. That wasn't just a vote for Stevens or for McMorrow. Those were votes against socialism. More people voted against it than voted for it. I wonder if the mainstream media is talking about that today. Now he's going to have to go face Mike Rogers. Army Dog, Eli, $50 donation. They are a big tent party that will take anyone unless you are a Republican or a patriot for this country. You're absolutely right. They'll take the trans. They'll take the insane asylum people. They'll take the people that don't know what a women are. They'll take the socialists, the communists. They'll take the anti-Trump people. They'll take anybody who hates MAGA. They'll take anybody who's guilty of any crime. They'll take illegal aliens. But you never see them sticking up for the American citizen. Ever. So now, he'll face Mike Rogers. We flipped that Senate seat red as we saw the trend going yesterday. There's no chance they win the Senate. Not one. So then we stay focused on the House.
If you woke up this morning thinking we're still California because Wayne County still doesn't have their vote count in, you may be right. Our election system here in Michigan is broken. We're going to do a lot of work between now and November to help get that thing at least back in some semblance of order. First of all, think about it. He just came out a few minutes ago and said that he won the race, so he's declaring victory. This is really about the heart and soul of our country. I have never seen someone so radical, so extreme, get nominated by a political party. And the DSA candidates in the state in two different congressional races look like they're pulling it off as well. The Democrat Party is lost to this hardcore socialist attitude. And I fought terrorism my whole life. I was an FBI special agent, U.S. Army officer, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. I find it shocking that I'm going to go up against a guy who believes America deserved 9/11. That's why this race is so important, Lawrence.
Yeah, he was with Hassan Piker, who had that viewpoint. He may have that viewpoint, but he's very slick. And
very slick.
There's a lot of people that find his message inspirational, even though it's anti-American.
Very, very slick. Utilizes TikTok and speaks to young people, but that's not how he won. That's not how he won. He won because the Muslim population came out in full force. That's how big the Muslim population is in those places. It's massive. Jason over on YouTube says Hassan Piker, also a 12er cult member. So, who do you think is going to win? Syed or Rogers? I have a feeling that Michigan is going to go red for the Senate seat. I think that the proof is in how many people rejected Syed yesterday. Again, there'll be a large portion of those people that vote for him. Don't get me wrong. But there'll be a large portion of those people that didn't vote for him that won't vote for him even in a general election. Why? Because there are still Democrats out there, including the Democrat leadership right now, the current Democrat leadership, who don't want socialists running their party. Because if they lose their party to socialists, it's like losing it to Republicans. They've lost it regardless. They want power over everything else. And here's one of their new leaders.
The reason why I brought up Michigan is because I think it was Michael Moore in 2016 who said, Michigan's not a swing state. And neither is Wisconsin. These are not swing states. They've been turned into swing states because they've left you behind. But we are going to bring back the working class to both Wisconsin.
Hold on. These are not swing states, Michigan and Wisconsin. They've been turned into swing states. Well, wouldn't that by definition mean that they are swing states? Dipshit. Never expected a socialist retard to be smart. But these, he said it, not me. Let's go back. These are not swing states. They've been turned into swing states. Well, that means they're swing states.
Who said, Michigan's not a swing state. And neither is Wisconsin. These are not swing states. They've been turned into swing states because they've left you behind. But we are going to bring back the working class to both Wisconsin and to Michigan. A Republican will never be elected in this state ever again once our movement is done.
A Republican will never be elected again once our socialist movement, because that's the movement, is done. And you've got John Thune holding up the Save America Act. Who's on whose side? Who's on first? Who's on second? John Thune could make sure that what he just said never sees the light of day. Sophie says, is this Piker? Yes, that's Hassan Piker. So, he said, we'll make sure a Republican never ever wins in Wisconsin ever again. Well, let's go to Wisconsin. Here's the interstate of Williamson and South Baldwin Streets in Madison, Wisconsin, which is not far from me. Let's go to that clip. That looks nice. That looks nice. Looks like any other street in a Democrat-run area, doesn't it? Do you know why all major cities or even medium-sized cities are run by Democrats? Because these are the places where the degenerates flock to. Why? Because these are the places that gives them everything for free. If cities stopped giving things to degenerate, lazy-ass losers, cities would turn Republican real fast. Same reason we got millions of illegals here, because Democrats are giving them free stuff that you, on your back, on your dime. So they vote Democrat. All the degenerates of the cities, they vote Democrat because they're given free shit. You know who isn't voting Democrat in those cities? The people that actually own the properties. They're not. But yet, look at New York City. They're the ones that are getting raped financially right now by a communist. Sooner or later, I say to all of them, pull your money out and leave. Leave them high and dry. Can't get blood from a rock. Sooner or later, there's not going to be any money to take and give. We do have some good news, though. Do you remember Sri Thanadar? Remember that loser? Yeah, he'll no longer be in Congress after January. Sri Thanadar of Michigan has lost his Democratic primary to Donovan McKinney. I don't even think this person's a human being. Eli, I don't think Sri Thanadar is an actual human being. But he's lost his 13th congressional district campaign in Michigan to stay a House of Representatives. Sri Thanadar, he lost. He's gone. Bye-bye-bye. Another one bites the dust. What a scumbag. Not human. Another one bites the dust. Absolutely. Another one bites the dust. Eli, what do you have to say about Sri Thanadar? The Beagle Killer no longer being in Congress.
Well, Jeremy, I've got quite a bit to say about this. It's heartbreaking, to an extent. I've been following him on Facebook. I've never seen anything but a laughing emoji on his videos because nobody really knows who he is or took him seriously. He would go out and he would try to dance with people and they would say, "Who the hell are you?" And, he'd be very prideful in the way that he painted on his eyebrows. Very good job.
Yeah.
But in conclusion, Indian James Brown, goodbye. You better curry your way out of here if you get my drift, and good luck back in India.
Indian James Brown, living in America, coast to coast. Living in Michigan has been great. It is time for me to leave because they have voted me out.
Going back to India. Hey!
Going back to India. The Indian James Brown. Well, we're going to move on, at least from him, to continue to talk about communism and socialism. Because I think that this is one of the Republicans' biggest messages to start putting out there. Start linking them to Stalin. Start linking them to Chavez. Start linking them to Mao. Start linking them to Hitler. Start linking them to real fascism, real socialism, and real communism. And say, Stalin was for this. Weird. Zoran Mamdani's for that. Mao was for this. Weird. Al-Sayed is for this. Hitler was for this. Weird. And just go down the line and say what they support. I think communism and socialism is one of, maybe not the only, but one of the things that we can do to start drawing a stark contrast between regular everyday Americans who love this country and people who hate this country and want to turn it to something completely different. Now, I spent a lot of time with Carl Higbie this last weekend. It's the first time I met him in actual real life. He's been on the show a few times. We spent some time together in Des Moines, Iowa at the Gun Owner of America event. I think that Carl Higbie is exactly who you think he is. If you watch Carl Higbie on Newsmax every night at 6 p.m., let me tell you, he's that same exact guy in real life. He walked away with so many guns. He bought so many guns while he was there, and I'd expect nothing less. He did a segment on socialism and communism that I thought was beautiful. Now, it's about a 5-minute segment. I'm not sure we'll run the whole thing. It depends on how people are liking it in the live chat. I think you're going to love it. Amos Moses says the LFA TV chat is rocking. It sure is. I don't know what it's doing over on YouTube, but it's rocking here on Rumble. Go to this segment. No difference between communism and socialism.
If you know who that is, who Hassan, the guy campaigning with the Michigan Senate candidate on the ballot today, praised, describing his goal. And the highest phase of communism is from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, while being a self-proclaimed socialist who hoped to achieve communism. The modern translation to this is your fair share. And where have we heard this before?
Your fair share.
Have to start paying their fair share of taxes. Forcing them to pay their fair share.
The richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes.
We demand that billionaires pay their fair share.
In America, the top 1% pay 40% of the taxes, while the bottom 50%, as you can see, only pay 3% of the taxes. If this isn't a call to abolish economic classes by taxing the rich into a lower class, I don't know what is. Oh, that's right, it's another key pillar of communism, just like collective ownership of property. Where have we heard that recently?
We will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers.
And what was the other one? Oh, that's right, rejecting capitalism.
I think we have to understand that people do not believe that this version of capitalism has worked.
Either he's bad at math or he's stupid. America's GDP is greater than any other country in the world. I'd say we're doing pretty well with capitalism. Also, another pillar, strong welfare programs over private profit.
Medicare expansion all over the country. We have got to raise the minimum wage to a living wage.
Some people ain't worth $17 an hour. But another one is universal public health care.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care.
All end results of communism, using democratic socialism as the vehicle to get there, an ideology that has literally never functioned as theorized ever, nor resulted in prosperity at any given point. Let's take a look at the most notable members of the Democrat Socialists of America. We have two sitting Congress members that are, ironically, one with an economics degree, but they are card-carrying members of the DSA, AOC, and Rashida Tlaib. The DSA has also endorsed a slew of other people, all of which have embraced that endorsement. A list of a dozen commies you can see just scrolling across your screen right there.
Absolutely.
And since the Communist Control Act of 1954 states, quote, whoever knowingly and willfully becomes or remains a member of the Communist Party or any other organization having for one of its purposes or objectives the establishment, control, conduct, seizure, or overthrow of the government of the United States or the government of any state or political subversion thereof.
Look at that, a law.
Overthrow of the United States government. The head of the DSA, that two members of Congress are members of, and 12 more candidates that won their most have won their primaries already, and reps endorsed by, said on national TV that she basically wants to overthrow our government.
Senate. True. Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're saying it out loud. Again, the definition of socialism and therefore communism is, quote, advocating collective or governmental ownership and administration of the means of production and distribution of goods, which is the path to communism, of which the definition of communism is, quote, a doctrine based on revolutionary Marxian socialism and Marxism-Leninism, a totalitarian system of government which is a single authoritarian party state-controlled, owned means of production. So any of those libs that are trying to make a distinction between democratic socialism, socialism, and communism, they're all morons. And they're wrong, and they're lying to you. Yeah, I'd say we have a pretty clear case to prosecute some of these people. And what did the left say for Biden's whole presidency?
You hear that, Todd Blanche?
Oh, yeah, no one's above the law. So let's get to locking up some commies.
He loves the Constitution. He fights for what's right. He hates the bad guys. He's a freedom warrior.
I like that.
He's your freedom warrior.
I like that.
Watch Carl Higbie every weekday on Newsmax.
Outside of Ben Bergquam, the most real news show host I've ever met in my life. And after doing this for the last 10 years, I've met a lot of them. That's the most real one I've ever met. If you've ever wondered about Carl Higbie, that's it. The other thing I thought too, Eli, is I thought he was like, because he's, former military, you always see him on his videos and he's doing, target shooting and he's hunting and he just looks like a big stature of a man. I'm only 5'8". I'd say he's 5'10", tops, but solid as a rock. And boy, does he love his gun.
I bet he could twist you into a pretzel.
He probably could. You know who couldn't? Not a single person watching on YouTube. Not a single person on YouTube could even make me feel like the wind is blowing hard.
I bet there are a bunch of Macs over there from It's Always Sunny. Try and move me, bro. Try and move me.
I bet they are. I bet they are. You play punch for punch with them and they disintegrate like Thanos snapping on Marvel. In the thin air. Snowflakes. Godchick says, I like him. I've watched him before. Well, he's on at 6 p.m. every night on Newsmax. Hey, there's another socialist who lost her primary. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You remember, she is the 50 Cent of female politics. That's right. Moses parted her front teeth, and the Israelites walked to freedom. Cori Bush, gone. Lost again. Failed again. Two-time loser. Will not be in Congress ever again. You see, America doesn't... I'll still say this. For America, all the problems, I'm so glad that we reject this kind of stupidity, this kind of ignorance. Cori Bush. Look, if Jasmine Crockett makes you sound smart, you've got a problem. Because she just acts in questions. Cori Bush, ladies and gentlemen, lost her primary. Tempted to return to office after being voted out of office in 2024. And Missouri said no. The Show Me State said, no, we don't want you ever again. Big shout out to Missouri. Matter of fact, she got beat so bad, somebody might have called the police for an assault. Look how bad she got beat. Look at this. 70.7% to 25.8%. 26,500 votes to not even 10. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call a loser. Bye-bye, Cori Bush. Can't play that too long or YouTube will try to flag it. They don't care about their people reporting, but they do care about playing music that's copywritten. So you got to be careful about that. Well, that is if you want to continue to stay over there and teach the people on YouTube something every day and make them smarter than they were before they started watching. That's for sure. But Wesley Bell beat the snot out of Cori Bush.
She didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City. So now we've seen it across the dividing line, and we have called this race. NBC News has declared that Wesley Bell, freshman Democrat from Missouri's 1st Congressional District, has won renomination. He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch after losing her seat to Bell in 2024. This one's decisive.
Yeah, decisive, all right. The Show Me State showed up, and they showed, we don't want you. There's only a few places in the country that are embracing socialism. And I think this will be the rise and the death of it. I think the socialist movement will be dead by the 2028 election. That's what I think. Now, Cori Bush, she's been no stranger to lashing out. She didn't take the loss well. You know, some might say she might even go to try to assassinate the president. She didn't take it so well. Seems like that's what Democrats do when they lose elections. They tell us we can't say that the election was stolen, but they try to murder the people that beat them. That's the difference. Cori Bush had to give a campaign, I lost speech. And of course, as usual, expect nothing different. Get ready for the lash out. Here's Cori Bush lashing out. Let me guess. I've not even seen this video yet. Let me guess. It'll be racism. Oh, wait. Can't say that because the guy she went up against is black. Oh, probably the Jews. AIPAC, right? If it isn't racism and it isn't the Jews, it's going to have to be Trump. Somebody's at fault. It can't be 5 Cent over here.
Look, I love you all back. So, this is something, huh? So, tonight, what we just walked through
was a loss.
What we just walked through.
Somebody said.
Is an opportunity.
To what?
For the people to have their voice.
They did.
Through a congressional seat.
Okay. Not yours.
Because that's what we had. from 2021 through 2025, January 3rd in the morning to be exact. And then January 3rd, 2025 in the afternoon, that changed. And St. Louis lost.
They lost you?
St. Louis, you deserve a representative that sees you, that hears you, that cares about every single one of you. That's why I'm looking at every single one of you.
Well, they don't think that
because
you're the
you
girl.
deserve that. That's the least. That's the lowest bar.
Her hair looks unbelievable.
And it pisses me off. It pisses me off that for the next 2 years, this community will be represented by someone that didn't deem you valuable enough to show up to one candidate forum where there were audience comments, even though I showed up to everyone.
Man, she would beat
because
Hakeem
I can
Jeffries
speak up for my record,
in a
and
slow
I can
race.
speak against the lies and the smears. But he ran a whole campaign on smears and nothing about what he's done because he hasn't done anything, and nothing about what he will do because he doesn't know.
Hold up. Hold up. But I get it. Butts are for farting. Are you calling the people of Missouri stupid? Are you saying that they don't know that their current representative has done anything for them or not? Or that he hasn't done anything at all and he's lied to them? Because they overwhelmingly said no to you. Which means when you were in there last time, you did even less. It's hard to be a loser of a loser. She's a twice loser. If I were to run my campaign for 2028, and let's say I lose, and I get up there, I'm not going to go, people of Iowa, you deserve better at the very least. You deserve me. You don't deserve the person that you voted for. Because they've done nothing for you. You, and I'm looking at all of you, you deserve me. Somebody who will fight for you, and somebody who... Eli, wake up! Eli, wake up!
What? You're looking at me. You care. I'll vote for you.
No, more along the lines, if I were to go and run and lose, it would be like, well, clearly, you didn't buy what I was selling. Clearly, you didn't want what I was offering. That's all right. I get it. Safe choice. I get it 100%. Didn't grow up here. Don't have my roots here. But I'm not going to be done fighting for the Republican Party in this state. I'm going to continue to try to get people over that line. And maybe I run again in the future. Maybe I don't. We took an L today. We took a big loss today. You guys voted for somebody else. Clearly, you know what you want, and it wasn't me. And that's all right. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I know the people on YouTube love me, but I get it. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. It's difficult. It's difficult to vote for somebody like me sometimes, and that's all right. That doesn't mean that we don't want the same thing. So let's get out there. Let's make sure that the person who did beat me beats the Democrat, and let's go kick some ass, all right? Pop open your beers. Toast to everybody. That's how you lose. You don't sit there and tell them how they deserve you and that you're better. And they didn't know what they were voting for. But I will show you this. Are you ready? Let's pop up. The graphic of all the wins. President Trump's wins. Mary said, Jeremy, you're putting me to sleep. You're talking so slow. I know. My grandparents used to say something like, you're as slow as molasses running uphill in the winter, about getting your chores done. Here's some of President Trump. I thought MAGA was dead, folks. What happened? I got to go over to YouTube real quick. I got to go over here real quick. YouTube, what happened? Every single time there is a primary election, these are the results we get in every state. Doesn't matter if it's in Missouri or Michigan. Every time there's a primary, this is what we get. Trump-endorsed candidates winning overwhelmingly. Now, has he won every one of his endorsements? No. Actually, as a matter of fact, right here in Iowa, he didn't endorse Zach Lane. And I like Zach. I think Zach's going to do a hell of a job. I'm going to get Zach on the show here in the next couple weeks. We're going to push him over the edge, and he's going to beat Rob Sand. Rob Sand is nothing but a James Tallarico. That's what he is. He's the Iowa version of James Tallarico. Zach Lane is going to kill it, and we're going to push him over the edge. But he wasn't a Trump-endorsed candidate, and he pulled it out. So he doesn't win every time, but he does win a majority of the time. He wins a hell of a lot more than you would suggest, saying MAGA is dead and Trump's political capital is gone. Doesn't look like it to me. Not at all. And that's what scares you. That's what scares the ever-living crap out of all of you. Now, speaking of James Tallarico, let's go to him for a minute, shall we? James Tallarico is benefiting from the same lying polls as El Sayed had. Remember, El Sayed had like a 90% chance of winning, and like that same poll said he was going to win like 80% of the vote. He barely snuck that win in. And right now, if you look at Real Clear Politics or Election Analyst or Politico or any of these, they have every single candidate in Texas winning by a lot. Every candidate, every position, every seat, Republicans winning by a lot, but one. You know what that one is? Happens to be James Tallarico against Ken Paxton. And they've got James Tallarico up by 2, all of them. But they've got, now let's think this through, okay? You mean to tell me that every person in Texas is voting for every Republican, including the governor's seat, in every seat, in every district, everywhere. But Tallarico is the only one that's up? He's going to lose, and he's going to lose bad. But that's not going to stop the mainstream media from trying to tip the scales. Here's James Tallarico's campaign post video alleging that Republican moms in Texas are going to vote for him. Yeah, okay. In what world does that make sense? None. But there is a video that he posted on his campaign website, so we're going to go to that video now. If anybody's in Texas, sound off, okay? You guys live there. You know what's going on there. Sound off. Does James Tallarico have an actual chance of winning?
All three
or not?
women who have been Republicans for most of your voting lives, who's voting for James Tallarico?
Also gave him my money.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, he was a middle school teacher in public school in Texas.
Then they're not
and they started
Republicans.
cutting all his funding. And he said, well, if I can't change my school, then I'm going to need to change my state. And that's so becoming of a leader. I want a middle school teacher who's like, hey, this is broken. Somebody needs to fix it. Why not me? And I never send money to state people. But this year I did. I'm like, not only am I going to vote for you, I'm going to give you some money.
I think Republicans are having a lot of moments like that where we're saying, this is not what I signed up for. Like, give me somebody who's not extremist. I don't care what party they are. I'm going to vote for whoever is the most common sense and who I think would be the most likely to protect my kids.
You're never going to vote for a candidate that thinks exactly like you unless you run. You need to get on the bus that's driving closest to where you want to end up. Tallarico, I find him to be pretty moderate. And I think that is telling of what's happening in the state of Texas. The Republicans should be worried.
Texans, those who live in Texas, the thousands of people that are watching on Rumble right now, what do you say? You've got a lot of you that live in Texas. Do you think James Tallarico is as close as the polls are saying he is? Or do you think the mainstream media is doing everything they can to push Tallarico over the top? What do you say? Alex Ann said Jeremy Bongino showed one poll that has Paxton ahead by 2 points. I've seen that too. Bongino also said that Fox and every other news station should keep putting socialists on. Keep letting them speak because their own words are going to be what hangs them in the end. I agree with that to a certain extent. I agree with that. Joe Bo says, I'm in Texas. He is an evil man. Sherry says, no. Joe says, no, absolutely not. AV says, California transplants. In the Biz says, the polls always lie. Always. You know what, Kara Moore, you nailed it. You said that lady looked like Dr. Richard Levine. Remember? You know what's funny, Eli, is they will rail on RFK, maybe because of the way he talks, or I don't know, maybe just because of the way. But the man has been studying vaccines his whole life. He was talking about vaccines in his 20s, okay? The man works out like crazy. He's got a six-pack and does pull-ups like he's in his 20s. And they say that he is not qualified for that job. But yet, it's ma'am, Dr. Richard Rachel Levine, the fat, potato-looking man, he was qualified for that job.
That's how backwards they've got the freaking country right now. And it all started with that 2 + 2 doesn't exactly equal 4 crap. That's what started all this, and now here we are today. That fat blob of clay over there that you can mold into whatever you want, that's the picture of health.
That fat blob of clay. Hey, no, here's a video. Check this out. By interactive polls, this guy nailed it. This is exactly what I was just saying. Check this clip out.
This is exactly why I keep telling you all to stop paying attention to these damn polls when it comes to the Senate here in Texas. The race between James Tallarico and Ken Paxton is nothing like these polls are predicting. You can take a look at every single statewide position here in the state of Texas that's elected outside of our House and Senate inside of Texas. Every single position, from the governor down to appellate court judges, are all Republican. And then y'all want to sit here and tell me that all of these positions that are up for election right now are all +3 and above, but somehow Tallarico is +2. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on all of that. This is exactly why I say polls are completely stupid. They shouldn't have even made this. This just killed their narrative.
Yeah, it did. They shouldn't even have made that. People just know that's not true. I mean, look at Syed yesterday. That guy thought he was going to have a cakewalk. Not so much. Not so much. Hey, let's pull up a picture. Hold on. Let's do a side-by-side. I got this. RFK and Rachel Levine. Let's see how this works out. Let's see. Images. All right, here we go. Here is, yeah, there it is. Here's a side-by-side. This is our current Health and Human Services Secretary. That was our former Health and Human Services Secretary. Look at that. Now, when we're talking about physical health, bodily health, hell, you could even put mental health in there, right? Because clearly, the potato in the wig on the right is not mentally healthy. Definitely not physically healthy. I don't even think that's a person. actually. I think that's a Sasquatch. Next to that guy on your left, or his right, who looks bodily, healthy, mentally sound and strong. Look what he did to Dana Bash the other day. And he knows what gender he is. So I would say mentally and physically, a massive upgrade. Producer Eli.
Looks like a low-rent Timu version of Mrs. Doubtfire, if you ask me, dear, standing next to that big, burly 72-year-old Terminator. Come on now.
I couldn't believe that was the Health and Human Services Secretary, Dr. Rachel Richard Levine. Who cares? Nobody gives a shit. We're going to move on. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio claims that Cuba is a major part of left-wing network weaponizing non-organic protests inside the United States of America. Secretary of State Marco Rubio sat for a fascinating interview with Lara Trump. We played a little bit of it yesterday, talking about the meme that everybody laughs at. Rubio made some big claims about how Cuba, which if anybody knows about Cuba, it would be him, is a massive part of a network that supports and helps with the seemingly never-ending, quote, organic protests of the far left. Folks, we are still number 4 on the live leaderboard on Rumble. Your shares, your thumbs up, your comments, all of them help push us up even further. We appreciate you for keeping us in the top 5 for the 3 hours that I'm on. Rubio also pointed out the historic examples of espionage connected to Cuba and suggested that this is all still a massive problem. Now, it was Cuba and Venezuela for the longest time. It's no longer Venezuela. Not after, as AOC puts it, we got Maduro. Let's go to this video. This was Marco Rubio on Fox, and he said, and it's titled Cuba's Reach Inside America. You always wonder where, who's funding this, who's making this happen. None of this is organic. It's all buses, T-shirts, signs, money, payment, payroll, employee, employer.
Burning things in 2020, they then flip it around and they become the pro-Hamas protesters, and they flip it around, and within 48 hours of Maduro's arrest have pre-printed signs outside the courthouse demanding his release. And then they're out there doing the ICE stuff, attacking ICE agents. There's nothing organic about it. It is funded, it is organized, and Cuba is a part of that network, and in some cases, a critical part of that network. And it's a network they will weaponize against us. And they talk about it openly, about how they will use that network to pressure American policymakers, not just here in the United States like Code Pink, but all over the world.
Would you take a look at this? These are all the organizations that Marco Rubio is referencing that is organizing and funding the street protests and mass protests for all the different protests that we have taking place in America. And he says this even takes place all over the world. This includes 2020 protests, the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine, the pro-Maduro for Venezuela, the anti-ICE protests. These groups are the ones that are organizing and funding all those protests. It is coordinated, funded activism that goes across all these different protests. Here are some of the specific groups: Code Pink, People's Forum, and then we have a ton more groups here, but just to make it easier for you, I have it put in a bullet point list. So these are just some of the organizations that have been caught funding and organizing the street mass protests that we see in America, and there is a lot of them. And if you recognize some of these names like Code Pink, the People's Forum, of course we have the Democrat Socialists of America, Party for Socialism and Liberation. Some of these names should be very familiar because if you look on Facebook, every time we have mass protests, they are posting with their signs, and now it makes total sense because they are the ones who are organizing and funding them. Like Marco Rubio says, none of this is organic. This is all highly funded and organized.
There you go, folks. There you go. Hey, Eli, somebody in the Rumble chat or the YouTube chat says that I am a cocaine addict who stole from the military, and they did a quick Google search of me and see what comes up. Well, clearly you got the wrong guy. Eli, Do I look like I'm addicted to cocaine? If I did, I wouldn't be 260 pounds. That's for number one. Number two, how do you steal from the military? I think you got the wrong Google search there, guy. But it's to your question, am I doing better? I don't know. I employ people and I own a business. How about you? How are you doing? Doing okay? Sounds like you're a little bit upset there. Sounds like you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. Keep Googling. Keep focusing. Eli.
Me sick. You make me sick to my stomach, Herrell. Mud Butters, thanks for the information. I'm done.
Yep. Yeah, hey, everybody. I'm a cocaine addict drunk who stole from the military. What did I steal? Weapons? WMDs? Information? Secrets? What was it exactly did I steal? What did Google tell you that I stole from the military?
Somebody earlier said, this guy's been to prison. Like, ask him about prison. Everybody knows. He's told the story countless times. Try again.
Yeah.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
It sure the hell is. This guy's been to prison. No. Who? Me? Oh, sorry, LFA. LFA, sorry. I have something to tell you. LFA? I've been in the clink. Me and Prison Mike. We were in the clink together, and I never got caught neither. Let's see what the LFA audience says about the accusations of host has been in prison before. Let's see what you guys say. Let's see. Aspen says, oh, Google, LOL. I know, right? I know. Bacon-wrapped cocaine, maybe, says Buckle Brush. Absolutely. Ribeye addict, maybe, says Big Mac. Cocaine? No. I like the subtle accusations of me being fat, everyone. Thanks a lot. Aspen, known you for 43 years, Jeremy. Never knew. Ha ha. I know. JV, tell us something we don't know already. You think? Jeanette says, who cares? Savvy Soul says, so is my minister. Rosebud, there you go. Menard Correctional Facility. Eli, if any of those people on YouTube ever had to set foot in Menard Correctional Facility, they'd either A, not come back out, or B, be turned out and wearing Kool-Aid for lipstick.
I don't understand how they take whatever they say as a win. Dude's over here, thus the proud incel. If this wasn't true, you wouldn't even comment on it. Just a pointer for your propagandists. LMAO, look, got them all triggered. If we were triggered, we'd be angry and yelling and blocking you, but we're laughing and having fun with it. So I don't understand. The truth is triggering, yes, indeed. He's admitted it.
Yeah, it is truth. It is truth. I spent 4 years incarcerated from the age of 18 to the age of 22. And you know what I did? Oh, by the way, none of it for cocaine and none of it for stealing from the military. Nope, none of that. No drug charges, no assault charges, no gun charges, none of that. No. And then you know what I did? Eli, check this out. I got out of prison. Changed my life around, had a family, found God, started a company, and employed individuals. How dare I?
I can't even believe how triggered you are right now, bro. I'm with Mud Butters. What's up?
Mud Butt is for sure. Probably knows Pete Buttigieg. I'm just going to go out on a limb. Betty knows Pete Buttigieg. I had to comment on that, Eli, because he's saying these things like, first of all, he's convoluting things, putting two things together, and acting like the audience doesn't know. Okay.
Well, point of fact, he made it up himself because he just commented and they go, oh, so it's true. Yeah. And then he tried to double back and say, it's all online, fool. Well, apparently not, because you just made it up, hoping you would catch him, and you did catch him, and he admitted to it. But it was nothing of what you thought it was.
Yeah. Yep. Nothing to do with drugs. Nothing to do with violence. Just good old-fashioned being a stupid kid. And guess what? Losers focus on winners, and you're watching me. Moving right along, the largest denaturalization surge in recorded history is underway as President Trump and the admin begins booting criminal citizens. Boy, do I like this. The Justice Department is seeking to revoke the American citizenship of 25 naturalized U.S. citizens as it pushes to get rid of rid America of the criminal illegals that shouldn't be here to begin with. You know, maybe this would be the door and the pathway to getting rid of Ilhan Omar, which would be really smart because President Trump is obviously going to get taken to court on this. So why not waste all of that on the low names, go to court, get the win, find out that he is in his legal right to do that, then set the stage for going after Ilhan Omar. Quote, today marks the largest denaturalization surge in recorded history, said the Assistant Attorney General for the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, Brett Shumate. Every one of these individuals committed crimes incompatible with U.S. citizenship. We are moving at a record speed to start denaturalizing those who sought to deceive the federal government and abuse the naturalization process. Does that sound like Ilhan Omar future rhetoric to me? It sounds like to me that they're going to set the stage with people that are not elected to Congress and then go after those who are, because that sounds like rhetoric of somebody who's going after Ilhan Omar. The newest cases are among 123 civil denaturalization complaints filed since President Trump began his second term in the White House, according to the Department of Justice. The release said that the Immigration and Nationality Act allows for revocation of citizenship if the naturalization was illegally procured, which Ilhan Omar's was, or procured by concealment of material fact or by willful misrepresentation. Sounds to me like they're getting ready to start going after Ilhan. Quote, U.S. citizenship is one of the most highest privileges, and it must be obtained lawfully and honestly, said Todd Blanche. The complaints announced today allege that these individuals secured naturalization through fraud, concealment, or other unlawful conduct, including by concealing violent crimes, sexual offenses against children, fraudulent identities. Oh, who's that? Ilhan Omar, and other disqualifying facts. You know, like marrying your brother. That's a big one. Among those, Justice Department wants to remove Zaya Murad Badi, 59, who is a native of Pakistan living in Conway, Arkansas. Badi illegally entered the United States in 1992 using the name Raza Murad. He was ordered removed immediately, but he did not depart the United States. Now he's gone. Instead, he married a United States citizen, and sought permanent resident status based on the marriage using the name Zaya Murad Badi. In naturalization proceedings, he concealed the fact that he used another identity and has now been ordered removed. Here's another one. Amigdio Sanchez, 62, of South Carolina, lied on his naturalization application. Remember, that's exactly what J.D. Vance has accused Ilhan Omar of, lying on naturalization papers. So, if you read the forest for the trees, you understand very well what they're doing and who they're going after here in the end. So, good news there. Also, moving on, the White House has just declassified files showing that the deep state operatives may have run a criminal conspiracy inside the government to crush Trump's civil rights. The FBI opened a full criminal probe, treating Trump as a Russian asset simply for firing Comey. Codename Oxford Comma. The goal? Force Robert Mueller in. Rod Rosenstein greenlit the whole thing, knowing exactly why Comey was fired. The Russia collusion was always a fraud. We all know it. Time for consequences. And Adam Schiff needs to be jailed too. Here's one of the documents that was just released. Obviously, a lot of it is redacted, but let's enlarge it here. for your viewing purposes. From counterintelligence, approved by James Baker, Case ID, Oxford Foreign Agents Registration Act, Russia, synopsis to open and assign, captioned matter. Moving down here, the details of this. At the direction of the Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division, following consultation with the Office of the General Counsel, the FBI is opening a full investigation based on an articulable factual basis that reasonably indicates that President Donald J. Trump may be or has been wittingly or unwittingly involved in activities for or on behalf of a government of Russia, the government of the Russia Federation, which may constitute violations of federal, and then it goes on from there. They opened this up knowing it was false. Absolutely knowing it was false. Knowing that they deceived, that there was a deceived FISA court. Here's the second page. On behalf of the government of Russia Federation, which may have constituted violations of federal criminal law or threats to national security of the United States of America. And then you can go ahead and screenshot this. I don't have time to read the whole thing. We're done in 8 minutes. But I'll scroll up here. You can screenshot the second part of it. There you go. And I'll go down to the bottom and you can screenshot that. There you go. So, President Trump's own FBI, they knowingly opened up an investigation of what they already knew was to be false. And they did this with Obama, 51 former intelligence agencies, and other scumbags. And it's time for them to rot. Last break of the day, before we go to the last couple news stories and videos here, and that is thank you to Armor Colostrum. Here it is right here. This one is gone, as you can see, but I keep it over here. There you go. For you guys to see. Here's the scoop that comes inside. Tiny scoop, 2 to 4 scoops of this a day, dry scooping. 400 plus bionutrients that you do not get in your everyday diet. You can't. Colostrum is what you get when you are first born and you breastfeed, and that breast milk gives you a very strong immune system, helps form your young mind and body. That's what colostrum is. This, ladies and gentlemen, is grass-fed, pasteurized colostrum, raised right here in the good old USA, 400 plus nutrients, infinite benefits, clinically backed. It's got peach, orange, apricot, watermelon, lime, or the unflavored, which is the one I just showed you. And like I said, folks, whether you have poor skin, rashes, psoriasis, if you've got bloating, this is a big help for bloating, especially as you get older. And I know that there's a lot of bloating that goes on as your digestive system changes. And it also leads to things like your gut health, and your digestive tract leads to things like acid reflux and heartburn and things like that. Armor Colostrum gets rid of all that. It also helps regrow hair. TryArmra.com/LFATV. That's the official website. You don't have to use a promo code because the landing page is the promo code. Armra.com/LFATV. That's Armra.com/LFATV. $18 off your first order. If you subscribe, meaning that if you're reoccurring, then 5% off every subscription order. Exclusive discounts and early access. Modify or cancel at any time. Auto cash back on every single purchase. Get yours today. Armra.com/LFATV. Great product. Been using it for a number of years now. It's just been a part of my everyday life, as well as this one for the last, I'd say year, and that's Fatty 15. Completely different supplement. This introduces C15 into your body. C15 is an essential fatty acid that targets your damaged cells, restructures those cells, makes them healthy, reverses the aging process. It's also great for metabolic health, cognitive health, especially anybody who suffers from brain fog or has a hard time focusing on something. Anybody has a hard time falling into a deep sleep. It also works for your liver health and your red blood cell health. 70% of customers report seeing a massive benefit within the first 16 weeks, including deeper sleep and a calmer mood. Fatty15.com, promo code LFA. 3-month supply delivered quarterly right to your door. That's Fatty15.com, promo code LFA. All right, got a couple things to show you here first. Remember the gentleman who, the heroic armed bystander, Jordan Salinas? Well, he has spoken out for the first time since the fact that he had to take down somebody who was a crazy person with a weapon. The only thing that takes down a bad guy with a gun is what, ladies and gentlemen? A good guy with a gun. So we're going to get into this right now. This is going to be Jordan Salinas. I hope I'm saying his name right. This is his first communication about the incident since the incident. And, this is what makes national heroes, folks. And a big shout out to this man. Let's go to the clip now.
Shooting at an In-N-Out restaurant in Idaho. 3 people were killed, including 2 from California. And tonight, the dramatic video showing armed bystanders opening fire to try to get the gunman to stop. Here's ABC's Trevor Ault.
Tonight, investigators are searching for the motive in this Idaho mass shooting.
What's happening? What happened? What's happening?
Shoot. 3 people killed, 7 injured outside an In-N-Out restaurant in this crowded shopping center.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Police have identified the suspect as 24-year-old Chad Williams, seen here dressed in black, armed with a long gun.
Report multiple people down.
Hundreds of people running for cover as the shots rang out, but investigators say 2 men, an off-duty state trooper and this man, 35-year-old Jordan Salinas, fired back.
I peeked around the right-hand side of that sign closest to the road, and that's where I saw the individual with his rifle pointed at the vehicles.
Authorities believe those heroic actions drove the shooter from the scene and likely saved lives.
He seemed unusually comfortable aiming that rifle at those cars, and then as soon as some rounds started coming at him, everything changed. Immediately, all that bravado.
Like Mike Tyson says, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face.
This In-N-Out had opened just a week prior. The company says one of their workers was killed while caring for customers. Christopher Claunch was also killed. His sister telling the New York Times he'd worked at a recovery center helping people with addiction, and his partner said he loved traveling, cooking, and the outdoors. We also spoke to Lindsay Tangy, who found
he loved traveling, long walks on the beach, and looking at the stars. Yeah, nobody cares. I'd like to thank the following people. I've not opened these gifts yet. Austin Monsieur, thank you very much. Got your package in the mail. I'd like to thank Larry Carter. I love the fact that you got a little sign on here that says, Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. John 14:6. I appreciate that. Larry Carter, appreciate that. Got your mail. Al and Carol Morris got yours as well. Again, haven't opened these yet. I will open them after the show. Janine Vero, thank you very much. Got your package in the mail. And last but not least, Carol Michaels, C. Michaels. You've been such a blessing to me and my family. Thank you very much. Have not opened it yet. I know what it is, though, because you told me. So I'll open it up. And again, I just want to say thank you all very much. Last but not least, Eli, I know everybody's going to love this. Who remembers the movie Pulp Fiction? AI is funny. Ladies and gentlemen, Pulp Fiction, but the Donald Trump, Tony Fauci version.
What the f*** did you do with that virus? I plead the fifth. What? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Ain't no answer I ever heard of. Do they speak English? And I plead the fifth? I plead the fifth. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? What? Do you speak it? Yes. Good. Now describe to me exactly what you did with that lab in Wuhan. Tell me about the gain of function. Tell me about the funding. Tell me about the cover-up. I plead the fifth. Does this look like a fucking science experiment to you? I plead the fifth. Say I plead the fifth again. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say I plead the fifth one more goddamn time. Do I look like a bitch to you? No. Then why the fuck did you treat the American people like one? Please, just tell me what you want. You change the story every 6 months. And now you want to plead the fifth. Like that magically washes the blood off your hands. I have the right to. You had the right to tell the fucking truth. You didn't. Now I'm here with this can of Lysol because your little science turned the whole country into a Petri dish, and I'm about to disinfect the last of the bullshit right out of your mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for Live from America today. Hey, what a way to end the show. But don't worry. Keep it right there. Don't change that dial. Will Johnson, our resident white, is coming up next with Culture Wars. Thank you for being here. Remember, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God. And no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets safe and away from Haitians. Keep your chest out, ladies and gentlemen, and whatever you do, never stop fighting for this beautiful constitutional republic, and never stop spreading that gospel. Onward, Christian soldiers. See you later.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go.
Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
El Sayed pledged support for the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, a designated foreign terrorist group. He wants to hike taxes on Michigan waitresses, delivery drivers, and seniors on Social Security. He joined a sex offender and a murderer to demand the mass release of dangerous prisoners. And when his ally claimed America deserved 9/11,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
El Sayed refused to disavow it.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous, wrong for Michigan.
So everyone knows by now what happened last night. This dude, this communist, has taken over the Democrat Party. And our great producer, Eli, I was so privileged and honored and blessed to do Rise Up this morning. And as soon as I got done, of course, start going to work for doing my show for right now, Culture Wars. And I'm sitting there thinking, what would be a good title? Because, you can't say the Civil War with inside the Democrat Party. I mean, I guess I could have, but because that's what's happening, essentially. The Democrats are having a full-on civil war right now with inside of their camp. Under their big tent. They got them all under one tent. Let me put it like this. You ever see black people go to the club? You get a whole bunch of black people and you put them under one tent. What happens? I just thought about this. What happens when you get a whole bunch of black people? When I was growing up, every single time, without fail, when I went to the club and there was a whole bunch of black people at the club, at some point throughout the night, there would be a shooting right there in the parking lot of the club. I'm surprised I'm here to talk about it. But there will be some kind of shooting. So they put all these black people under one tent and boom, they start fighting. So what happens when you put all these Democrats under one tent? What happens? You get this. Our great producer, Eli, got mad skills. I don't care what you say. Look at this. Rest in peace, Democrat Party. Rest in peace. And that's essentially what's happening here. You got these socialists that have basically have buried the Democrat Party. 100%. And you know what? I've been wanting the Democrat Party to be crushed. The only problem with this picture here is that there's an opportunity for a socialist to be sitting in Congress. That's the problem here. Sometimes, they got to say, you have to be careful what you ask for. You have to be careful what you're asking for because you might get something you don't want. Well, we don't want Democrats and we don't want these socialists. We don't want any of them. And as I mentioned before, the reason why the socialists are taking over is because the Democrats, they essentially did this to themselves. They knew that the DSA was going to take over. They spent $60 million in Michigan against this dude? El Sayed? $60 million to try to get rid of him, to knock him out. This was Democrats. This has no money from Republicans. No money for Republicans trying to get rid of this dude. The money that was spent to try to get rid of this dude came from Chuck Schumer, is what's been reported, Chuck Schumer and the other predominant Democrats, because they see that this dude is going to prevent them from making it in. So I just would love to go have a conversation with Chuck Schumer right now. I mean, a private conversation, because when the cameras are on, you have to remember, they're in this big tent circus, right? They're in this big circus tent. And because they're in this big tent, they have to have the perception that they're getting along. That's the facade. We're all getting along. We're all under the same tent. We're all one family here. But they're in complete turmoil. I was hoping that it was because of President Trump. And actually, I'm still giving President Trump some credit here. I was under the impression that because of President Trump, that the Democrat Party is going to be gone. From 1828 to 2026, and the Democrat Party has officially been burnt to the ground. They're trying to hang on, of course. Now they want to make it look like they're all together. Chuck Schumer was asked a question about the DSA taking over the Democrat Party. Now, this is, according to him, this is his party. He is the leader of the party, according to him. But he's not the leader. No one's listening to Shucky Ducky Schumer. No one's listening to him any longer. He's just trying to hang on and hope that AOC doesn't primary him.
Is the rise of the DSA good for your party?
Look, we are a big tent party. And being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
Again, let me use an analogy again. You get a whole bunch of black people, put them under one tent. What happens? I don't know why this is the case with black people. I mean, I don't like it. I don't understand it. I really don't. And then, of course, if I have any trolls on here watching, what do you mean you don't understand it, Will Johnson? You're a traitor. You're a sellout. All these other colorful things, because I don't understand why black people get under a tent and they start fighting. I don't understand it. What is the deal? Why can't we be civil? It's the same thing with the Democrat Party. You put all these people under one tent and everybody wants to have their way. Everybody wants to make the decision on how they operate the tent. They're all stuck in a tent when the rest of the world is outside of the tent looking at it. I don't want to go in the tent. You can stay in there. I don't want to go in there. The tent is closed off from people that have sound mind and common sense. And if you're able to go into the tent just to, visit and go check it out, it's going to smell like fecal matter because they're doing it all in the tent. No one's going out. And if you go out, oh, how dare you go out? You can't go back in, kind of like a cold even. Kind of like a cold. And that's what's been happening with the Democrat Party. Now, of course, like I said, the Democrat Party, because it's completely collapsing, this is something that Bernie Sanders has been wanting for years. Bernie Sanders, I bet you right now he's on cloud 9 because of what just happened. Mondami, cloud 9. The socialists, cloud 9. And they're all going, oh my goodness, the socialists, we do have a pathway. We do have a pathway. There's a video, and I should have got it. There's this black dude where he was saying that he's not going to vote for these socialists. Not going to do it. But then there's other videos where, of course, they got to produce some videos of some black people saying that I can't vote for these establishment Democrats because they're not doing anything to help us. They're not bringing us any money. See, El Sayed is saying what black people want to hear. Money, 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 money. Before I even got into politics, and I'm going to tell you, it's not even just black people. It's a human thing. Before I got into politics, before I started paying attention to any of it, George W. Bush came along with this stimulus. Do y'all remember that? I had never heard anything like it. And to my understanding, up until George W. Bush Jr., that's never taken place. And this was during his first term going into his second term. He did a stimulus bill. And guess what? I got a check in the mail. And when I went and voted, I remembered, because of what George W. Bush did, I got a stimulus check in the mail. So I leaned towards Bush and voted for him. Not because I didn't know anything about politics. All I know, hey, this dude's sending me a check. So imagine how many people are out there like that right now. If I can get it out. Imagine how many people are the same way. Low information voter. I was a low information voter. I'm being straight up with you. And that was the reason why, that was the tipping point that caused me to vote for George W. Bush. And before then, I was always voting Democrat because I was told that Democrats were for black people. Same thing that they're doing right now. It's the same rhetoric every day, every year, every election. Try to convince black people to vote for the Democrat. And now they're even saying that the black people, black community, is the backbone of the Democrat Party. They're even saying that. Really? I guess because they've controlled and convinced so many black people to stay on the Democrat plantation. It was like, yep, we can say that you're the backbone. But listen to Abby talking to Bernie Sanders, and they're bringing up this guy, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker. His name is running. He's on Cloud 9 right now as well. Listen to what she's asking Bernie Sanders about Hassan Piker, about what he said about 9/11. And do you think this is good for the Democrat Party? Now, Bernie Sanders should say, we don't accept him at all, because he said the United States of America deserves 9/11, deserved it. Hassan Piker said this about the United States of America. So what is Bernie Sanders going to say about it? Listen.
Are you comfortable with El Sayed having a close association with him, given some of his past statements? To give you an example, one of the more controversial ones is that Piker has said America deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
No, I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers, and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot.
Right there. Did you catch it? He's talking about because he has a lot of followers. That's what he's talking about. Because he has a following and he got these crazy people, these lunatics following him. That's the reason why we're going to look past it. They looked past a guy that had a tattoo from a Nazi camp on his chest. They looked past it. That's not the problem. We don't care. They are the Socialist Party of the 1930s, 1940s. This Socialist Party is the same party because they're bringing back the tattoos. They're bringing back the same ideology, the same thing, same thing.
People, I think, we have to get above cancel culture. When you're doing radio, whatever they do, podcasts 3 hours a day, you say dumb things. I suspect if you go back over your career, there may be one or two things that you said that you may have regretted. But I think what we have got to do is look at the totality of where people are coming from and go forward.
So when someone like James Carville says he doesn't want to be in the same political party as Hassan Piker, which one are you going to take?
This right here is proof that the Democrat Party is at civil war with one another. Again, black people in the same tent, and they're fighting. They're fighting with one another. I mean, this is complete takeover of the Democrat Party. The socialists of the 1930s, 1940s have taken over the Democrat Party of today.
Well, that's not much of a choice. If Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Pica, that Sayed belongs to, he can start his own party. But I think we need a big tent, and I think people like Pica should be welcome into that, certainly.
Right there. Hassan Piker. This dude right here. He's out there saying the most despicable things about the United States of America. And Bernie Sanders says, well, if you don't like it, you can get out. You can get out of the tent. So people who wants to burn down the United States of America, you're welcome in the tent. This is what Bernie Sanders, not me saying it. Bernie Sanders just said it. I can't stand the Democrat Party, but this is taking it to the next level. This is showing a level of hatred for the United States of America that should never exist anywhere on Capitol Hill. You're actually electing people that wants to burn the country down. What are we doing here? Stupid liberals are so idiotic out there that they're so upset with President Trump suffering from TDS so much, they rather elect the person that's going to burn the country down rather than have someone go in the country that's going to do the same thing they've been doing before, talking about the establishment. They want change, and if it means burning the country down, so be it. This dude is not pro-American. He's 100% anti-American. The whole socialist movement is to go completely against MAGA. And MAGA is 100% America. I don't care how much you say it. And yes, MAGA, we do support Israel, but we support Israel as an ally. We put America first. Why is that so difficult? See, a lot of these stupid people go, well, you support Israel. That means you put Israel first. Stupid liberals. And I'm calling the woke right stupid liberals too. You're a stupid bunch of socialist liberals. We put America first. We just remember who our allies are. Who the ones who's actually been there for us when we needed them. That's what we're talking about. But anyone who's taking AIPAC money, anyone who even says niceties about Israel at all, oh my goodness, something's wrong with you. Let me remind you, there's a whole bunch of stupid liberals in Israel too. No, I don't support them. There's a whole bunch of stupid liberals in America. I don't support them, but I don't hate both countries. That's ignorance. Total ignorance. Now listen to this dude, Hassan Piker. Listen to what he said about some capitalists. And this is what Bernie Sanders is supporting.
Poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
And this is who Bernie Sanders says he wants in his party. This is what the Democrat Party is all about. This is what the Democrat Party is pushing. Let me ask y'all a question. Who are the violent ones? How many times have you ever heard of a conservative say this about these socialists that want to destroy the United States of America? How many times have you heard them say this about these socialists that want to have open borders? How many times have you heard the socialists say this about these idiots that want to allow trafficking of children? You have never, ever, not a single time, the most far, me, Will Johnson, all the way to the right, you have never, ever heard me say anything like that. Now, do we like the Democrats? No, we don't like them. Do we think that they're evil? Yeah. We can have our opinion about them all day long, but not a single time have we ever called for harm against another human being because we simply don't like the way they think or their mannerism or the way they live. We don't do that because we truly believe that people need to live the life that you want to live. Just don't include me. It's fine. Don't do anything that's going to hinder my children. Fine. Go do what you want to do. This dude is what Bernie Sanders is wanting. This dude is exactly what the left is all about. And this is the reason why Bernie Sanders is saying, no, we're going to bring him in the tent. And they're going to kick out James Carville, which he's suffering from severe TDS. But you know what? This just might red pill him. Just might. He's suffering from TDS so bad, it's going to be a real struggle for him to get out of it. A absolute struggle. But nonetheless, it can happen. It can happen. Be nice if it did happen. James Carville, total liberal. But they're defending this dude. Hussein Piker, they're defending and the guy Elside brought Hussein Piker in to campaign with him the last few days. And this, because he won last night, this is going straight to the minds of the rest of the Democrats across the country, that they're going to say, okay, we need to embrace the socialism. I'm telling you right now, there's videos of them saying that, I think it was Hussein Piker actually, where he's saying this is just the beginning. This is not just going to be Michigan. You're going to see the socialist movement sweep the country. And as you've heard multiple times, there's only one way. If they elect a communist, because that's essentially what we're talking about here. You elect a communist. You don't elect your way out of communism. You don't. Once it's there, it's there. You can't get rid of it. It's like a rash, a bad rash that never goes away. And I can't even believe that we're in the year 2026 when we know throughout history that the communist socialist agenda has never worked for any society. It's never worked. But yet here we are, and we claim, people in this country, especially liberals, claim to be the smartest people in the world. And they are the ones implementing this socialism. I don't think people really grasp exactly what's happening here. I've been talking about the socialism for the past 3 weeks, for the month or so, ever since Graham Plattner, because they gave him a pass with the Nazi tattoo on his chest. They were giving him a pass, people. I'm saying, there's something going on here. And then gradually, and then Mamdani endorsed these people, these communists, and they started winning. And now, last night, the communists win. This is not a television show that someone is writing the script. Oh, how do we write the script? Let's make it look like this now, and let's go to direction like this and direction like that. That's not what's happening here. We're literally seeing the possible collapse of the United States of America. That's what we're seeing here. The straight up possible collapse of the United States of America. And I don't know about you. I'm not with it. I love my country. I love the fact that both black, white, brown, Asian, all walks of life have actually loved this country and put their lives on the line so that you and I can have the opportunity right now today to have these freedoms. Right now. If the socialists get their way, everything the way it exists right now will go away. No more broadcasts unless you're a socialist. I'm telling you, it's going to go away. Because they're going to say, well, Will Johnson, you're putting out propaganda. Will Johnson, you're putting out false information. And all I'm doing is talking about what they're doing and telling the truth. They don't want that. The truth for them is a man in a dress and he's a woman. That's the truth for them. And if you don't go along with that, then something's wrong with you. Not them, but you. These people need to be stopped. And the only way it's going to take place is November. They have to be stopped.
You hear people compare what's been going on in the Democratic Party, to the Tea Party movement on the right starting in 2010. I just heard it moments ago from someone sitting next to me. Do you think that's a fair comparison?
Let me ask y'all a question. Do you think that the socialist movement is a good comparison to the Tea Party? Now, he's going to say he doesn't see it that way because there is a clear difference. The Tea Party, they wanted America to remain as America. They saw Barack Hussein Obama. And you have to give credit to the Tea Party. The Tea Party, they were the canary in the mine. They told everybody, they told the world, Barack Hussein Obama is not the way to go. He's going to set the pathway for this destruction of the United States of America. And sure enough, that's what we're seeing. The Tea Party rung the bell on it because they wanted to keep America, America. The socialists, on the other hand, they have a different agenda for the United States of America. They had the same agenda that these group of people had in the 1930s, 1940s Germany. Listen to his response.
I don't know if that's a fair comparison or not, John. What I do know is that there's a real sense, which I share, that the establishment Democratic Party in Washington gets itself in a bubble. There are all sorts of special interest groups, and you talked about $60 million being spent against Abdul al-Sayed in this race, who, especially when it comes to health care and big pharma, they want a Congress that's going to do their bidding and not the bidding of the public. And so I think Abdul al-Sayed is speaking to those people, and I think that's a message that goes beyond the Democratic primary.
So he's going to talk niceties about him, but he's not going to talk about the socialism that they're bringing to the party. And you know what? I talked about this the other day. I don't think that, well, the reason why they're not talking about the socialism that's coming to the party is because they've been socialists all this time. And I gave examples on how they've been socialists all this time. One example, and I was talking about it this morning when I was doing Rise Up, you own nothing and be happy. Straight up socialism. This was years ago. They were talking about this. They were talking about distributing the wealth. Remember? Taking from rich people and giving to those who don't have and who's never going to ever work. So you have people like Elon Musk, what they're trying to decide what to do with his money. These people wanted to decide what to do with your money and then give it to people who don't even want to get off their butts and go to work. And then guess what happens? They'll get your money, then they'll go out and spend it, and then they're going to be there again like this. Hand out. Give me more money. Give me more money. And then they're going to come back to you, and they're going to take more money from you again and give it to these people that's not doing anything. And they're going to be out like this. It's going to be a vicious cycle until one day they come like this to the socialists, give me money, and the socialists come to you, and you be like, dude, I got flags. I don't have anything. You've already drained me dry. What happens then? And the entire time while the socialists come and taking your money, giving to people that don't have anything, not even doing anything, not even working, they're getting their cut. They're saving their cut. So when it all comes down and it all hits the fan, they're going to say, well, I got mine. I got mine. I don't know about you, but you're not getting anything from me because we need to take it from these rich people. Now, al-Sayed, he's calling for violence. This dude just won the primary for the Democrat Party, and he's calling for violence. Again, how many Republicans have told anyone to be violent or even call for violence? Zero. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid. that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Don't back down. We don't back down. With all due respect, if they go low, we don't go high. We take them to the mud and choke them out.
What is he saying there? What is he saying? Let's reverse the roles here. Let's say this was a Republican saying the exact same thing that he just verbatim. What is he saying? Listen, it's a short clip.
Don't back down. We don't back down. With all due respect, if they go low, we don't go high. We take them to the mud and choke them out.
Oh, really? So what do you think that's going to do to the minds of these lunatic liberals? What do you think that's going to do? Do you think they're going to be like, oh, he was just speaking. He didn't actually mean that we need to be violent. He didn't say that at all. So when they say we go low, how is it that we're going low? Because we don't want men competing against women in sports? That's us going low. Because we want to prevent the trafficking of children from coming across the border, or period. That's us going low because we want to prevent that. Because we want to prevent the criminals from running around the streets of America. That's us going low. Because think about it. They get these radical leftist lunatic liberals to go out there and fight against ICE because in their minds, we're going low because we want to remove the criminal element from the streets of America. That's us going low. We want to stop the narco-terrorists from trafficking narcotics into the United States of America. For them, that's us going low. See, stopping everything evil, wicked under the sun. And I like saying it because that's the way it is. That's the Democrats. When we want to stop this wicked, evil stuff, for them, that's us going low. And now he's talking about choking us out. If any Republican said that, if any Republican, remember when President Trump, he mentioned about if he was in the streets of New York and he'd just, take someone out on the streets of New York. We all know President Trump was just speaking, right? Because no Republican took that up. No MAGA Republican said, oh yeah, President Trump said we just do this. No one did that. No one has done that. No one, nada, zero, zip. But we have evidence of the left doing that very thing. Trans-Tifa going into different locations, schools, mind you. And all this is being driven by the left. The assassinations attempts on President Trump's life. How many attempts were there on Joe Biden? How many? No one even thought about doing Joe Biden because of what the Democrats were doing to him. Joe Biden was on his way out. No one in their right mind was like, oh yeah, we need to take out Joe. No one was saying that. Nobody was saying that. But Bernie Sanders and the rest of them with the Democrat Party sitting on cloud 9 right now. And this is going to be the destruction of the Democrat Party. It really is.
In my view, Donald Trump is the most dangerous president in the history of this country. Mm-hmm. He's an authoritarian.
Oh, really?
He's a kleptocrat. Mm-hmm. He's corrupt. He has gotten us into a horrible war, et cetera, et cetera. And my job as a United States Senator is to do everything that I can to fight back against those disastrous policies.
Really? Really? So President Trump is the biggest threat. when you just had this dude, El Sayed, saying, kick him, choke him in the mud. You're the only ones calling for violence. And you remember during the campaign when President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand down. Stand by, stand down. Remember that? You saw how they all acted? Oh my goodness. He gave some orders to the Proud Boys, some direct orders to them. Can you believe this? Oh my goodness. But none of these same people that were complaining about President Trump, telling them, don't be violent. President Trump told them, don't be violent, stand by. Don't be violent. Oh my goodness. He's telling them to stand by so they can be violent. Never happened. It never happened. President Trump could have, but he never did. It never happened. We already, right now, today, these leftist lunatics right now, they want to bring bodily harm to anyone who doesn't think like them. And every time they see me wear my MAGA hat, they're like, oh my goodness, they get triggered like a bull. Remember? Listen what President Trump said. This is what they all got bent out of shape, but they say nothing about Al Sayed talking about choking us out. Nothing. Every time these wicked Democrats say anything about bringing bodily harm to us, they say nothing. But when President Trump said this, they all lost their minds.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
right
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his FBI, FBI director said.
Well,
do y'all remember that? Do you remember that? I remember it like it was just yesterday. And that dude, Chris Wallace, what a rabid joke. Dude's rabid. He was on Joe Biden's side, of course. I'll never forget it, just like yesterday. And this before Joe Biden completely lost his mind. He was on his way out then. But they had all of these talks. Oh my goodness, you heard what President Trump said. But when they call for violence against us, they're silent. Like they completely forgot what they did in the past. And it's okay when they call for violence against us, because this is the Socialist Democrat Party of America. They get to call for violence against us. They get to call for violence against the entire United States of America. They get to celebrate. They want to celebrate what happened on 9/11 and say that we deserved it. Are you kidding me? And these are the type of people that the Democrats have become. These are the type of people that the Democrats want to be. And after last night, I'm telling you right now, without me even seeing any reports on it, any videos from these lunatic liberals out there, they're going to say, yep, this is it. The Democrat Party is full on socialist right now. They're all happy about it. The more radical you are, the more socialist ideology that you embrace, the better you are in the Democrat Party. Getting rid of Border Patrol, getting rid of the police, closing the prisons. We're all these hardcore, bottom of the earth, under the earth, just monsters. Where do they go? Oh, they go back out on the streets. And guess what happens when they go back out onto the streets? We need to treat them like humans. Rehabilitation, not in the prison systems, but out on the streets where they can harm more people. And you're actually going to come at me and sit there and tell me that we're not dealing in a spiritual battle here? Who's thinking that? Who's thinking that? And then, let me ask y'all, the culture of the United States of America. What is the culture of the United States of America? Is it Bible-believing, gun-toting Americans, freedom, fishing, hunting, camping, sports. Does any of that pertain to a specific color, or is that everybody in the country? You understand what I'm asking you? Is it just one color that gets to live out the American dream, or is it just one? Is it just one color? You know what I'm talking about? Watch this when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
You want white culture, you go live in it. You live in it, bathe in it, go to do all the white culture stuff, go, to the shooting range and go shoot. But do not participate in any of the that makes America cool. And what makes America cool is multiculturalism. And to see these fat ass, pink arm, teeny weeny beta pricks with their ugly ass wives walk into this Mexican restaurant and sit down and smile and be friendly, I don't think you should be able to enjoy anything but Cracker Barrel. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel. Quit watching NBA basketball. Quit watching sports that are dominated by African Americans. Quit going to Mexican restaurants. Get your fat asses out of the Mexican restaurant. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel, because nobody wants to see your smug ass, teeny weeny, pink arm, big gut around. Nobody wants to see that. No one. They're borrowing ideas from Nazi Germany, a failed experiment that led to a Holocaust of millions of people. But they're trying it again because they're so inferior and they're so terrified that Zoran Mamdani or that Barack Obama isn't white, but they're smarter, they're better looking, they're more liked. Black excellence or brown excellence exposes white mediocrity, and they can't stomach it.
I need someone to please explain to me, why is it always the white feminist liberals that are like this? Please explain it to me. I love to go fishing. I actually went fishing after 20-something years the other week. I went with my son, my oldest son. He's been at me, Dad, let's go fishing. So I said, okay, let's go. And I got my license. We went fishing. He's actually caught a big mouth bass. I've never caught a big mouth. I've caught a catfish. I caught gar. I caught some other fish, but I've never caught I had one on the hook, and it got off the hook. Big one too. So I like going to the range. I don't think any of that has to do anything with color. Why is it always these white feminist liberals that's doing this? I don't get it. It's like they're so upset. Is it because that the white men in their world don't want to have anything to do with them? Or maybe, and more likely this is the case, all the white feminist male liberals are just that. They're feminist male liberals. And they can't find a real man. Is that what it is? So now they're upset because all the conservative men are manly men, both black, white, brown, whatever, what have you. But it's always them targeting white people. Aren't they white? It's like I get people online going, well, you're always targeting black people. I target black people when they're doing stupid stuff. But these white liberals, they're doing stupid stuff. They don't go, Will Johnson, you're only targeting white, stupid liberals. No, they're not saying that. But they only say it when I call out what these black, stupid liberals are doing. Then it's something else. I'm an opportunity liberal hater. I don't like any of them because they serve no purpose. Cockroaches actually serve more purpose than these socialists do. And I didn't realize that until we went to the Ark. You know the purpose of a cockroach? I mean, it's amazing. I learned this when I was at the Ark. Cockroaches eat things in the street. They eat plastics. They eat hair. Cockroaches have a purpose. Because I always wonder, what is the purpose of a cockroach? And then I found out. But these socialists, these Democrats, they don't have a purpose. They're just doing the will of their father, Satan. There's no the animosity, chaos. I guess if you want to say that's the purpose, that's their purpose then. But they don't do anything that benefits the American people. Absolutely nothing. Let's go back to El Sayed. This dude is talking about posting content on Instagram. Now, I go on Instagram quite often. Not as much as I do on X, but I do go on there quite often. You know, you post some stuff on there and it can go viral every now and then. And I never see OnlyFans. I don't ever see it. I forget OnlyFans exists until someone brings it up. Do y'all see OnlyFans models out there? I'm being honest with you. I don't ever see them. Or if they are OnlyFans, it doesn't say anything OnlyFans and I'm not searching for it and I don't look for it because I don't see these women like this. Now, every now and then I see beautiful women online, and most of the women I see online are conservatives. All the liberal women, they're not like that. They're not beautiful at all. It's very, very, it's a rare thing. But then when you start listening to them talk, they're like, oh yeah, you don't have your mind. But listen to what he says about him being on Instagram.
Like you think about if you're on Instagram, like, my team has access to my Instagram account. And like the things that I actually look at on Instagram, right? Of course, we get served that on your For You page. But then like every third video that scrolls on its own is going to be some OnlyFans model. And it's because it clocked me as being a 40-some-year-old man.
No, and no. Because if that was the case, then I would be seeing all of these OnlyFans, every third one. The reason why he's seeing OnlyFans is because he's out there searching for it. The algorithm picked up on what he wants to look at, and it keeps feeding it to him and feeding it to him. That's the reason why he's seeing OnlyFans. And people are stupid liberals. Oh yeah, I can understand it because he's a man. He's a man. And they're so hungry to have a man in their ranks. They're desperately in need of having men in their ranks. They want men. So he's a man. He's getting OnlyFans. That's the only reason why it's happening. No, it's because the algorithms keep feeding him what he's interested in. Have you ever seen this documentary? And I was highly surprised that it was on Netflix. There's this documentary on Netflix called The Social Dilemma. It's called The Social Dilemma. And I was highly surprised that Netflix was allowing it to be on there because it showed how the algorithms, they see you're looking at something, you're scrolling through, and then you stop on something. And it's recording how much time you're spending on that something. And then they see how you react. If you hit the heart button, the thumbs up, what have you, whatever the emoji is, if you leave a comment, they see if you come back to it, they see if you share it. The algorithm picks up on all of that and say, oh, this is what this person is interested in. Share it, keep them going. And then the social dilemma in that documentary, they figured out that, hey, you're conservative, you're a radical leftist lunatic liberal. They kept feeding stuff to the leftist lunatic liberals Oh, look at the bad Republicans. Look at the bad Republicans. And all it was is radical leftist lunatics talking about bad Republicans. And then they would show Republicans the actual stuff that the leftist lunatics were doing. And they know we're not going to like it. They know we're not going to like it. But dude, surfing through, and then we're supposed to be like, oh, it's because he's a man. That's the only reason why. No. That's not on my. Here, let me pull it up. I can prove it to you. Here, let me prove it to you. I'm gonna pull up my Instagram, and I don't know how well you're gonna see it, but I'm gonna show it to you on the screen here. At least I'm gonna attempt to, okay? And maybe because I'm sitting there talking about it, because you know how they do. You know how they do, right? They're listening in on your phone. Have you ever done that? You ever been walking somewhere and then all of a sudden they show you something on your phone that you just talking about? This is my Instagram. So let's scroll through. Right? Oh, look at that. Do y'all see any OnlyFans? There's some music going on. This dude here, look at this. He said every third one of the police officers, probably some ICE, getting some people. Look at this. Look at it. Look at this. Where's the OnlyFans at? Look at this. Getting talked about a illegal alien, more than likely, criminal. This is my Instagram. Oh, look at this. Another music video talking about something. Nope. Look at this. Where the OnlyFans at? Let me go a little bit faster. I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh, I just saw that one with the orange. Look, I don't have it. It's not on my Instagram. I just showed it to you. So dude is straight up lying. He's telling everybody he likes to visit the OnlyFans. He wants to see them. I don't look at it because if I look at that stuff, it always makes me think about, because I have a daughter. And I don't want my daughter doing that crap. It makes me think that's somebody's mom one day. That is somebody's daughter. And they're doing that crap for what? Money. They're doing that crap for money. Talking about selling your soul. And because the money's good, they're continuously doing it. Like, for me, LFA has been such a tremendous blessing to me. I mean, and I'm still struggling because, we're all struggling. But me just trying to keep the lights on. And I'm going through stuff, but I would never go sell myself for money. I just have to do without. I just have to go without something. I can't do it. And these young and are beautiful ladies. And they created in our society that they can actually, they're never going to actually be anybody. They're never actually going to succeed at anything. So they've convinced these young, beautiful ladies to go expose themselves for money. Because you're never going to amount to anything else. And some of them are making millions of dollars. Millions of dollars a year just exposing themselves. Is it worth it? And they're getting addicted to it. I mean, for a lot of them, it's like easy money. I'm like, why not? This is easy money for a lot of them. So apparently, Todd Blanche, I know we got a couple minutes before we leave out of here. Todd Blanche got confirmed for the FBI director position. And I didn't know too much about Todd Blanche, but if the left, they hate him this much, I mean, they hate Todd Blanche more than they hate Pam Bondi. And the only reason why I think they were hating Pam Bondi because they want to go through the emotions. This is a different level of hate. For one, he's a white, straight man. And he's already been doing things. He's already been in action on doing things. And this is what they don't want. And I'm hoping now that he's the FBI director, or I'm sorry, the attorney general, now that he's attorney general, maybe he'll go ahead and get an extra fire put up under Kash Patel. The reason why I bring that up, because I want to share with you what Cory Booker, he's so mad. And he goes, oh, look at all the corruption of President Trump. The corruption of President Trump. Trump is doing this and Trump is doing that. But it's not corruption, as I stated the other day. We know what President Trump is doing. Full transparency. That's not President Trump trying to hide anything. They know about it. The world knows about it. We see it. But they want to hide all this other corruption.
Ridiculous, the corruption that we have normalized in America. That presidents' children can go out and sit on boards and make money. That is wrong, and that is corrupting. But they have become so obsessed with the millions that the Bidens have made that they have ignored completely the billions of dollars that the Trump family is making. That is like being obsessed and using a magnifying glass to study the stain on the living room carpet when behind you is a mountain of excrement covering the living room couch and coffee table.
Is he talking about the big tent? Because that's what's happening in the big tent. Look how angry he is. This is because Todd Blanche got confirmed. They tried to stop it and couldn't stop it. They do not want a functioning administration. They need President Trump's administration to not succeed at anything.
This is so outrageous, the lack of proportionality going on my colleagues. It is laughable. This is absolutely insane that we have a president of the United States that has now made $2 billion. Doing what? Wow, he's such a shrewd businessman. Let me create my own crypto coin and have foreign nations invest in it. Oh, and by the way, if you are a corporation in America, put my children on the board and they'll get no bid contracts.
Oh, is he talking about Burisma oil? No, he can't possibly be talking about that. Can he? I don't know. He got the grin on the cheesy grin on his face. Maybe that's what he's referring to. But here, the Trumps, what were they doing before President Trump became president? What were they doing? They had businesses. They were making money. They were doing things. No secret. It was no secret. They tried to keep secret what the Democrats have been doing. The whole fraud. See, they do fraud behind closed doors, under the table, trying to keep it out of sight of the public. That's fine. It's like doing evil, wicked things. That's fine. President Trump doing something, what he's been known to do all of his life, a businessman. And he's not the one running it. His children run it. They can still run things. They can still do a business. Nothing prevents them from doing it. And it's not even unethical. It's not. They're not breaking any ethic laws, because if that was the case, then they would be in trouble for it. The Democrats want to make it up and say, oh, yeah, you're in trouble because you're prospering, you're making money. And of course, they're trying to say he's doing it because he's president. He was making billions before he became president. And President Trump is going to make billions after. That's just the way it is. The socialists want to take President Trump's money and they want to spend it on the way that they want to spend it. President Trump is still giving up his check. If it was all about him being greedy and all about him taking money, then why in the world is President Trump not keeping his check? Can you tell me that? Why is President Trump not keeping his check? Why is he donating his presidential check? I mean, President Trump. And you tell stupid liberals like that, oh, he's only doing that because he wants people to believe that he's giving. Give me a break. That's it for me, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow right here on LFA TV in the Culture Wars. God bless. Stay safe out there. Let me break in really quick. Kevin is on his way. I was having just a little technical issues right now, but he's not going to disappear on you. So just hold tight, hold tight. It's nice that I can come back in here and talk to you while this is happening. All right. Hey, let me say this really quick. Pray for our country. Pray for LFA TV. Pray for our politicians, even the ones we don't like. We pray for them in hopes that God will touch them, open their minds, give them a sound mind. So we need to pray for our leaders. The Bible calls for us to pray for our leaders. And I just want to say I've been with LFA for all of these years, and I'm so thankful to be here. And I'm thankful to all of you who have taken the time every day to be here with us. You know, and Amanda, Bad Moon, Razmi, just so many people. I want to say thank you all. Thank you so much. Kat, Machine X. I see you all the time in the chats. I don't ever really spend too much time in just, diving into the chats and just talking to all you. And, I should do more of that. I should do more of that. So please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'll try to. It's just so much happening in the news. And I just feel like there's not enough time to share all of this information with you. And I just want you to be informed. That's my main reason. I want you to be informed. And I love doing what I'm doing. And I pray that God continue to put breath in my lungs so I can continue doing this good fight. If you want, if you can, there is on my website, if you can. I don't know if y'all saw it, but my ice cup, God bless ice. Have y'all seen my God bless ice cup? Let me grab it. Have y'all seen my God bless? Y'all see that? Y'all like my cup? Like my cup? Right there. God bless ice. If you want to get one of these, it's on my website down here, my personal website, uniteamericafirst.com. Uniteamericafirst.com. If you want to get one of these. And on the other side, it says, more ice, please. And I like the cup so much because on social media, on Facebook, and I think I put it on YouTube as well. But what I've done is that I've done a video with this cup and I put my picture on there with this cup. God bless ice, more ice, please. And I can't tell you now, this is perfect for, if you're at home, you're drinking your Rise Up coffee, you can drink it in your God bless ice. If you're drinking your Rise Up coffee that you can get on lfatv.us, and no one can harass you about it, right? Because you're in the privacy of your own home enjoying your cup. Now, me personally, I put it out there, and I put it on Facebook and I put it on various places. It's a little small video with me talking about my cup, and the unlawful comments that I have received has been amazing. Absolutely amazing. I received these colorful messages from these liberals because I'm telling everybody about my ice cup. This is my ice cup. God bless ice. So if you want one of these, you'll be helping me out too. UniteAmericaFirst.com if you so choose to want to get one of these. All right, looks like Kevin's getting ready to come up, but I'm not seeing. I see his name there, but I'm not seeing his countdown or anything. So let me make sure. Let's see, Kevin, split screen, black screen. Yeah. So yeah, Eli's on top of it. Is Kevin ready? I want to make sure before we go, because I don't want y'all to have to sit there and just look at the the timer and stuff. Okay, there it is. All right, look like he's going. Kevin, if you're watching, just go ahead and come on in, and I'll drop out. Just go ahead and come in and schedule your timer. You're almost 10 minutes into it. Just come on in. Everybody's waiting on you, Kevin. I want to see you too. All right, everybody. God bless. I'll see you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a little tech problem here. In the words of Bill O'Reilly, F it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. What's going on, everybody? Thank you, Will, for jumping in on that one. Sorry about that. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. I got a jam-packed show for you guys today, Wednesday, August 5th, 2026. Look, the Democratic Party and its apparatus may have died last night with the election of Abdullah Saeed in Michigan. We're going to go over all the results from that because, sometimes if you guys are baseball fans, machine, 10 demerits. What happens after 10 demerits? Well played, sir. Well played. If you guys are baseball fans, you know that sometimes there is too much information at any given time. There's too much. You got 400,000 statistics and different things you got to read, and it's really destroying the game. Yesterday in Michigan, that same sort of thing happened. There are so many what happened there that I'm not sure what we can actually read from it, but for the fact that the Democratic Party, the elitist Democratic Party as we know it, is over and done with. And right after we do that, later in the show, we're going to be joined by Evan Barker, a former Democratic operative who has just released a new book called Nothing Left, The Tales of a Democratic Operative. She raised tens of millions of dollars for Democrats. She worked with people like Abdullah Saeed and AOC and Justice Democrat. And she's now got a book out talking about just how spineless and how disgusting these people actually are. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Really great interview. She's awesome. She's a lot of fun. But let's start off in Michigan. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. Promo code RUMBLE, 20% off. You guys know the deal. You guys know the deal right there. So let's dive right on in, because the DSA last night picked up major victories all over the state of Michigan, not only in the congressional races and the national races, but on the local level as well. They won a race in Ann Arbor, which, to tell you the truth, Democrats winning in a college town while college is not in session, that's a big deal, particularly left-wing Democrats. But that's not the number that I want to talk about. That's not the number I want to talk about. Look, doesn't matter who's running for president, what year, this is a constant in elections. Presidential elections bring out the most number of voters. Most people only vote every 4 years. So let's take it to the only place in Michigan that matters in terms of the only place that matters electorally, and that would be Wayne County, Michigan. Detroit, the biggest city where all the people live, tends to be younger, tends to be a lot more ethnic. Let's look at that. In the 2024 presidential election, 157,000 people voted in Wayne County, Michigan, in Detroit. Last night, 292,000 people came out in Wayne County, in Detroit, for a Democratic primary. That is, let's be clear, insane. A more than 50% margin came out in an off-year election for a primary for Abdul Al-Said against Haley Stevens. Now, Haley Stevens had everything you could want except a normal voice. As a Democrat, she had the endorsement of James Clyburn, maybe the most powerful Democrat in Washington, D.C. She had the endorsement of Chuck Schumer, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate. She had the endorsement of the sitting governor, a person so popular in that state, she was on the short list to be vice president of the United States last time. She also had a $60 million fundraising dump in the last 2 weeks from AIPAC. We're not going to get into an Israel debate. I'm just saying that is staggering. That's staggering. Outraised Abdul Al-Said 11-1. And you know what Haley Stevens did? She lost. Which is absolutely insane. We are seeing this in election throughout elections all over the country on the Democratic side, that it is almost a hindrance to Democrat candidates to get the endorsement of the establishment in their particular party. The Pelosi's, the Schumers, Clyburn, your milquetoast governors, donations from AIPAC are a hindrance in the Democratic Party. What it also tells me is that there were people, and we won't have this data for a little while, It also tells me people came out and voted who have never voted before. New voters, which is the gold standard of election get-out numbers. Can you get, look, there's a lot of people, you guys watching this, myself, a lot of, who will go out and they will vote in every election from your water district right the way up to the presidency. You will vote for every one of them. But the ability to get people who don't care off their couches and to the polls is bananas. That is what every election consultant tries to figure out a way to do. And last night, as I have been saying for quite some time, we will see if the DSA has the sort of pull to win statewide elections. And last night, it showed that they do. It showed that this new crop, this communist movement on the political left, can win in a purple state, Midwestern state, on the Democratic side. Now, look, it remains to be seen, obviously, about the context of general election electability. We don't know. We're going to have to wait and see how it goes against Mike Rogers. But people need to understand there was a monumental shift in the Democratic Party yesterday. And political insiders won't pay attention to it. And people, it's a Democrat prime. What's the difference? 140,000 more people voted in an off-year primary than in the presidential election. That is insane. That is like if you went outside and the moon suddenly exploded, it would be less of a calamity than what happened last night. I'm telling you exactly, because the Democratic establishment, everyone behind Haley Stevens, they did what they always do. They went to the old folks' homes, they went to their committees, they got their little union endorsements, and the DSA went out door to door to door to door and used social media in such a way, used TikTok, used Twitter, used Instagram to promote their candidates. They did it basically for free because the use of social media is free if you know how to use it in order to get Abdullah al-Sayed elected. Last night was a monumental shift. And a lot of people are out there, it's just Queens. Oh, it's just LA. Yeah. It's just Detroit that flipped an entire statewide election. Because there are a lot of states, and I'm sure many of you are in some of them, that have one major city. Maybe you have one major city and a couple of minor metros, like Michigan. You got the one big city, Detroit, and then you got smaller. You got Flint, you got Ann Arbor. You got, there are little enclaves everywhere. Grand Rapids, Lansing, but the one big one, Wisconsin, is the same way. You got Milwaukee. And then you have smaller, minor metros. And last night, and this is what is important. That turnout was earth-shattering. Republicans need to understand this because many people are questioning the idea of electability. Okay, they can win a Democrat primary, but can they win a general election? And as I said, that remains to be seen. Last night we saw a few people on the Haley Stevens side that said they will not vote for Abdullah al-Sayed, that they will end up voting for the Republican.
If Sayed wins, I will not vote Democrat. I'll switch over, and I'll vote for a candidate with character, whoever that might be.
I expect Haley to prevail, and I'm very anxious about the socialist aspect of what Abdul and his supporters represent. I'm a liberal, but I'm not a socialist.
Now, look, how many of those are there? my question to the people who say that it's nothing to worry about is, what would have to happen before, or what would have to happen to make you accept that we are all standing on a railroad track, right? We're standing on a railroad track, and off in the distance, we can see a train coming. And there are a lot of people in professional politics who are going, don't worry, the train's not going to hit us. And we're standing on the tracks. We can see the train. It's over there. It's way over there. It's over there in the Bronx, and it's in Queens, and it's in the Commie Corridor, and it's in Denver, and it's in L.A., and it's in Portland, and it's in Detroit, and it's in Seattle, and you're on the tracks, and you're going, don't worry about it. It's all the way over there. It's not going to hit us. How close does that train have to get before you go, oh, shit, maybe it's time to move? Is it going to be with the election of Francesca Hung in Wisconsin later in the week? Because she's going to win that primary. And she has got the DSA full endorsement in Wisconsin. Full endorsement. The exact same parameters are set up in that election. I worry because a lot of people are sitting there going, oh, well, if you elect socialists, then regular people won't vote for them, and then we'll win all the seats. And that is a dangerous game to play. You know how I know that? You know how I know that? It's not a feeling. It is a certainty. Because I remember a time, I can't remember what her name was. She was running for president, and she knew that she was going to win Michigan, so she never went there. I can't remember what her name. What was it? President Hillary Clinton. Oh, that's right. Yes. That's right. Hillary Clinton knew she was going to win Michigan. Don't worry about it. He ain't going to win Michigan. I don't have to go there. And she lost. The train is on the tracks. We are looking at the train, and everyone's saying, don't worry. Don't worry. Business as usual. Lottie friggin' da. Let's run the same campaign with the same shitty commercials on networks no one is watching, like it's 1992, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Guys, in just a minute, we are going to be joined by a former Democrat operative to tell you exactly how things go inside of professional Democratic politics. Someone who was in this since the Obama administration, fundraising, getting candidates elected, until she suddenly saw the light and realized that there are some lunatics running her party. But before we get to that, I need to make sure that I get this out of the way. Because I do have some very sad news, everyone. I do have some very sad news. In the 13th congressional district in the state of Michigan, my favorite member of Congress, Shari Tanadar, the guy with the toupee and the eyebrows and the awful campaign commercials, has lost his primary to the DSA endorsed candidate. Not really the point. However, I do want to give a fond farewell to Shari. You have provided me with so much material and so much content for me to flagrantly abuse you with over the last several years. I wish you the best of everything, my friend, between the toupee and the eyebrows and not really being able to understand anything you're saying and your goofy-ass social media posts and the fact that you tuck in a T-shirt into dress pants, which ought to be a war crime. Nevertheless, Shari, I bid you good day, sir. Good day. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second with Evan Barker. Make sure you keep it locked in here. I think you guys are really going to like this interview. Before that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. I'm really excited to have my next guest on. As you guys know, I say this all the time, I am activist before commentator, although I don't often get to interact with operatives from the other side, or former operatives from the other side in this case. Everybody, please say hello to the author of Nothing Left, Evan Barga. Evan, how are you?
I'm great. How are you? Thank you so much
Absolute-
for having me.
Definitely. Thank you so much for coming on. So I have so many questions, because we are in an absolute whirlwind of a time that I could ask you. But I want to talk about the book real quick, because it's one thing, as the book is titled, Nothing Left, Former Democrat Operative. You did a lot of work for Democrats. You fundraised tens of millions of dollars. Yes. You were out there doing what needs to be done. What was your moment? What was like? Because I'm a two-time I was a two-time Obama voter.
What?
Who voted for Trump 3 times?
Wow.
And in my head, I can tell you the moment that it clicked.
What was it? I want to know.
It was Sam Harris on Bill Maher.
Okay.
When Ben Affleck yelled at him about being Islamophobic, and he just wasn't.
Okay.
But like Ben Affleck, Hollywood celebrity, and that was the moment where it just all clicked for me that something here wasn't right. So what was it for you?
For me, there was a moment, but I have to say it was kind of like a death by 1,000 cuts, actually, for me. I started out in Democratic politics. I think I should contextualize my story a little bit. In 2008, working for Barack Obama's first presidential campaign, when I was only a senior in high school. And I know that sounds funny, but I truly did work like 80 hours a week. I got out of school every day early because I had completed enough of my classes. And I went to the Obama headquarters at 11 a.m. and the staff had to tell me to start doing my homework because I was just so enthralled by his campaign. And part of the reason, Kevin, was because I was born with a pre-existing genetic lung disease similar to cystic fibrosis. I also grew up my parents kind of like struggled, at times. And so, there were periods of my childhood where my mom would lose her job and I couldn't get health insurance and we didn't qualify for Medicaid. We weren't poor enough for Medicaid, but we weren't rich enough to be able to pay for a high risk plan. And so I had to go, years sometimes as a kid, and it damaged my lungs. It, the high risk plan would have been more than my mom's rent. It was just, so they had to just resort to paying out of pocket. And, it was really hard. And I had a real fear of turning 18 and what that would bring and not being able to go to college because I thought I would just need to go get a job at a corporation or something if I could get one to just get healthcare. And so, that's what drew me to Obama's very earnest beginnings. And then I went to college, and after college, I kind of got reactivated when Donald Trump was elected, actually. I sort of was on cruise control for a while. I was like, oh, Obama's in, it's good. I kind of disengaged from politics, did the college thing, just wanted to live life and be young, right? And so, and then when Donald Trump got elected, I was like, oh my God, I need to grow up. I need to get back in it. And so I went to, I left the Midwest and I went to San Diego, and then I went to New York City. And I was kind of like a vagabond for a while, to be honest with you. Very, very crazy. I mean, not very crazy, but just, young and just willing to take risk, right? And so I went to New York and ended up working for an establishment Democrat in New Jersey. And she was just like awful. I mean, her husband was involved in the Lehman Brothers, like he was a Lehman Brothers guy and involved in the financial crisis. And he spent his days dressed as a magician, wearing a top hat, fiddling with card tricks while paying hundreds of thousands of dollars so his wife could run for Congress.
Nobody likes anyone who does card tricks.
It's just like, I was like, maybe you are a magician because you made people's houses disappear, dude. I mean, they had 3 homes, right? And so I just felt so disillusioned by them, and they kind of represent to me the establishment wing, like these limousine libs that just don't really understand the middle of the country. And so I went back home to the Midwest and ended up finding another job, this time for a very different candidate. He was a labor lawyer. He was a left-wing populist. And he really liked Bernie, and he was endorsed by Bernie and AOC. I actually was with Bernie and AOC the very first day they ever met. I was with them in the room at the very beginnings of this movement. And from there, I just kind of got sucked up into national politics. I got another job after that campaign ended, working for a national organization because I was really good at my job. I raised him like almost $1 million, and it was a 6-way primary in Kansas, which, was a lot back then. And, and so from there, I went all around the country. I visited AOC again in New York. I went to Mark Camp-Najar. And then in 2019, I ended up getting a job at Left Rising, which most people don't know who that is, but they are kind of like the secret weapon of the left. They work very closely with Justice Democrats when I was with them. They worked with Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush. I worked with Jasmine Crockett, Abdul El-Sayed. They were behind like all of the big names that we know about.
So so everybody knows, Justice Democrats is probably a name you guys may have heard of, but don't really know much about.
Mm-hmm.
If you're watching this show, you would say that Justice Democrats is everything is their fault right now. They were the first ones to get behind AOC. Yeah. They were like the first ones out of the gate. My favorite podcaster in the world, Kyle Kulinski.
Oh boy.
Yeah. easily my least favorite. But they are you're an OG.
I was embedded in their network. I knew them. I worked with them. I have my bona fides. Like, this is why I haven't told anyone. Like, I'm sure you had heard my story earlier the last 2 years. And I was pretty mum's the word. I was just like, oh yeah, I worked for the Democrats, not really saying who it was, because I didn't want to risk anything with the book. And so I just kind of waited until it came out to tell people.
You know what's funny about it is that, like, I said it on the show yesterday. I miss when like Jank and Anna were the 2 craziest people on the internet.
I know.
Like now they're, at least Anna is like kind of tepid. She's like kind of milquetoast. She's like right on. She's
I think she sees some of the craziness of the left. I think she does.
Well, that's it. Is that I used to see policies from the progressive left and disagree with them.
Yeah.
Now I'm like people like Hassan. These guys, they are dangerous.
Yeah,
and
they're just crazy.
But you know what though is that they're just as dangerous as the new movement on the right. As a Fuentes, as some of these guys.
I mean, they're driven by like racial grievances. That's it. It's ethnic racial grievances. And that's what I saw. Like, that is what turned me away from the progressive movement. There was other things too, but that is the core of it. That's the core of my book. I have a chapter called Fragile White Woman. Okay. Where, I basically just tell everyone what happened. And it was like day in and day out on Zoom calls in these meetings. You were expected to basically self-flagellate if you were white, especially if you were a man. They didn't like white women at all, but they really hated you guys. I
had a college professor. He was actually Bernie Sanders' cousin. Huge, progressive left winger. He came up to me at graduation and he said, "Mr. Smith, I think you're wrong about everything you believe, but it was so nice to not have 40 people in a class just agreeing with each other."
Yeah.
It was at the very least entertaining. And what the way you're talking about that sort of self-flagellation, that seems to be what motivates the left. It's like there's two kinds of people now. There's who can be the biggest victim,
right,
and who can be the most self-loathing.
Right.
Like me as a heteronormative, cisgendered white woman living on stolen land. It's like there's a comedian there that says that he would rather hang out with racist white people than people who apologize for racism because they're just annoying. And I'm like, that to me sounds so real to anyone who isn't
These
white.
people are so annoying. They're the absolute worst. And I got it every single day. You know, there started being this period of time. And it's like, it's enforced from all sides. That's the thing that people, because there are people in there, truly, Kevin, that feel like you and I do. There are some. And I've been hearing from them this week, actually, after my book has come out. And they're like, I read your book and it was like a catharsis. I'm still working for the Democrats. This is still happening. Like, you know, this is still happening. And so there's people that feel this way, but they can't say anything because their livelihoods depend on it. And it's just, it's impossible.
I'm the same. I'm the same thing on the political right. I cannot tell you how many elected Republicans come up to me and they're like, "Yo, keep going. I can't say anything." And I'm like, "You're a congressman. What do you mean you can't?"
It's the same on the left. Same.
How can, if you can't say it, then how the hell can I say it? Like, I need you. You have to be out in the front. I keep saying I'm going to run for Congress. I'm not really going to.
You should.
Yeah, but I like my life.
Yeah, you'll lose your life probably.
I really don't need the New York Times crawling up my ass. Like, there's too many good stories from like Atlantic City in the 2000s that I just.
But you'd be running as a Republican, and I think Republicans are more tolerant of imperfections, especially of men. So I think that the Democratic Party gets. I mean, like, look, like that. What was it? Mandela Barnes, I think, just dropped out. Then we had Graham Plattner fall. Really, you know what I mean?
That's the weird thing about
Eric Swalwell. It's like they kind of can just torpedo anybody. You know that's a man for almost anything. Really,
that's the weird thing about Democrats is that it's like they will put up genuinely awful candidates. Like Graham Plattner had like 500 red flags before the scandal broke. Like a million, where anyone could have been like, "Oh, maybe that's not." And then they picked Troy Jackson, who had 2 kids with his cousin.
Yeah, I saw that. That was weird.
But you want to police?
This is weird. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, but then they want to go online and moralize like a spicy tweet.
I know.
And I'm like, you're right. Donald Trump is kind of an ass.
But you know, Kevin, I saw women like that. I am a little scared, to be honest. I got I don't know if your audience will love this or not, but I'm always a little skeptical when sex scandals happen, especially around elections. Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. I'm always skeptical because I saw some shit. You know, I saw the way that progressive women, especially, would, and probably it happens on the establishment side too. I just wasn't working with them at that time, but would weaponize Me Too politics at opportune moments to take people down.
And you know what? It's the worst kind of thing because I thought my audience knows this. The one thing the big thing that got me into politics was Duke lacrosse because I'm from Long Island. I was a lacrosse player.
Yeah.
I knew half of the guys on that team. And that was the moment for me when I was like, oh, wait a minute. None of these people are telling the truth.
Yeah, like I don't have to just automatically believe all women. And so I don't now. And I hear people out and I pay attention to the whole story.
Exactly. And especially when a scandal breaks like 3 weeks before a primary, I'm like, okay, what are we doing? What? Like, I'm not saying they're innocent.
No.
I'm not saying you're like,
but you don't have to automatically assume they're guilty either, right?
Exactly.
There's like nuance. Like you can be like, okay, I'm gonna wait and see. Like, let's see if there's charges filed. Like, let's see what happens. And I think Republicans are a little bit better at withstanding that. Like you guys just don't automatically fold on men.
Even like this Max Miller story that's coming out about how apparently this guy's like a huge piece of shit. But like it's coming out right now before the election. Like George Santos called him out. George is a friend of mine. called him out on the House floor a year and a half ago for beating women, and now suddenly it's and I just, to me, I'm like, okay, you did it then. Everyone knew.
Yeah.
Everybody knew. I mean, everybody knew Swalwell was a creep. I mean, have you seen him like operate? It's not shocking that the guy who got foiled by a Chinese spy might be a bit of a sexual cretin, and then everyone acts surprised by it. Do I think that we are getting, how do I say this? I think the more younger people get in, I think the less this is going to happen. People that like, who are younger than you and I, who like lived on Snapchat, and everyone's got like a drunk college picture of them,
Right.
you know, acting wild, that like Chuck Schumer couldn't understand.
Yeah.
Because they didn't live in the internet era. But
Right.
I feel like a lot of that stuff is going to go away. But until it does, I think it's going to ramp up, like you're talking about with
Like
Plattner.
even even Eric Swalwell, it's like there haven't been charges filed against him.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe he was, I mean, maybe he was having consensual affairs, you know, like when this happened, I actually came out and said that, and it confused a lot of people, and they were like, why is she saying that? And I'm like, because I'm not looking at it based on them as a person, right? Or their politics. I'm just looking at like the conditions of what I know about sex scandals and what I know about politics in general. And it's kind of a hard stance to take sometimes, right? You know,
for sure. Once again,
it's a dangerous
guys,
stance.
We are here with former Democrat operative Evan Barker, the author of Nothing Left, Confessions of a Democrat Operative. Guys, go pick that up wherever books are sold, because you may have your suspicions about how things operate inside of the swamp, but Evan has been there. She's seen it all. She has done. And look, as a Republican operative, maybe one day I'll write the same book and we'll put it out in
You can write Nothing Right, Kevin.
like a 2 book. Well, you know, it's funny because in these partisan times, you know, anytime you speak, and look, there is no doubt that there is a civil war going on the right and on the left today. I get so much crap from my audience because I'm not a fan of this war. I don't like
Me
war.
either. I'm not either.
I don't like it. You know, I think that in the era in which we live, war ought to be they better
Last
be
resort.
at your door with guns for you to go to war. And, you know, me and my audience fight about it all the time.
But no, but actually, I think that is the majority.
Yeah.
I think the majority, maybe you're
Particularly young people.
Yeah, as particularly people like me, like every young person I know in my family that voted for Trump is disappointed about the war.
Yeah.
And so it's
disagreeing with one thing isn't
no, it's not an
disloyalty.
abandonment. No. They don't want to go vote for Democrats now. I think that's what the Democratic Party misunderstands. And that's actually why I don't think that there's going to be a blue tsunami at all. No, I actually don't. I think that they are completely cocky and overestimating themselves. I don't think that they've given the American people yet enough to vote for. They're just relying on, what are they relying on? Trump's unpopularity, right?
Yeah.
And so, or the unpopularity of this war. But again, like even people that I know, you know, I talked to my mother last night. She's not happy about everything. I'm going to be honest with you, but she's like, I wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. I wouldn't want Zohran Mamdani leading. Like Trump's better than them, you know. That's what they say to me.
There's a longtime Democrat in my family whom I will not name, who cozied up to me before the election.
Yeah.
Like he had like 7 or 8 beers in him, and he just goes, "There's no way I'm voting for her, but I can't tell my wife." And I was like, "Don't worry, your secret's safe with me."
Do you remember? Go ahead.
And you know what? I know you're watching right now. Don't worry, I still haven't told anybody, Chris.
Do you remember? Sorry to change it, but do you remember that really cringe commercial that Kamala Harris put out, where it was like men and
you're gonna have to be more specific there. There were so many of them.
No, there was like these men grilling, and they were like, "I'm a real man, so I can vote for Harris."
Those were so. I mean,
it was so bad.
I think sometimes I see political commercials, and I think to myself, like, someone got paid an ungodly amount of money, for that idea.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'm over here hosting a damn podcast. Like, I'm thinking, it is bananas to me. But
yeah.
So, like, you know, where would you say that you are now? Because I'm sure
Politically.
I'm sure your
People always
views
wanna
haven't
know.
changed. I mean, look, everyone is, and look, but you're not the only Democrat who's sitting here going, I feel homeless. I
feel homeless.
You got
for sure.
James Carville, the legend. James Carville, who's
We're gonna
ready
have to
jump
start a
ship.
party, James and I. I'm just like, no. Okay.
There's a ticket. You, James Carville, and Bill Maher as Secretary of State.
It'd be pretty fun, right? It'd be pretty entertaining. So this is what I think. There actually are some views that I've shifted on, Kevin. Like immigration, for instance. I think that has been I think you guys are right about immigration. You're absolutely right. And I think that has been the biggest one for me, that I've really, truly done a 180. And it's because I understand now how mass illegal immigration hurts working class people, and especially working class people in the heartland, in the middle of the country, that have had their jobs shipped overseas. There aren't a lot of great high-paying manufacturing jobs there anymore. What's left is like a lot of service industry jobs for blue-collar people. And then you have these hotels that bring in, and these restaurants that bring in, all these like H-2B visas from other countries, and then they pay them way less than they would pay somebody like my cousin. And, and then I hear stories about guys in unions that are construction workers that are, not getting projects, and instead they're just being brought on to consult with an illegal labor force, most likely, right? Or at least one that's here on visas. And they get the job because it's a lot cheaper to pay them. And so because of that, I have done a 180 on immigration. And I also think that mass illegal immigration, like somebody like Abdul Al-Sayed, he always talks about Medicare for all, right? He's always like Medicare for all, but like you cannot ever have Medicare for all or even like a healthy Medicaid system or Medicare if you are bringing in tons of other people that haven't paid into those systems, that are draining those systems, and then just leaving it open to anyone. And that's exactly what happened in California. I'm sure with Medicaid here. They made it so that you could get Medicaid on a tourist visa. That does not exist anywhere else in the world. Maybe in Canada, but like their system is failing right now because of it.
Yeah.
But and sorry to go on and on, but when I went to England, I went to England a few years ago, and my son got COVID. He got sick. We had to go to the hospital. He was a baby, right? He was okay, but he was sick for a few days. And, at the emergency room, they gave him emergent care for free, taxpayer funded. But the moment that they wanted to admit him, they were like, where's your insurance card? Because you're not English. Like, you're not a citizen of our country. We pay these taxes. This is a precious resource for our people. And I completely understood that, and it made sense to me. Yeah. And so you just cannot open your benefits up to the entire world and expect for the public to psychologically buy into that.
Well,
They're not going to.
I think it's an old Milton Friedman quote. You can have open borders, or you can have a welfare state, but you can't have both. And if you look at many of the Nordic countries that people like, and it's so funny because I said it to I was talking about Bernie Sanders' cousin before. My professor, I remember in 2015 when he was talking about how open borders was a Koch brothers plan by the Chamber of Commerce.
That's his real view.
Lower wages. And I'm like, where is that guy?
Where's that guy?
Because I truly believe, and I say it to people, it's not a race thing. I don't care what you look like. If it were up to me, the first immigrant we would deport is Prince Harry, and he's so white you can see through him. Like, the last thing LA needs is more useless Nepo babies. But genuinely, everything in this country is downstream of the fact that we have upwards of 25, 30.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows how many? I mean, we have a housing crisis for sure.
Yeah.
You know what would help the housing crisis? Not having 20 million addition. And look, I live here in the New York City suburbs. I don't know what it's like in the middle of the country, but I know here housing prices are bananas.
No. It's my mom and grandma's rents went up. There was like a surge of immigrants, and they've been seeing that there.
It's crazy. So, and I'm used to it. Like, look, I was born in Queens. I was actually born in AOC's district. I'm used to ethnic enclaves, and I love that about New York. I love that you can go.
Food,
I love
the culture.
Food,
totally.
I love it. But that's not what's happening here.
Right.
It is. I mean, it is kind of like what we saw in Spain the other day. It's an invasion.
Right.
Well, you are being invaded
Yeah.
by people who have no desire to. I say it all the time that remittances, the money that gets sent back,
Tax them.
They should tax the shit out of Western
90%.
Union and Venmo if it's going to a foreign IP address.
Yeah.
Somebody figure that out, because that's what's killing the American economy.
Right.
That's why money that is sent overseas from someone working here illegally is not being spent at the local pizza place,
right,
at the dry cleaners, at the whatever the hell you got going on. And that's what's hurting so many of these small businesses. I mean, I can get into Mamdani and how he's going. My city will never, ever come back from what it was pre-COVID, which kills me because I had the greatest New York City life ever.
I lived there pre-COVID too for 6 months, and it was incredible. I felt
like
safe. I could walk around. I go there now. I was just there last week. It doesn't feel that way anymore.
Whole place
it feels so
smells
much
like
sketchier.
weed.
Yeah, it's so much sketchier. It's different.
All those and for the national audience, they have this idea of underground New York City nightclubs and rooftop hookah lounges, the city that never sleeps. That's over with. It doesn't exist. Anyone who would run one of those places is now running it on Collins Avenue in Miami or off Broadway in Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's gone. And it's going to take decades to come back.
Totally.
And with Mamdani in office, I've never seen someone less impressive get more credit in my he has accomplished nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're on TikTok, you would think he was the second coming of Christ, and that.
Did he balance the budget? I heard that, but I don't know if it's true or not.
He extorted Kathy Hochul. This is what happened. He extorted Kathy Hochul for state funds.
Okay.
To New York City so that she wouldn't face a primary.
Oh my God.
Stealing money from your neighbor down the street
isn't cutting spending and
doesn't balance
budget,
your checkbook.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, especially in New York, where Buffalo is 12 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm 45 minutes, so you want to rob me, it's fine. But the people in eastern Ohio, which is what Buffalo is, have to pay for the subway in Brooklyn.
Totally.
That's bananas.
That's crazy. That shouldn't be happening. So no, I agree with you guys on immigration. I agree with, this is probably crazy I like the philosophy behind Donald Trump's tariffs. I like bringing jobs back to America. Hell yeah. I do have some other disagreements, especially when it comes to unions. I came from a union family. A lot of those guys vote Republican now. I'd like to see the Republican Party become more pro-labor, at least for the private sector unions.
Yes.
They don't need to go all in on the teachers or whatever. But for the guys that swing a hammer, they really do need a union. They need protection. Those are dangerous jobs.
I have been yelling from the rooftop.
Yeah.
The fact that we are not on every construction site in New York City right now is bananas to me. But what the hell do I know? I only win elections. Unlike everybody else in New York. But I'm with you there. The public
I think
sector
there are
unions,
Republicans that are with me here. They're just not the majority yet.
Oh,
and
no,
I think,
you're absolutely right. I think Republicans should focus on the carpenters and the electricians and the plumbers and the HVAC. Look, you're never getting the teachers union.
they vote for you. Why not help them out?
Especially, you're starting to see.
Yeah.
Them sort of come around. You had the Teamsters union president that was
no, they the rank and file vote for you.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
they love you. So
and if there's one thing union leadership wants, it's to keep that cushy ass $300,000 a year job sitting in that office. So they're gonna go with their members.
Make your members happy.
That's it.
So yeah, stuff like that. I do have some disagreements on healthcare. I have a pre-existing condition. I would like the Republican Party to promise that they will never roll back pre-existing condition discrimination. That is a red line for me. It's one of the reasons that I was able to vote for Trump this time is because I did actually vote for him, is because he promised not to do that. He tried in the first term, and I think he kind of learned from that it was unpopular. And so he promised not to do that, and they haven't done that. So that is a big deal for me, and it's a big deal, I think, for a lot of swing voters, actually.
Oh, for sure.
So there's things like that where I'm I can't go there because I still have some fundamental disagreements. But I'm an independent, and I take it candidate by candidate, since I voted for Trump, I voted for some Democrats and I voted for some Republicans still. So, you know, I really research each candidate now and their policies and what office they're running for. And that's how I try to live my life. And in 2028, my vote's up for grabs. So, you know,
hopefully it goes to your fellow Midwesterner, who I'm making no bones about it. I am Team Vance, unless
I like him better than Rubio too.
Unless
unless
Zeldin runs or is on a ticket.
Yeah.
Zeldin is my mentor. I owe that man everything. So if Rubio picks Zeldin, I'm gonna be pretty pissed. But I'll suck it up and deal with it.
I like JD more too. I hear all these like sort of conservative intellectuals trashing him and, you know, saying, and I'm just like, you guys, when I talk to my family and like people, my friends back home, you know, they like JD. Like 90% of them prefer JD over Rubio. I don't think they really understand that the people are more inclined to be behind JD, especially people in the Rust Belt.
I think that more people need to block out the noise, and JD Vance, and we'll wrap here. I know you got to run, but
I don't hate Marco Rubio or anything.
Oh, I don't hate him either.
I just prefer, like, I think I would be more open. I think, yeah.
JD is proof that guys like us can do it. Like, you know, the Carlin line, it's one big club and you're not in it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, dad not around, mother on heroin, sister taking care of him, grew up dirt poor in a town that was forgotten. Like that, what more?
That's how I feel too. Yeah.
Like everyone I tell them, go watch the movie. If it wasn't depicted as the Trump movie, I think Amy Adams would have won Best Actress for it, for Hillbilly Elegy. She was fantastic in it. I also love everything she's in, but that's another conversation for another day. But Evan Barker.
I just want to plug my book one more time. I've been told by people that J.D. Vance's book was the book that explained why Trump won the 2016 election. My book is the book that explains why he won again.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Guys, go pick up a copy of Nothing Left, Confessions of a Democrat Operative by Evan Barker. Look, we are the Big Tent Party here. At least I'm the Big Tent Party. I welcome everybody in. So while you may still be an independent, now I have a mission to bring you back over all of the way. Evan, where can everybody find you?
On X, Evan WCH. That's where I am.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Okay, thanks, Kevin.
Alrighty, guys, we will be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. It's MyPillow.com. Use promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. It's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. Guys, big shout out to Evan Barker. Look, she's very good at what she does. She's very good at what she did. I think I started reading her book last night. I think you guys will really, really enjoy it. And look, she's on our side now, so we'll take it. We shall take it. Before we wrap up today, though, I do want to ask for some thoughts and prayers. Last night or yesterday, legendary New York City activist Scott Lebedo. I'm sure many of you guys have seen his paintings. He's a phenomenal painter. Scott's a good friend of mine. He had a heart attack. He's doing okay. I spoke to some people who spoke with him. He's doing all right. He's still in the hospital. But Scott's been a longtime friend, and I mean, I've been in this game. I've been in this world about 6 years. Scott's been in it about 30. Legendary New York City activist, legendary America First activist. So we're wishing Scott all the best. Get well soon, buddy. I'll catch you guys live tomorrow with the host of the Freedom and Whiskey podcast. She's gonna be coming on talking about doing some fun video content. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, stay loud.
We ended our hour like
I
that.
just wanted to lighten the mood. I wanted to lighten the mood.
See you all in a little bit.
All right, folks.
The Paul Herrell Program.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red VIVE works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. and are made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, hour number 2. Thanks so much for being with us. Really having a blast here. Rob, I really appreciate you carrying the show today. I really appreciate all your comments. So.
Listen, Paul, I carry the show every day.
You do.
It's just in different ways. And so if you're sticking with us, it's still the morning time for us, but you may be watching our second hour on LFA TV. We wanted to say one thing to just our LFA audience. If I know that there's been lineup changes and all of that stuff, but we try to vary the show every day. You're not going to get the same content. We also try to talk about stuff that maybe is not 100% the story of the day, because sometimes that stuff just gets completely talked to death. So hopefully you'll like our show. Give us a chance and stick with us during our morning time slot hours going forward.
Amen. I completely agree. So speaking of topics that maybe get buried and don't get covered a lot, it's now time for our next newest segment. It's called excuse me, I just lost these new chairs. It's called Degree in Dumb. You got
Paul,
that on delay?
Yeah, I caught it on delay, Paul. And I just want to say the irony of our new segment, Degree in Dumb, and you about fall out of your chair.
Yeah. Degree in Dumb. Whoa. Yeah. So Degree in Dumb, this can be a segment where we highlight liberals on college campuses.
Okay.
In this particular instance, we're not doing that. We're highlighting the fact that colleges have become so dumb and then with the rise of AI, that they may in fact be dying off. Now, to do that, we're going to go to this clip right here, which is this is a very popular TikTok out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's from the account Degree Free. I told Eric about this the other day, where you can go to degreefree.com and you can actually look at the different options for your kids on, hey, if you don't think college is right for them, and meaning that, don't do it when they're 17 or 18, do it when they're 11 or 12.
Okay.
You start to think about, what can happen? Is college, this end-all, be-all? And, of course, we know that that's not the case. We know there's plenty of people going to trade schools. But for this inaugural segment of Degree in Dumb, I want you to listen to this.
The quote at the top of the video is, "The best degree is a Palantir degree."
Literally, that's what I saw today. And that is the future. They're just going to cut the colleges out completely. They're going to die off. That's what's going to happen. The few that remain will be forced to go back to what they were originally supposed to be, which is institutions where people go to actually learn and think more deeply about things, because they are no longer that. Actually, the death of the colleges is the only thing that can save the colleges. And it's the only thing that can put them back to their pure form and actually put them back to the ethics that governed them at the beginning and make them an actual force for good, an actual force for real education in the world. And so I'm hoping that more of these colleges just collapse, and the only ones that survive are the ones that are doing a good job.
That's very interesting.
It's a very interesting take, right? I mean, very interesting clip. And again, I would encourage all of you to go, and they don't sponsor this show at all, degreefree.com, because I find this, I don't even know this lady's name, but I find her content fascinating because she is studying all this. Now, she actually believes a little different than I do. She believes that with the AI revolution that there actually will be new jobs created for people with souls that we can't anticipate yet. And she cites, industrial revolution, things like that. There were already, we're going to take your job, but then now there's more jobs.
Yeah.
Because
of the boom.
I don't know if that's the case. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's a lot worse than that. Plus, you have our elites talking about universal basic income for a reason. I mean, it's not like, but what she's saying about college is exactly right. And I think the degreefree.com is a way for you as a parent to potentially calm down about it. It's not the end of the world if your kid grows up and says, I don't really want to go to college, or I don't know what I do. Well, you can start having those conversations early, because the institutions are going to tell you, your guidance counselors that are taxpayer funded, the taxpayer dollar goes to a guidance counselor to convince you to go into debt to go to college because you have to do it, because they're convinced that their graduating class success rate is based on how many people in the graduating class got accepted and went to college the next year. That's what their mindset is. But you don't necessarily have to do that.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Oh gosh, he's an influencer, social media speaker. Lord have mercy, I forget his name. He wrote several books. It's going to come to me in just a second, and everybody's going to be like, "Oh yeah, duh, you couldn't come up with that." But anyway, essentially, he's been screaming it for years and has been saying, hey, you don't need to go to college.
Are you talking about Mike Rowe?
No.
Not the Dirty Jobs guy.
No. And so he's like, you don't need to go to college because you're just essentially, he's like, hey, if your parents are going to pay for it, or if you've got this free ride scholarship, hey, go. Meet new people, learn, make some different connections and all of that stuff. But he's like, do not go out and take college loans. Don't go into debt to get this degree that you don't even really need. Gary Vaynerchuk.
Okay.
Gary V.
I never heard of him.
Oh my gosh, he wrote this book called Crushing It in 2011, and it's still one of my most fantastic books. And he was talking about the rise of social media, and he called what we're seeing today, really as it was sort of taking off in 2011. But anyway, so Gary V has been screaming this for the longest time. He's like, do not waste money on college, because you look at all of these degrees and then you look at your return that you're getting for that cost. And I think we mentioned this on the show, maybe a year ago, talking about the ridiculousness of Stanford University. The Stanford Cardinal in California has more faculty on staff than they have students. There are more people who work there as instructors, researchers, all of this stuff, than they have actual students. And so the cost of tuition is these students going and getting these worthless degrees in many cases. Do you use your college degree right now, Paul?
Yes.
You use it, the practical skills, but do you use the actual degree?
No, I do not.
Yeah, of course. Of course not. And neither have I. I use those skills that I learned there because we don't want to embarrass ourselves by telling what our degree is in.
I see what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, but our degree,
I can comprehend what you're talking about.
Right, and I still have college loans, and I've been out of college for many, many years. I still have college loans that I have not paid off just because they have the lowest interest rate.
Right.
And so our financial advisor is like, hey, don't pay off this stuff right there. You've got this stuff that's got these much higher interest rates. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is college is a scam. College is a waste of money. Charlie Kirk said that all the time. He's like, you're paying for this worthless degree, and then you're going to go into this massive debt and expect to be able to pay it off and have a job and all of this stuff. But there are people with master's degrees who are baristas at Starbucks.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with being a barista at Starbucks. But there are people with college, multiple master's degrees that are having to work at McDonald's, or worse yet, refusing to work, living on unemployment or living off of the government because they are too good. They're too overqualified for this position. No, you're not. No, you're not. You got to do what you got to do, and you wasted money and time going to college.
Well, so I went kind of down a rabbit hole with this segment, Degree and Dumb. I think this is sound information. But there are some people that are wondering, and this isn't the first time I've heard this. I believe it was Jeff Younger that said this. He was like, he said, yeah, don't necessarily go into the trades. They're funneling everybody into the trades, and he thinks that is a conspiracy potentially. And I may be putting words in his mouth in terms of that when the AI is going to go after the trades, and then we're all slaves to the universal basic income and that sort of thing. And so I heard that months ago. But listen to this, because there's evidence out there to support that that's true. Here's a random lady on TikTok, and then her name is Kelly Hatcher. I've never heard of her, but this is what she said, and then I researched it, and it looks like what she's saying is largely accurate. Listen to this.
So you're telling me that HVAC, plumbing, electrical, all of those blue-collar companies are being bought up by private equity. Do I have that right? So now that we caught on to the scam that is college, we are all sending our children into the trades in hopes to one day have them be able to have a better life. But there will be no opportunity for said children once they're done because private equity will have cornered the market. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you do, and it's actually worse than that. I mean, not only would the market be cornered, and your kind of an artificial ceiling set for a lot of these people, you're also now in a perfect position to where these private equity people that just love to destroy companies once they try to cut corners, that they'll replace everybody with humanoid robots to do your plumbing if that technology is ever readily available. So I find this interesting, and I think it's something that we need to be aware of. So I did a little fact checking on what she's saying, because I was like, okay, is that really true? Or is private equity really going in and buying up small town businesses? This is just from Boise, I guess Idaho news outlet. Private equity firms are snatching up many longtime Boise area HVAC companies. That's one headline. Here's another one from the Dayton Daily News. I'm assuming that's in Ohio. Private equity firms buys Dayton's home services companies, or buys Dayton home services companies, meaning plural.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and home service, that's talking about plumbers and electricians, all of that.
Everything. Yep. Now we have this one. Now this is from Medium by Edmund Thorne. Private equities Florida takeover. So we had one in Idaho, one in Ohio, now Florida. Private equities Florida takeover. Why your AC, plumbing, and rent costs keep soaring. This was the most compelling article that I found. Private equity firms bought homes, then bought the companies that fixed them. Now many Floridians are paying the price twice. It's from the Florida News Network. When the air conditioning quits in July, most Floridians do not have the luxury of shopping around for days. They need cold air. They need it fast. That urgency has become big business. Over the last decade, private equity firms and institutional investors have poured billions into Florida. First came the housing market. Investment groups armed with cash snapped up thousands of homes and turned them into rentals. At the same time, another trend was taking shape. Those same financial interests and their competitors began buying air conditioning companies, plumbers, electricians, other home service businesses. The result has left many residents asking an uncomfortable question: are Floridians paying more to live in homes owned by investors and then paying more again when those homes need repairs? Florida's population boom. Anyway, my point is, it is happening, and it is another example. I mean, I guess we could get a segment. We need to get a middle class or war on the middle class segment, because that's also, you can put all of this under that umbrella. And I, you talk about us covering stories sometimes that are not necessarily. This is one of those stories that is is not getting covered.
Well, we've
So-
been hearing it for a long time, Paul. That you're like, hey, don't go to college. Go get, like here in the state of Arkansas. And I'm assuming that they have this in other states, but you can get a dual license in HVAC and electrician at the same time. And so the guy that works on a lot of my HVACs is dual certified, and he's also an electrician. He's phenomenally qualified, and he's so helpful because he has that dual certification. Now, he's just an independent guy. He's just a one-man show. But there are a lot of these that are companies, and we've got several big ones here in just our local hometown. And you've got all of these things. You've got all of these things that are all of these companies that might have 10 employees, 20 employees. Some of them maybe have 50 or 100, but it's still a mom and pop, right? There's one guy that started it or lady, and they started it and they grew the business, grew the name, all of that stuff. Well, then that person, their business has become extremely attractive to these private equity firms, and they're going to bring in this large money, and they're going to say, hey, let me buy you out. I'll pay you to still work here and run it just like normal, but you don't have to have the stress of making payroll. You don't have to have the stress of you're paying your mortgage payment or whatever it is on your building. You don't have to pay for any of that. If your equipment breaks down, I will take care of all of this stuff for you.
Yeah.
But I want to be the owner. Okay, well, now they come in, and then they start changing stuff. And then they start jacking up the prices, and they're ruining that HVAC technician's good name, so much so that he gets fed up with it and leaves. It's a story that's been told 1,000 million times here in the United States, and is going to continue to be sold. And I think that's what her point is we're pushing everybody away from college into these trades.
Because, as we said earlier, college is a scam.
Correct. So you're pushing them into these trades. Well, then what's money always going to do? It's always going to figure out a way. It's kind of like all these people that want to put all these taxes on these billionaires, and you're just like, you think that you're going to just pull one over on a billionaire? They didn't just happen upon $1 billion, folks. They earn that money because they're savvy, they're cunning, maybe a little bit ruthless in some respects, but they're going to find ways around every law that you write. So don't sit here and call yourself that. What you end up doing is you pass those taxes, and it trickles down, and it's on the middle class paying the taxes as they always do. I digress. Back to what I'm saying about these HVAC companies. All of that stuff gets swallowed up, and then their price goes through the roof because now they've got profit margins to meet. They're running this place like a corporation rather than that mom and pop that was running it and saying, hey, you know what? I'm just not going to charge this little old lady. She just doesn't have any money here, and I'll just do this. Hey, ma'am, if you'll give me $200 and that's just going to cover the cost of my materials, then I'll get all this stuff fixed up or whatever. Get somebody to, hey, like we got an extra spare unit over there that we pulled out on one. It's working just fine. We replaced some parts. I know you can't afford a new air unit, but I'll put this used one in there. Should work for several years. Should be good to go. That won't happen with these private equity firms.
Not a chance.
They're going to look at the bottom line. They're not going to look at the human side
You're
of it.
exactly right, and I talked about that. I mean, this happens all over the place. I talked about this with Anita Thibault about the Delta Dental and the billions of dollars in business they're doing in California, and it's just like there's no way they're doing that much Medicaid business. There's just no way they're doing that much business. It just seems like. But I've talked to people that go into these corporate-owned dentists. Maybe they haven't been to the dentist in a while. They go in there, man. They are not treated like human beings. They are treated like cattle, like sheep, man. And that's what private equity does. It dehumanizes, sucks the soul out of everything. So ridiculous. So insane, man.
Well, and it's because, we can villainize them all they want, but they've got stockholders, a lot of these. They're answering to a bottom line. They're running it like a business. In a lot of respects, there are good things that they do. They create industry, they create jobs, but most of the time especially with these private equity firms, they're going in and buying a well-established business, and they're just trying to make it more profitable, which is at the expense of the consumers, which is exactly what those articles were pointing to.
I want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. For those of you that don't know, this is a charity that I am pushing because I'm a part of it. It's something that a friend of mine, Matt Troy, a veteran, founded, and asked me to help with, and I am doing everything I can to help veterans because it's not. I mean, there's a lot of veterans charities out there, folks, and they do great work. This is a very specific charity, and it's easy to understand, especially if you know anything about red light therapy. Red light therapy is a scientifically proven therapy to reduce your pain, reduce your inflammation. It can help with sleep. It can help with skin rejuvenation. It can keep you from surgery. It can help you recover from surgery. You can do everything, and you can go do the research for yourself. It's called photobiomodulation. It is proven what the red and near-infrared light does to your mitochondria. It's a very simple charity. We have a list of veterans that have been prescribed red light panels by their doctor, but they can't afford them because they're not cheap. They're medical-grade devices, and they're not cheap. The VA doesn't want to cover them, so this is where Healing Veteran Project comes in. The VA may want to cover pharmaceuticals like Vicodin and opioids, but they don't want to cover this. It's just the way of the world right now. So go to healingveteransproject.us if you want to help a veteran heal by getting access to red light therapy. We're going to put a panel in their home, a doctor-prescribed panel in their home. And if you have a business or you know of anybody that has a business, a point-of-sale retail business, we want to partner with them. We want to give their customers the opportunity to donate. And if you're interested in that and also interested in that business receiving a marketing fee after partnering with us, you can email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us. That's paul@healingveteransproject.us. So, Paul Program powered by Healing Veterans Project. Now, in other news on the show, like this is a tragic story. I don't recommend. Well, Rob, you actually have seen this. But
I saw the video. I saw what he was doing to himself, and I wish that I hadn't.
So Perez Hilton, many people don't know who this is, or they've maybe forgotten who Perez Hilton is. He kind of rose to fame in the aftermath of Paris Hilton, and all of her slutty ways and everything, slutty celebrity ways. He was kind of a celebrity gossip columnist, based his whole personality around being gay.
Flamboyantly gay.
That's who he is. But anyway, last night, as I was trying to go to bed or trying to prepare to go to bed, I looked on my feed, and all of a sudden I see, oh my gosh, Perez Hilton may have just killed himself live on a TikTok video or on a TikTok live.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we found out that he did. Well, you actually saw the video.
Yeah, I don't think when the video that I saw, he had not killed himself.
Correct. No, he is now apparently in a had a psychotic episode and was picked up in an ambulance.
So here, I'll just describe this for you without being graphic as much as graphic as I can be. So imagine this guy there. You see him on your screen. And so he was without his shirt. He was without his shirt. I don't know if he had bottoms on because it was like kind of cut off, and I don't know what he was wearing down there. But he was without his shirt, and he had a knife, and he was continually slicing his own body, his face, his chest, his arms, everything, and it looked like Carrie after the pig's blood was dumped on her.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what he looked like. And it was like 2 minutes long of what I watched, and he would cut himself and he would go and it was
a lot. I haven't seen it. I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
You say don't see it, so I'm not going to.
Do not. If you're one of those people that sees the stuff and then you're just like out of morbid curiosity, I just searched him on after you had said that he had killed himself, and I was just confirming the story, and then I saw that in the feed, and it said graphic, and so I clicked on it. And I wish I hadn't, because I was trying to go to bed when I was watching that. So anyway, it was just I've thought about it multiple times, and it was very, very cringy. Obviously, I don't have a single solitary thing in common with Perez Hilton. I can't imagine, other than we're human beings. We're children of God. And it was extremely obvious that he was either one of two things: demonically possessed last night, or he was going through a serious mentally psychotic break.
Potentially drug-induced.
Could be drug-induced. We saw that many years ago when they were doing the bath salts and those people, the zombies like in Miami that were eating people's faces while they were. There's just disgusting stuff. But anyway, so this happened last night, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but I can tell you with complete certainty, if he survives all of this, which I think he's probably will survive it, because those those cuts, although they were doing damage and causing him to bleed, they weren't extremely deep from the ones that I saw. But he is absolutely 100% permanently scarred. His face is all hacked up, and it was just disgusting, man.
The last I heard from this guy, and I hadn't probably heard from him in 10, 15 years, and all of a sudden he comes out a couple weeks ago and, says, maybe not a couple weeks ago, but a couple months ago, I don't know, what does this post say?
Yeah.
So weeks before Perez Hilton was seen harming himself during a TikTok live stream, he tried selling Christian merchandise to help pay his hospital bills. So he started saying he was trying to read the Bible. He made videos about it kind of seemed like he was close to the kingdom, honestly, if what I remember seeing is correct. And so people have been praying for this guy. I know they have. And because he seemed like he was about to become a Christian, or maybe he has claimed to become a Christian. I don't.
Yeah.
And then so for this to happen, it's just one of those things where you're just like, my goodness.
Yeah. Again, I don't know that I have a lot in common with him other than we're both human beings on the face of this planet.
I don't know. That doesn't look like Christian merchandise to me, what you see there.
Yeah.
But
well, and he's openly gay, and I just don't know. I don't know anything about him other than just I've heard his name, and I know he was a celebrity blogger. He's got this gossip website.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. I'm looking at it here. Yeah, so PerezHilton.com. So it's just PerezHilton.com, and it's just celebrity gossip about that stuff. So it was a tragic thing, and again, just do not watch it.
Do not watch the video. If you hear anything that Rob is saying or anything that we're saying, do not watch the video, whatever you do.
Yeah.
So now it's time for Trans Women Are Men.
What a segue, Paul. Lord.
Biology, chromosomes, reality. Trans women are men. For this edition of Trans Women Are Men, we go to the world #1 women's tennis player. She goes by the name of Aryna Sabalenka. She's a lot of fun to watch. Of course, I'm a big tennis fan. I really don't like women's sports at all. I obviously prefer to watch men play tennis because it's so much faster.
Chauvinist.
But if I had to watch a women's sport, it would be women's tennis all day long because it's competitive and a lot of fun to watch.
Well, and it just goes to show the difference in the men and women's sports, and that's what she's going to be talking about here. But it goes back to what Serena Williams said a long time ago, and that is she's like, oh, if I were to play the 200 ranked person in the world, I would look like, she was saying she would lose. And in fact, her and her sister did play doubles against two men, and they lost badly. But to Serena's credit, she's like, yeah, we would look. It's a different game. They hit the ball harder. They move faster.
Yeah.
All of that stuff. It is a different game because of biology.
Yep.
Not because men are better, because of biological differences. We were the hunter-gatherers. We were the providers. We are the protectors, right? So our bodies are built for this. The women are the nurturers, right? Their bodies are built to nurture, and they can feed a human with their own body. We can't do that.
Yep.
And so there's just differences. Men are not better than women, but there are differences. And when it comes to sports, men have advantages.
So here she is, Aryna Sabalenka, being asked about this question. What do you think about it? I'm sorry. Let me run this back and actually activate the Rumble audio.
Hi. The WTA recently announced that the players will take a one-time gender test. How do you feel about that? The first pro league to go in that direction.
I think it's really important to keep the fairness in our tour, and it's obvious that biologically, right, the men are way stronger than women, so I feel like it would be not really fair for the woman to compete against biological men. So I believe it took them a little while to make this decision, and I support it. But for me, I'm focusing on myself, on my goals, whatever it takes. If they want to test us all, I'm happy to do that. It's pretty fair, and let's keep it that way. Thank you. Thank you.
And there you go.
Okay.
Trans men are women, Rob. Trans men are women.
Trans women are men.
Trans women are men. Sorry.
More importantly here, trans women are men. Because, listen, if you're like people are throwing up the fact that in high school, Sophie Cunningham was a kicker for their football team. And so they were like, oh, I thought men and women's sports are different. Okay. You're being disingenuous.
Yes.
You're being completely disingenuous because you know exactly what we're talking about, and that is the biological differences between men and women and how men, in terms of athletic stuff, strength, power, speed, fast twitch muscle fibers, all of those things, the men have an advantage. Mm-hmm. So if a woman can compete with men in a men's sport, that's just a bigger compliment to her, okay? And Sophie was she was a good kicker, apparently. I haven't done a whole lot of research on it, but you had all these people trying to show all this stuff. I think it's so incredibly refreshing that the number one player in a sport is saying what she's saying. Mm-hmm. This is the equivalent of Serena saying this, 15 years ago. But at that time, the world was just starting to get crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so at least with all of this gender ideology stuff. And so she is the right person to come out and say this. And I hope that other organizations follow the Women's WTA, the Women's Tennis Association. I think that's what it's called. I hope that other organizations follow this, other sports leagues, because, look, if you're a biological male, I don't care how many, hormones or hormone therapy that you're on or whatever, if you're a biological male, you have an advantage over women. Bravo to her.
100%.
Trans women are men. They are men with some mental illness, and they need help. They don't need coddling and cheering. They need help. I've said it before on this show, and I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. We do not cheer other mental health disorders. We don't. We don't cheer. Oh, yay, you're clinically depressed.
Right.
You know what? Go ahead. You be you, girl. You just lock yourself in that dark room. You just don't leave your house for 7 days. You don't shower for a month because you're clinically depressed. Oh, brave you. We don't do that. We don't embrace and celebrate someone's anorexia. And we certainly don't give them surgery to affirm it, right? I know I've said this so many times on the show that our regular listeners are tired of hearing it, but it's the exact same thing. Gender dysphoria and anorexia nervosa are both mental disorders, okay? You are seeing something that is not truth. Mm-hmm. You are seeing something that is not a fact. And an anorexic person looking in themselves in the mirror, feeling like they're overweight, even though they are skin and bones, it's the exact same thing as looking in the mirror as a biological man and saying, I really feel that I'm a woman. And gender is just a social construct. No, it's not. When you actually want me to treat you like a woman, you want to use a woman's bathroom, you want to dress with the women, you want to compete with the women. This is not just you having a gender construct here and different from biological sex. They want to draw the difference between biological sex and gender as a social construct. No, because you're taking the social construct and what you're saying is, I'm actually a woman. That trans women are actually women. That's what you're trying to say, and that's what you want me to say because you've got your damn pronouns here that you want me to refer to you as she, her, when you got a male, I almost said it, you got male anatomy swinging between your legs, and you want me to call you a she? How dare you? I'm not going to live in your delusion. And if you've got tennis players that are biological males that are competing against biological females, then they have an advantage. And it's naive to not agree with that. It's what it is your sort of your mentality, your ideology is so rotten that you've gone so deep down the rabbit hole. Adam Carolla had a great tweet today or yesterday or something. He's like, we've spent the better part of a decade arguing over what the difference between a man and a woman is.
It's crazy.
What the hell?
Wow, that's actually nuts to think about.
What have we done here?
I mean, I know that's true. That's obviously true, but it's kind of wild when you think about how much time we've spent on something that is just so basic. It's like, if you get this issue wrong, like, I question every other decision you've ever made in your entire life if you're getting this issue wrong.
Well, I can't. I said it yesterday. I was like, I can't have a rational conversation with you if you're starting off in fantasy world. That's right. If you're starting off saying that a man with male anatomy, just because he's been taking some hormones, is actually a woman, and you're saying, well, it's because they identify that. That's how they identify with gender. No. But you want me to treat them like a woman, like biological sex? No.
So this is the second day in a row where we can also build on this segment. So yesterday we played for you the segment of Pat McAfee, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers taking politics, Anthony Fauci being a criminal against humanity, taking it kind of across the Rubicon, criticizing ESPN while on ESPN, by the way, as well, but taking Fauci's crimes and crossing this sports ball Rubicon, crossing into the sports world. And what a big deal that is. It's a big deal when our message, which is derided as a conspiracy theory, actually gets promoted by what's considered neutral territory, even though we know it's not neutral. But sports ball territory is actually very left-wing coded, but it gets to try to claim to be neutral when it's not. Big deal when our message gets across.
To your point, and just think about ESPN. Again, we talked about this yesterday. Pat McAfee I think he is now the highest paid person at ESPN. Stephen A. Smith is the second highest paid. And they both had... Stephen A. Smith is addressing it directly.
Yep.
Pat McAfee,
it's just allowing the conversation.
Was allowing that conversation, and these are two of the two most watched people on that network.
Yeah. So this is Stephen A. Smith speaking out against the transanity.
This is not about being anti anything. This is about being pro girls, pro females, pro women, pro ladies. You can't be a male. Born a male, transitioning to female, and think that you should have the right to compete with women. Not in basketball, not in football, not in boxing, not in the UFC. Hell, not even in tennis. It's an aberration when you find somebody like a Serena Williams serving 25 miles an hour. That's ordinary for Jokic or Jokovic. That's ordinary for Sinner. That's ordinary for Alcaraz. That was ordinary for Sampras. Agassi and all of these guys. We got to stop this. We got to stop acting like somebody that's speaking up on behalf of girls, like a Sophie Cunningham, like a Riley Gaines, are scourges of the earth. You are Cheryl Reeve, the head coach of the Minnesota Lynx. That is an irresponsible thing to do. You are a coach for a female basketball team. Do you not think that the females are being screwed over if they have to compete against an individual born as a male? What are you talking about? Nobody said you can't transition from male to female. The issue here is competing against the women. That's what Sophie Cunningham was talking about. That's what Riley Gaines is talking about. How are you, Coach Cheryl Reeve, and you could condone that? And then you're going to come out with a T-shirt. No regard for the WNBA. No regard for the sponsors that may be put off by that. No regard for the bottom line that might be affected because of a position that she has taken that you know is going to be politicized. Because that's what you did. No regard for that whatsoever. How is that okay? How?
I could not have said that any better. Stephen A was cooking, and I'm glad you let him cook right there, because he is 110% right. And it's so refreshing to see this voice, because he is a powerful voice in the sports world.
I mean, he's got his haters, but yes, there's no doubt.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There are people on both sides of the political, because he gets political. He gets political. He's got a podcast that he does as well, where he's even talked about that he might run for president. I don't know how serious he is about that. But I'm going to tell you, he's a liberal, but he's a moderate. He is very much a moderate, and he just proved that right there. He's not one of the lefties, the lefty lunatics. Now, he says he don't like Trump, so whatever. But I'm not saying I would ever vote for him, but I wouldn't be nervous if he was in office. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be, oh my gosh, Bernie Sanders, which we didn't even talk about how Bernie Sanders is heading toward the center. This dude's heading toward the center because those Democrat socialists have left him and AOC behind.
Yeah, so's Fetterman. Fetterman may even switch parties.
Dude, that guy has come around, and Bernie Sanders is never gonna. He's an independent. Bernie Sanders is an independent, but that's because the DNC screwed him over against Hillary. We all know that. But anyway, Stephen A. Smith, again, perfect people to be talking about these issues. And I love how passionate he is, That's how I get fired up about trans stuff. He's so passionate because what are you talking about? And he's asking the head coach of a women's basketball team, what are you talking about? Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
I just got one critique. I thought it was great. And again, the phenomenon of these, conservative messages, breaking over into this world is very much needed, for relevancy and everything else. But he said it's not. One of the things he said is it's not that you can't transition from a man to being a woman. You just can't compete against women, and that is where I think he misses the point. I'm just saying, like, I get it. What he did was great, but from a liberal standpoint, that's the caveat. That's the qualifier. Yeah. I'm not saying that transgender people are wrong to believe they can't. Well, this is why the left will never get on board with that, because he's saying it's not that you can't transition from being a man to a woman. You just can't compete against women. Do you not see how that statement is a contradictory statement? If you're on the left and you actually believe that you can change your gender, which you can't, right? So he's supporting supporting a lie. He says, but we don't want that lie applied to the reality of the W in the WNBA. What does the W stand for?
Women.
Right. So, and Nancy Mace made a video about that, by the way, that I didn't pull.
Yeah.
That's my only critique. But beggars can't be choosers in a world where, again, ESPN in the sports world, they try to claim that they're neutral. This is a place for sports, but it's all left-wing coded.
Yeah, so this is his podcast, because this is the one that's on Sirius XM, and he does all of this stuff. So I think he gets a little murkier there when he goes on, but people listen to him, of course, because he built his name on ESPN. I agree with you on a lot of respects there. That's a contradictory statement, because we know that men cannot be women.
Right.
But I think ultimately what his point is if you're an adult, you can do whatever the hell you want, but don't come over here and act like you're a woman and compete in women's sports, because you were born a male. There's no way in the world that in my heart of hearts, that I believe that Stephen A. believes that a man can ever truly be a woman.
Right.
But he can't say that.
Right.
He can't come out and say that, because then he's completely a conservative right-wing lunatic and talking about the actual realities of biology. Mm-hmm. Gosh, perish the thought.
Perish the thought. All right, a follow-up segment to what we talked about yesterday, because on Mark Wayne Mullen, I want to read these two stories back to back, right? And I really like Brianna Morello. She's got a very interesting story that we don't have today that's about this man. She's got death threats against her. She had some, foreign man follow her into an apartment in Texas.
Morello has?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got a whole story about it. Maybe we should cover it tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
But she said basically, she got him on camera. This happened a while back. She calls the cops. He's following her into her apartment. She's got her dog, walks up the stairs. This is all on video now. All the video's been released. And he wants to pet the dog. She says, leave me alone, goes up. He still keeps coming up. She pulls a gun out that's not in frame, and then he runs away. She calls the cops. The cops show up. They claim the man didn't do anything wrong. They said, there's really nothing that he did that was illegal. It's like the dude was trespassing and stalked her on the street and saw, an attractive woman walking her dog. And, it was very obvious what this man was going up there to do. He was going up there to do some sort of sex.
I get what the
police.
I get what the police are saying, that he hadn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
But certainly
they got him.
trespassed. Can he not be?
They
trespassed?
eventually got him because she was because she's a journalist and she was already, had an FBI letter warning that there were death threats against her. They did fine, but anyway, she had to do this as just an average. Like, if the average person wasn't Brianna Morello, nothing would happen to this guy. This guy pled guilty to trespassing the other day in court, I think, among other things. Anyway, but Brianna Morello reported that sources say DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen is being blocked from interviews. I'm told that directive is coming from the White House. I've reached out to the White House for comment. Now, this was yesterday at about 1 o'clock Central Time, and this is that comment that Mark Wayne Mullen made that I think, again, in the wake, Rob, of the Supreme Court decision on birthright citizenship, this comment makes people angry.
We have naturalization ceremonies every single day in the United States that federal government's open. We have hundreds of thousands of people. In fact, we're real close to 900,000 individuals that have been naturalized in the last 12 months. There's a legal system to go through. But if you choose not to even begin or not to change your status, even if you've been here 25 years, I can't help you for that. Right? If you have a status change and you're working in your status change, so you overstayed your visa, but you're going through the system to change your status because you got married and you've been married to a U.S. citizen for 4 years, and you're going through the family visa system. You have no criminal history. You get picked up, and you're in the court system, and you've been showing up for your court dates. You're going to be released. You may get picked up, may be detained, may go through that process, but you're going to get released because you've been showing up, you've been going to your court system, your status is changing.
Look, I can't sit here and say that. I know he's talking to the governors or something? I can't say that he's wrong there,
especially the last part that he's talking. Gave that example.
But I can't say that he's wrong. But also at the same time, I'm like, dude, come on, like what's going on here? This is not what people want to hear.
I think you mentioned it yesterday that they're a lot of people are maybe pushing for a moratorium on naturalizations, and I would say. I would think that these are people who have been in the country for a while, or even people that have waited their time outside of the country, and they are becoming naturalized citizens. I think that there's been I think it was an overcorrection of what we saw in the first year, the 4 years under Biden. But I don't know that the 900 naturalizations are a bad thing. Because what is the alternative? And that was under Democrat rule, we've got border jumpers, we've got all of this stuff. I think that people, I don't know. I could see both arguments because I was about to say I think people should be allowed to come to the country legally if they are not just coming here to escape poverty, if they are actually contributing to the United States. So I would say, okay, yeah, maybe they should be allowed. But then there's another part of me that's just like, why don't we just keep the people we got and take care of our own?
That's what we got to do right now.
At this point,
it's been an open buffet for too long, both illegal and legal. I'm sorry, it's like I'm over it. I'm done with it. No, I want an immigration moratorium for a long time until we can figure this out.
Right.
But I know that. Look, I mean, all we can do is scream about that. Now, okay, so I don't know if that's, obviously what we have going on right now in terms of the deportations we do have are more deportations than we would have had in any other scenario, right? So we've got to continue to push and be as annoying as possible, in my opinion. Here is, but this is what's funny. So that was August 4th. Let's see, August 4th at 1 o'clock. Okay, that's the report from Brianna, right? And then you have this tweet from Allie Bradley, TV, 1:07 on August 4th. Just wrapped an exclusive conversation with Secretary Mullen at the border in the Rio Grande Valley. So again, the initial claim was he's being blocked from interviews, but at the exact same time, he was literally participating in an interview.
I'm going to say a couple of things. Look how jacked he is. I didn't realize he was, because he's always wearing a suit.
Yeah, no, he's
jacked.
Testosterone, I think.
Hey.
Definitely.
Hey. What if he's just spending a lot of time in the gym?
Maybe. Well, I mean, somebody told me that. Somebody told me that may have contributed to him attempting to fight somebody in a committee.
Listen, I'll disclose. I take testosterone,
that's fine, but you've never tried to assault me.
Well, but I'm 46 years old, and I stay in the healthy level because our men, the cruel trick that our testosterone starts lowering, as we get older. And so, when I'm sitting on the couch at 7 p.m. and I'm like, can't keep my eyes open, and I go, and they're like, "Well, you have a less testosterone. You're damn near 50, Rob." I'm like, crap. So anyway, I take that. I keep that well regulated. I don't take the steroids where you're jacking yourself up and all that stuff. I don't do that.
Anyway,
I'd look a lot better if I did, I guess.
Just something to think about there. And okay, we already covered Bill Belichick. So that brings me
Listen, all I'm saying is I would do it. I would do it, No, not for a 25-year-old.
All right.
Maybe a 35-year-old.
Now it's time for fourth. Rob's going to have a funeral when he gets home. I know that
She's
much.
not watching.
Now it's time for Fourth Amendment funeral. Privacy, surveillance, control. Today on Fourth Amendment Funeral, we're going to talk more about flock cameras, but specifically flock cameras combined with your Second Amendment rights. People are noticing that this particular flock camera apparently is facing a shooting range, and it's. We'll just watch this video.
So you're telling me
we have seen this debate at other businesses. Now it's happening outside of a gun range.
To go to the gun range today, like an American, and tell me why there are flock cameras pointing into the entrance of the parking lot, not the street, into the entrance, so they can read every license plate that comes in here.
Is Google Street View, and here's the flock camera, and if I zoom in on the flock camera, you can see that it's not pointed at the main street. It's pointed at the entrance to the parking lot.
It is.
So the concern is that vehicles entering or leaving the gun range may pass directly through the camera's field of view. So should visits to a gun range become part of a searchable license plate database? Let me know what you think.
So, do you ever think about worst case scenario? Do you ever think about worst case scenario in terms of okay, the communists actually do get control, and it's we're coming to kill you because you're a Christian, or we're coming to kill you because we're going to take your guns, or what? Do you ever think about do you ever legitimately think this could happen in my lifetime? Because I think about it all the time.
Paul, it was already happening under the Biden administration. We saw that the Department of Justice was monitoring. They were monitoring for people who were purchasing Bibles from Amazon. They were monitoring for people who were ordering ammunition online. They were monitoring all of these transactions so that they knew who were potential threats. And who are those people? Those are conservative Christians. Those are pro-Second Amendment gun owners. Mm-hmm. That's who was placing those orders. And so why do you need to know that, Department of Justice? Why do you need to know that? I vote. I'm allowed to vote how I want to. Why do you need to know that I've got a lot of ammunition? I I don't give a damn if you're the ATF and you're coming to check to see if I'm doing, straw purchases here. I don't care what your motivation is. There's a comical video coming around there where there was a guy, an ATF agent, who showed up to this guy's house because he had purchased like 4 different long rifles. Various whatever.
They killed the head of the Little Rock Airport. The ATF
That's the one too.
raided
his house.
We need to do a whole show on
We need
that,
to
a
do
whole
that
segment on that. That's insane.
But what we saw that in the Biden administration, we saw that the Department of Justice with that ATF, because that falls under I guess technically it falls under the DNI, the ATF. All the 3-letter agencies fall under the DNI, do they not? I don't know.
Yes.
Regardless, but it's a wing of the FBI.
them do.
And this ATF agent shows up and he's talking to this guy on a Ring camera. And he says, "Hey, we saw that you got these guns. We just need to check that you still have them and I just need to check the serial numbers. And then I'll be on our way." And the guy was like, "Well, this is really odd. I bought these guns. I passed my background check, all this stuff." This dude says, "Hold on just a second," and he's on the Ring camera. He calls the local police department on the ATF agent. He goes, "Some guy's out here asking. He's trying to get my guns. He wants to just see them. I think he's some crazy criminal." It was hilarious. We'll talk about that more on a different day.
We definitely got to do that. That's fantastic. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors. First of all, thank you for being with us. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors: Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, Sheridan Chiropractic, and also don't forget that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Make sure you go to healingveteransproject.us right now. Check out what it's all about. We're trying to help veterans by giving them non-pharmaceutical intervention. That's non-pharmaceutical intervention. Folks, it's been a blast. Thank you so much. We'll be back here tomorrow, and I'm going to be way more caffeinated than I was this morning. That's one thing I can promise you. Way more caffeinated than I was this morning. We really do appreciate
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to cover today. We're going to talk about the 5-headed snake. We've got, I believe it's LGBTQ, anti-white racism, globalism, socialism, and Islam. The 5-headed snake. We're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. First, I want to talk about our sponsor, Max Associates, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. I'm telling you guys, you do not want to miss out on this deal. Right now, it's 10% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. But if you are a viewer of Secret America, you can get 20% off your order. Just type in the code SECRET20 at checkout, and you will get 20% off your order, as opposed to everybody else that only gets 10% off. You will get double the discount just for watching Secret America. Type in the code SECRET20 at checkout. And Max Associates literally has any USA patriotic apparel or gift you could possibly want to show where you stand in America, show your pride for America, and we need that. We need patriotism more now than ever. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. Make sure you guys check that out. You do not want to miss out on that deal. Also, the rumors are true. The book is out, By Design, the first Black President. That is my conspiracy political thriller. It's a cinematic thriller. It plays like a movie in your head. You are reading this book and you get to imagine the entire story. You get to see it as it unfolds. It is not some book that talks at you and tells you this is what happened and that is what happened. It is an actual novel that comes from the point of view of the conspiracies being the reality, not being just conspiracy theories, but being the actual truth. That you do not want to miss this book. The First Black President by Design, The First Black President. You can order now a signed copy on secretamericalive.com, or you can go to Amazon and order it. Or if you go to secretamericalive.com, there's also a button that will take you straight to Amazon. You do not want to miss out. By Design, The First Black President. All right, Jay. So the first thing, obviously, is the guy, I guess the guy in Michigan. When do the polls close?
I'm not sure. I'm going to look right now. Ask what time the polls close.
Who is he running against?
Well, he's running against the establishment. This primary is establishment Democrat. Her name is Ashley Stevens, I believe, is her name, and she's she's the establishment. What's that?
Is she an incumbent person for this?
No, this is an open seat vacated by,
boy.
I believe his name was Peters. It was a Democrat. He's left. So the seat's up for grabs. This is a Republican flip opportunity. So, and the Republican is Mike Rogers. He's the Republican candidate. But tonight, the Democrats decide who their candidate's going to be. And it's going to be one of these. I think he's going to win. He's going to knock out the, like we've been seeing. He's going to knock out the establishment Democrat, and it will be.
Oh, no, he's going to win. He's going to win.
Yeah. Another one of these far left communist types that's now going to be running for, now, Jack, a Senate seat in a swing state.
Socialism is taking over the left, and if we allow it, it will take over America. And I'm going to show you our thumbnail because this is the five-headed snake right here, guys. Okay? This is it. You got Islam, LGBTQ, globalism, socialism, and the anti-white racism. It all comes back to the Democrat Party. It is all a part of their platform to destroy America. And you can see Jay and I with the Secret America Superman outfits saying, don't worry, we will save you. We are here to expose them and expose the truth and hopefully do a little bit of good. But you can see that this is the five-headed snake. This is what we are up against. This is what we need to destroy. And Jay, I've actually found a video that talks about where this guy gives his opinion. That Syed guy actually gives his opinion on, I guess it's licenses for illegals. It's what he believes when it comes to licenses for illegals. I'm trying to find it right now. I had it a minute ago. Let me see if I can find it. There's so many freaking oh God, man, there's so many ads and shit. It is unbelievable. But forget that. Let me just read it, okay? It says Abdul El Sayed, a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate in Michigan, once proposed allowing undocumented immigrants to secure driver's license, making the case that not doing so would be discriminatory. He said, we've got to make sure that in this state, we are not discriminating against documentation status. That is apparently something that you can discriminate against. If you're an illegal, you can't be discriminated against for being illegal. So being a citizen no longer has any merit or value because you can't be discriminated against if you're an illegal. You can't stop them from doing anything that an American can do. So what's the point of being an American? And Jay, that's it right there. They want being an American not to mean anything anymore, because then you won't care about America as much. You won't fight for America as much, and you will just let them take it over, burn it down to the ground so they can rule over the ashes.
It's basically just making citizenship meaningless.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
right. I mean, right. Making citizenship meaningless. Like it doesn't, you being a citizen carries zero perks, carries zero meaning. It gives you zero privileges.
Yeah.
You're just, you're just everybody else. What you really are as a citizen now, though, Jack, as a citizen, you're a second-class citizen in your own country, is what we've been for a while. We've been that for a while. Let's be honest.
Well,
you've been a second-class
I will say that
citizen
it's gotten a little better. It's gotten a little better depending on the state that you're in. Okay, if you're in New York, California, Michigan, probably not gotten much better. But if you're in states like Florida, North Carolina, maybe a Texas, I don't know, forget Texas, that's terrible. But at least Florida and North Carolina, as far as I know, things have gotten a little better. But what I can tell you is if people like this take over, Jay, they're finding these candidates and putting them in places where they can easily run and win the Democratic nomination and then challenge the Republican. And they're finding these socialist candidates. Jay, it's no coincidence that all these socialist candidates are running at one time and they're all winning. It is no coincidence. It's not happened in before. It's happening now all at once. That's not a coincidence.
No, definitely not. I think this has been in the works for a while, and they figure now is their time to move.
Absolutely.
And, I think they've made it. It's been normalized to the point where, like, Democrats are just like, well, it's not that bad. We could work together. We could unite. No, you can't. And finally, you have people like James Carville waking up when he says, well, if Hassan Piker is in the party, I'm out. Well, James, you're late, bro. You've been whistling past the graveyard, crying about Donald Trump for 10 years while this has been happening right under your nose. Same goes for people like Bill Maher.
Yeah, but they're just going to leave the party, Jay. Well, if they leave the party, it is going to be picked apart by the socialists. It's only a two-party system. If you leave your party rather than fight for your party, you're not going to have a party.
No, well, Jack, but are these people, their party is, as far as you and I think we see eye to eye on this. The Democrat Party is pretty much done as far as what it used to be. It's over.
That's true, but they could fight against the socialists, though.
I don't think they can at this point. I think they waited too long.
Well, they still own the purse strings, and that's the most important thing. Right now, the people in power that own the purse strings is them. And that is the most important thing. If they choose, Jay, remember what I told you how they could stop this? I said it the other day. They can find the best candidates all over the country, and they do this anyways. They can find the best candidates all over the country, use some of that hundreds of millions of dollars of super PAC money, move them into districts that socialists are running for, and then push the money behind them. You can still fight this, but they're afraid. They're afraid. Why? Because the socialists are the loudest. Okay, they're the angriest. They're the ones that will firebomb your Tesla. Okay, they're scared of these people, Jay. Not just emotionally and mentally, but physically scared of these people. So what are they going to do? They're all going to gradually leave the party, and what's going to happen? It's going to collapse fully. The socialists are going to take over, and then it's just a two-party system, socialism versus Republican. Eventually, there will be a socialist president. Then what are they going to do? They have no party, Jay.
Well, that's my point, though. Are they going to come and be like centrist Republicans? Because guess what? Here's what I'm saying is this. Republicans, a lot of them suck. We know that. But if a Republican does nothing, it's a lot better than any of these people doing something. That's a fact. We're better off with a Republican doing nothing for you than a Democrat doing something for you at this point, especially these quote-unquote Democrats who are really communists.
When they win, though, Jay, it's never going to be where we always win the presidency. Eventually, if the socialists take over fully, they will eventually have a president.
What I'm hoping is if they actually do take over fully and people see maybe that's when people wake up and they try to take. Right now, I don't think they have the will to take it back because, like you said, they still think they could work with these people. And like you said, they're scared to say anything because, oh, my God, if I say this, I'm going to be thrown out and they're going to go against me and blah, blah, blah. Hey, they're against you. They're just using you right now. You're a useful idiot. Okay. So maybe, Jack, what has to happen is they do have to lose the party to these people. And then they actually maybe rally and say, no, we're going to take it back. We're going to take it back. We're going to actually talk about policies that are normal, maybe like it used to be where we disagree with Republicans on tax rates and welfare and stuff like that. And not being like, oh, no, let's open the border. No, let's just have socialism. No, we need Medicare and Medicaid for all. Maybe that will bring them back into the center a little bit where they can maybe bring back those Democrats who have switched that voted for someone like President Trump. Maybe that's what they're going to do. Because, Jack, the policies of this guy, and if you want, I'll just read off a couple of them.
Hey, real quick, Jay, before you do that, I want to let Hickser and everybody else know our show is now on LFA TV at 4:00. Okay, so for anybody that is watching, our show is on LFA TV at 4 p.m. All right. So just wanted to let you know, because I see Hickser in the chat saying, you guys are, we're just letting you guys know that. So we'll be on LFA TV at 4:00. and that's where we are. So, anyways,
yeah,
Jay, go ahead. What were you were going to read?
No.
But see, the policies are insane, man.
Well, yeah, abolishing ICE, Medicare for all, ending U.S. military aid, of course, to Israel and other countries. All right, I mean, that's something we could probably talk about
I wouldn't
everybody.
mind doing that.
We could talk about that, about, at least lessening the aid to a lot of countries. That's fine. All right, public ownership, control of AI.
That's
All right,
insane.
yeah, aggressive money in politics, economic populism. You could talk about the PAC donations and stuff like that, but those are things that are like whatever you could discuss. But the other stuff is just insanity, and it doesn't stop there. This guy is a communist. He's like Mamdani, and it's so far left that I think that if he wins this nomination, in this case right now, yes, it'll help the Republican Mike Rogers, because I think right now Mike Rogers against this guy polling is up by like 13 points, because I think a place like Michigan, it's a purple kind of state. And a lot
I don't
of
see
people,
how anywhere in hell that he could beat this guy. I mean, we're talking Michigan. We're talking the place where Islam has basically taken over the state. I
Not
don't
as
see
much.
How they could. We're talking Dearborn, Hamtramck. I don't
not
see
enough
how.
yet.
he
It's
could
not
win
enough
this
yet,
thing.
Jack. It's not enough yet. It's not.
You got the
It's not enough
Somalians
yet.
too. It's not
Yeah,
just
it's not
Islam,
enough
it's
yet.
Somalia.
It's not. President Trump, it's not enough yet. I think Rogers the Republican will beat this guy because
Does.
the
It'll be a close
policies.
one.
It might be, but I think he still wins, especially if the election is, free and fair. But we know how that goes. But here's the thing, Jack. We talk
glad
about
you brought
money
that
in
up.
politics. AIPAC has spent $90 million to try and beat this guy, and I don't think they're going to come close. I think this guy's going to win handily tonight.
You're talking about this guy? No, he's got a 98% chance to win.
Yeah, and
A 98%. He's going to win.
AIPAC has spent $90 million to try and beat him.
Well, I saw, I'm trying to find it right now, but I saw the odds. And when I say odds, the odds makers, they have a lot of information that they put into this because they don't want to lose money. So they don't say, they don't just give out odds just randomly. So they actually have a lot more scientific knowledge that goes into it, even more than polls, because polls just poll random bullshit. Well, these people actually look into the information, and the odds right now, at least just for now, have Syed at 55%, Rogers at 45% in terms of chances to win the seat. But that's just for now. And again, that is what it is. I mean, I don't know. It's basically a coin toss to them.
I might be wrong on AIPAC's total. That might be total, but AIPAC, I'm trying to get how much AIPAC has spent by itself to try and beat Syed. Oh, about $31 million. They spent.
You're talking about in the primary, the Democratic primary?
In this primary in Michigan, AIPAC has spent $30 million. Yep, out of their PAC.
On a person that has no chance to win?
No, they're trying to beat. Yeah, they're trying to make sure not allow Syed to get the nomination.
But the guy has no chance to win. I mean, even if you put in every bit of money, there are some people that just aren't going to win.
Well, no, this woman, the one that's running against a woman. The woman, his name is Stevens, is her last name. She
has 2% chance to win.
No, she's like we said, she's not going to. We've seen it all over the country. We've already seen this movie. This whole election season, this whole primary season. We've seen it.
They just wasted $30 million.
That's how desperate they are to not have this guy win. Obviously, AIPAC is a Jewish. Obviously,
he's opposite of Israel. Exactly, he's the opposite of Israel. He's
opposite
Islamic.
Yeah, he wants Israel annihilated, is what he wants,
absolutely.
right?
And I don't think it's funny because I used to think that the Jewish people ruled a lot of things, but let me tell you, if the Jewish people ruled a lot of things, these Islams would not be winning all the elections, because it's the last thing they want is for them to eventually take over America and then wipe Israel off the map.
Yes. I mean, Dr. Malone said it very well when we had him on Sunday. And if you haven't watched that show, everybody, you should watch that show. He was
84,000 viewers, Jay.
Yeah, no, you guys should watch that show. He was fantastic, and he was just in Israel, and he gave a great perspective on everything. Yep. And he didn't go there with an agenda. He didn't go there getting paid by anybody. He's not being paid to say anything. He's saying this is just how he sees it from somebody who's actually just went there.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that whole thing, and when the whole thing that Israel's at fault for everything. I've been saying forever. It's ridiculous. You could hate the Israeli government all you want.
The government's horrible.
A lot of governments are horrible, but a lot of the things, and he mentioned a ton of it. We do get a ton of great technology and things from Israel.
I'm more against the corrupt Netanyahu, man. He is one of the most corrupt people.
Yeah, I mean, people could be against Netanyahu. It just, but people just go and they don't talk about Netanyahu. It's just Israel. Oh,
People equate a country with their government. Like with the U.S., you equate it with the federal. It's just everybody that's not in that country, any country, equates the country. Like we equate Ukraine with Zelensky. It just is what it is.
Yeah. But you got to, what we should do, and maybe take a lesson ourselves to say, maybe we should look at the whole of what the country does before we just base it on who the leader is. I don't know. But anyway, I don't want to get away from that and go into that. That's a whole, we could do so many programs on that. But yeah, this is going to be another case of a far left Bernie Sanders communist now in a swing state running for Senate. That's big.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm looking right now at the odds of this person to win. That will, and I'm going to see real quick if this person wins. If this person has the higher odds to win, it's going to be shocking to me. I'll tell you in just a second. I want to see what happens here. I'm asking Grok. Oh boy. All right. Okay. So apparently, Francesca Hong is the heavy favorite to win the Democratic nomination for Wisconsin governor. And we both know Wisconsin is one of the states that you can steal through cheating in elections. We all know that. And she is another one of the insane socialists who literally said, she discussed her struggles with proximity to whiteness because her son is biracial. By the way, I think her son's father was white. By the way.
She's crazy, Jack. She's nuts.
Oh, she's insane.
She's another one. Her exact tweet was, and I'm going to find her exact tweet because I posted about her last night. Let me find it really quick.
Well, while you're doing that, I want to play this video real quick.
Go ahead.
Because this is her saying some shit.
Always aware of the struggles of other communities of color, because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry my proximity to whiteness continues, right? I'm my son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean, and I think navigating, what his identity is and how people perceive him is always at the back of my mind as well.
Navigating what her son, so she's teaching her son to hate half of himself, hate his father, and then what does that say about her for fucking a white man?
She's another complete lunatic. Imagine us saying, anybody saying, or politician, especially a politician running for office, a statewide office, saying, I got to talk to my kid about the proximity to black people. I got what?
I mean, I say that kind of shit all the time, but
yeah,
I mean, I'm not running for office.
Right. You're not running for office. So she's out of her damn mind. And this is a post from her from 2019 where she said, I ate 2 bites of my kid's cheeseburger at a Culver's in Black River Falls and told him they ran out of ice cream. Mostly just wanted to leave because I was on the verge of an anxiety attack. Too many old white people who didn't think we spoke English. So she was going to have an anxiety attack because apparently in this restaurant she was in, there was too many old white people.
It's too much for her. She actually deleted a tweet where she said she wanted to cancel Thanksgiving. She deleted a tweet, said she wanted to cancel Thanksgiving, and then she says that Thanksgiving is a time that is incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
I don't even know what that means. Why?
How would it be paid? It's only between white people and Indians. It's an American holiday. And believe it or not, it's a holiday where people come together. White people and Indians came together. It's not a negative holiday. I don't get it.
Right. And the best part is in this country that you think is so wrong and you hate the way it is right now and you want to change it. It's a day where people eat more food probably than other countries have in a year.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's awesome. It's an awesome day.
That's the greatness of this country is that, on that
excess,
day,
baby.
I mean, give me a break. These people are so crazy. But that is the Democrat Party right now. And like I said, the Bill Maher's of the world, the Carvils of the world, the Schumers of the world, the Pelosi's of the world, you name it, go down the line. They've allowed this to happen because they wanted to stay in power for just one more day. And they're going to rue that decision. They are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to run through a few things pretty fast. Did you know the DOJ just touted the largest denaturalization effort ever? They actually have 25 denaturalization cases filed in the last 2 weeks. They are denaturalizing some insane people, and they're getting them the hell out of here.
Yes, I saw something about that, and I think Todd Blanche actually mentioned that today at his nomination hearing. He seeks to strip nationalized citizenship from immigrants accused of attempted murder and child sex crimes.
Absolutely. And the mayor's team has clarified there will no longer be a library card-esque ID requirement for the proposed city-owned grocery stores.
Oh, I guess they realized how bad that looked.
That was terrible. Terrible.
I mean, I don't care. They still have to own that. That you guys were even thinking about it. Why'd you back off? Why'd they back off? I want to hear the answer.
They would have gone through with it had there not been any pushback. They would have done it.
Oh yeah, I want to know why they backed off. Did they say why they backed off, or they just we just changed our mind? Well, wait a minute. Wait, why?
Yeah, it was just a mind change, dude. Probably due to all the I mean, there was so much public pressure. Let me give you a good story right here. Okay. Well, if I can get these freaking okay. So an Ohio dad pretended to be his 11-year-old daughter on TikTok so he could lure her alleged rapist to his home, where he shot him and killed him. Shot him twice and killed him. Okay. Diego Gonzalez was shot by the dad, Malik Chandler, in July after the 11-year-old's mother discovered a video on their daughter's phone that showed him sexually assaulting the girl at their Grove City, Ohio home. The next day, Chandler pretended to be his daughter on TikTok to get Gonzalez back to their home, where he shot him twice. He told investigators he intended just to beat up Gonzalez, hold him there, and then call police, but that he saw the alleged sicko reach for a gun in his pocket. He thought he saw it, so he picked the gun up off the counter and opened fire. And by the way, what this article does not tell you is it does say that. Good. Prosecutors allege they found several videos on his phone showing the sexual abuse of children, including one clip of an infant. An infant. He was sexually assaulting, I guess, a 2-month-old child.
Is this guy dead? You killed him?
No, he did not die, actually. I thought he did, but he did not die. But for everybody out there, I want to show people like this deserve to be exposed. So we're going to show you what he looks like. I want everybody to remember this face. All right, this is him right here. We're going to show you. This is what he looks like. So everybody remember that face. This is the face of an infant rapist.
Oh, God.
This guy rapes 2-month-old children.
There's no redeeming this.
No, he should have been killed.
He should be killed anyway now.
Yeah.
This is the type of person you can't rehabilitate ever. And they should never be trusted to ever walk amongst us again.
No way. It's insane.
No.
He's insane. I mean, it's sickness. And it's a sickness that you cannot cure through castration, no matter how many people tell you can.
Yeah, no. Listen, you want to castrate him first and then kill him? That's okay.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you seen the new sex robots?
No, we showed strippers once. Didn't we show stripper robots once on the show?
Yeah, we did. But this is real sex robots. I'm talking actual sex robots. I want you to see this, Jay. I mean, soon women may be obsolete. All right. We may not need women anymore, Jay. And I'm going to show you why. I don't think we're going to need women anymore after this.
No.
Let's take a look.
Now, who's going to make me a sandwich?
Oh, there you go. She can do that too.
Oh. Okay. All right. I can't.
Whoa.
I can't.
What woman can do that?
I can't.
Dang, I got to say, Jay, if they can make a sandwich.
I don't even know what to say.
Hey, if they can make a sandwich, what woman can do a handstand with her legs out straight like that? Man,
that is the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I gotta say,
I'm telling you, I've said it before. I'm consistent. When I see these robots, I want to take a bat to their head.
Hey,
and
if they can make a sandwich.
Yeah,
fry an egg.
I know I'm going to get it. About the sandwich comment. It's a joke, sort of. But anyway,
that's not a joke. I mean, people need to know how to make sandwiches.
Listen, what I'm saying is, this is, I can't. You want to talk about the dolls that people buy? I guess are bad enough. I mean, the dolls that I don't know what kind of place you have to be in life to have to buy a full-size doll to have as a girlfriend.
This is close to a real experience. It may not be an actual person, but I mean, this thing moves and does whatever you want it to. It's like a sex slave for these people.
This is Westworld stuff.
I don't know what that is.
It's a show that it's what literally the robots were so advanced. I mean, you could not tell the difference. You know,
we'll get there. I mean, I think we'll be there within 5 years. We already got this shit.
God. Oh, motor oil. There you go, Raina. They use motor oil. Yeah.
Hey, they don't age. They know how to make you food.
Synthetic.
You know, they can go grocery shopping.
Oh my God.
Hey.
All right, move on to something else, please. I just can't. I'm done.
Hey, I'm saving up for when they get more realistic looking.
Oh God. No, I'm glad that I don't agree with your 5 years. I'm hoping it's going to take longer, and I hope it takes so long that it's way past the time where I'm gone.
Oh no. Look how they look already, man. It's going to be 5 years. Now, in 5 years, I will have saved up enough money to buy one.
But this is another way for population control.
Absolutely. But in a fun way.
Yeah.
better than sterilization.
Oh my God. Anyway, go ahead.
Good stuff. All right. Okay, so apparently Michigan, and I did not know this. Remember when we talked about yesterday how Michigan had the Taco Bell, they talked with the state agents of Michigan and this was 2 weeks before they informed anybody about the cyclospora outbreak. Well, guess what? Michigan is now ground zero. The first 2 U.S. deaths linked to cyclospora outbreak. 2 people have died from Michigan. Apparently, I would assume if it's from this, it's probably got something to do with dehydration, is what I would think. Because in this kind of illness, it's constant liquid exfoliating.
These people had comorbidities too. This wasn't like healthy people that died of this. I've read that too, that these people had
that's probably true, but they would not have died right now.
No, they had underlying issues. So,
yeah.
Jack, wasn't it interesting? During COVID, we had a run on toilet paper during COVID, which had nothing to do with having to go to the bathroom excessively. But we have something out there that everything has to do with that, and we're not running out of toilet paper. Why?
I have no idea, but probably because it's not a widespread thing that people really care about. It's not something that people really. But what I will say is that I would say probably 75% of the people in this country have a comorbidity, have something that's underlying factors. People in this country are extremely unhealthy.
For the most part.
Yeah. So
that's true. Well, listen, I'm not getting taken out by some parasite from Taco Bell.
Well,
sorry.
Some say that cancer is a parasite, so we'll see.
I'm not doing that.
We will see in the future if we can hear that with the ivermectin and the fenbendazole. I do believe that is the future of cancer treatment.
Just don't ask Dr. Fauci.
No. I would love to get him on the show, but he'll never come on.
Oh God, you can.
I would love to get him on the show.
You got a better chance of hitting the lottery.
Oh man, could you imagine if we could get him on the show? You know, we would make sure we got featured on Rumble and Kick and probably get like 1 million viewers on that episode.
But I know I could already tell you what it's going to be. It's going to be just him saying, I wish to assert my Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, what I'll do what they did to Ted Bundy to get him to talk. You know what you do? You do it in the third person. You say, all right, Fauci, pretend you were this type of person. What would this person have done? How would they have done it? That's how you get them to talk, because then it shields them from any legalities and they can say what they want. That's how they got Ted Bundy to talk.
Do you think if they even tried that in Congress, he still wouldn't have answered anything?
Not in Congress, no, because in Congress it's too you're under oath still.
He's under oath. Yeah, he's under oath. We wouldn't put him under oath.
No, but with us, if we could get him to talk in the third person and say, just ask him things like, what type of person would do this? How would they have done, that kind of thing? I think we could get him to, I mean, like I said, Ted Bundy was the ultimate person that didn't want to talk. And they got him to say everything by getting him to speak in this third person.
Who did it? Was it the profilers?
No, it was one of the news reporters, a journalist that he actually developed some kind of a relationship with. Never wanted to talk. No matter what the guy talked to him about, he would not mention the crimes. He would always say, "Oh, I've been framed. I'm in this. I'm in that." But then he took out the tape recorder one day and he said, "Ted, tell me, what kind of person do you think would do something like this? How would they have done this? How would they have done this?" And then his eyes lit up because he's like, he's thinking, now I can tell my story without having to worry about legal issues. You know what I mean? Because he can be like, hey, this kind of person had to be, a sociopath, and, they would have done this and they would have done that. Brilliant. It was brilliant.
Okay. All right.
And,
if we ever get
anybody,
Fauci, if we ever get him, that's how we'll approach it.
Oh, hell yeah. And for anybody that wants to see that Ted Bundy thing, it's called the Ted Bundy Tapes, and it's on Netflix, and it is brilliant. How he got that guy to talk in the late 80s, right before he was executed. Brilliant.
All right. Very good.
All right. So, Jay, did you hear what's going on in China, man? I mean, they've got some serious rules. A Chinese man was just sentenced to 2 years in prison for having an affair with the wife of an active duty service member and breaking up their marriage. 2 years in prison. I mean, I got to say, that's a fair sentence.
Well, isn't adultery against the law here?
Here in America, it's against
Yeah.
the law.
Yeah.
But I think that's a fair sentence for adultery if you're married.
2 years?
But why is he the one sentenced? He didn't cheat on the guy.
Okay, so they sentenced
The guy.
The
The
guy.
boy, the side piece.
So they sentenced the guy who the wife was cheating with?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you sentence the wife?
Right.
The
I
guy,
found the guy,
has
like,
nothing
I
to
don't
do
know.
with this marriage.
I would have said I had no idea she was married. She told me she wasn't.
Well, in China, that's not going to fly. But what I can say is, why would that matter anyway? He's not cheating on the guy. He's not married to the guy. What?
Right.
I mean,
I don't know. That's a great question. And does that happen often in China where they sentence people to prison for adultery?
they have before. But what I will tell you is, in America, and this is a big thing in America, not sentencing for this kind of thing, but when somebody finds somebody cheating on them, they're never mad at the person that cheated on them. They're mad at the person they cheated with, and it makes no sense.
Yeah, but if the person that they cheated with knew, I can understand
Even
you getting mad at them. You shouldn't be as mad at them because, again, you're not married to them.
No,
Right,
they didn't
I
cheat
get
on
it.
you.
But if they are a home wrecker trying to wreck
Yeah,
your
but
marriage, I get why you'd be upset with them too.
You could be, you can be upset with them, but you always got to remember, first, they weren't the ones that cheated on you. And two, it takes two. Even if this guy hits on her, knows she's married, does everything he can to get to her, she could say no. She cheated on you.
No, absolutely.
Never
It
understood
is-
that. Never.
It is the person who did the cheating who should get the brunt of it. I agree with that.
Absolutely. Okay. So a federal judge has thankfully blocked New York's law that bans ICE agents from wearing masks and requiring them to display identification. So that's nice.
So stupid.
Ridiculous
I love it.
law.
Like Kathy Hochul, you idiot. It's called a supremacy clause.
Yeah,
Again, wasting time, wasting
the state
money.
telling the feds what to do.
Yeah, wasting everybody's time and money just so you can make a point, a political point. It's such a joke. And that's my money because I live here and used my money to create a useless law that you knew had no chance of holding up.
Don't worry, Jay. They'll get plenty more of your money. New York will tax you to death.
Well, thank God. Actually, I'm actually lying. They aren't taking my money.
They're not?
No, my
don't pay
pension is
taxes?
not. No, not state on my pension. Thank God. Just
Really?
federal.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. You got it good
That-
over there.
Well, New
Damn.
North Carolina, same thing. That's a pension-friendly state too.
Hell, we got state taxes now. If we were in like Tennessee or Florida.
Yeah, no, you'll have state taxes, but on pensions, North Carolina doesn't charge state tax on pensions. Florida doesn't charge state tax on pensions. There's a lot of them. New York is one of them too.
Nowadays, though, there doesn't seem to be too many pensions in the NC. It's crazy as hell. Nobody wants to offer anything anymore. I tell
No,
you.
listen, yeah, right. No, New York is still got a lot because there's so many public employees here, but a lot of states know it. A lot of these cities, New York, actually, the pension fund is run well. It's run by a Democrat named Tom DiNapoli. It's the only Democrat that I vote for every time because he's the controller and he runs the pension fund very well. So I always vote for him. So I'm not an ideal. I vote for a Democrat because he does a good job at the pension fund. But
you know, and I have to agree. Despite the fact that, you know, I might lean right, I always vote for the person that I think is best suited for the job. I mean, whether it's a Republican, Democrat, or independent, if you're best suited for the job, if you're the person whose ideas I agree with and who I would like to move forward, that's who I'm going to vote for. I never vote right all the way down, left all the way down, or center all the way down. I vote based on individual people.
Yeah, now it's just come to the point where there's very few Democrats that have any good ideas.
Fetterman, I would vote for Fetterman, especially over Tom Tillis. Are you kidding me?
Oh God, I mean, I would vote for Fetterman over Tom Tillis.
Yeah, I mean, and you know,
Tom
and Roy Cooper's trying to run for Senate here. I would vote for Fetterman over Roy Cooper.
Oh, now you're going to go with Whatley over Cooper. I mean, Cooper. I just read something about North Carolina. There was some $2 billion deal he made with some electric car company, was a Vietnamese company or something, and it was going to create 7,500 permanent jobs, and the whole thing just fell apart. Like, the company sucks. The reviews of the cars were apparently awful. They never got anything built, and that whole thing, just $2 billion, just gone up in smoke. Not happening for Roy Cooper while he was governor. Now he's not, but this was done while he was governor, and now that whole green scam, it was part of that whole thing, Jack. The whole
He's a
thing.
terrible human being. He was the one that got everybody to basically force the sale of their land because of a weather modification hurricane, if you ask me. He was one of the people that got them to force the sale of their land for the lithium and the white quartz underneath. He is one of the worst people on earth, and I don't see how he could possibly win Senate. But I would vote for Fetterman over any of the Republican or Democrat Senate candidates in North Carolina.
Well, if Fetterman ever moves, you'll have your chance, but I doubt it. I don't think he's going anywhere. But maybe somebody like him. Who knows? Well, listen, I mean, here's the thing. I don't live in North Carolina. I've never lived in North Carolina, but I've heard is Roy Cooper is a very good campaigner, and he doesn't lose elections somehow. He always wins.
He's a terrible person, though. After that hurricane thing, I don't see him winning the election, though. Because he had never, maybe, you remember that video I showed you that I put out that went viral, where he said, buybacks are better. We're trying to tell people, to sell their land. That went viral in North Carolina. Everybody that's in North Carolina that was affected by the hurricane, they remember Roy Cooper's leadership. I don't see how he could possibly win this election.
Your lips to God's ears, because as much as probably I don't think Whatley is great, I think he's a Tom Tillis type.
He's not. He's not great.
It'll be better than a Democrat, because here's you say Tillis. He even tried holding up Todd Blanche till the very last minute, and now Todd Blanche is going through whatever. But Tillis plays games. It's still, you'll get that vote eventually, even though he's garbage, and Tillis is a horrible person too. But Roy Cooper's never going to vote for a Republican nominee.
He's a terrible person. But we're a red state. We're not going to vote for Roy Cooper.
Are you sure?
I mean, the only person that ever wins blue is somehow the governor every single time. Even though Trump always wins the state, and all of our senators and every single one of our House members are all red. Every single House and Senate member are red. And the state for the president is red. Yet somehow the governor is always blue.
Who is the other? Well, first, two questions for you. Who's the other senator right now from North Carolina? You have
Tom Tillis, and I don't remember the other guy's name. He's a nobody.
I never even hear about him. And you had that other guy who was awful. It's corrupt as hell. What the hell was his name? And he was always on. He was a powerful guy in the Senate too, and he got nailed with some corrupt stuff. But he's gone now too. Another guy that hated Trump. It's so
There's
weird.
Been a lot, but I can tell you right now that for the past 12 years, we have been an all red state. Every single thing is red. Like I said, every senator, every House member, every president, state, the whole state is red everywhere. There's only one county in the entire state that is blue. And yes, Ted Budd. Thank you, Matt. There is only one county in the entire state that's blue. And unfortunately, that's the county that I'm near. But anyways, it's terrible, Jay, because somehow a Democrat always wins governor. You tell me how. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably cheating. But Ted Budd, yes. And I think Ted Budd is actually decent. He's pretty solid, I think. He's much better than Tillis. Way better.
I can tell you one thing. He's very forgettable.
Yeah, that's what we just did.
Yeah.
We just don't hear about him. Maybe that's a good thing.
It might be, but he's somebody you will never remember. And
Yeah,
I don't
Ted
see how you
Budd.
can win Senate and be somebody that nobody remembers.
I don't know. As long as the people in the state remember him, but you don't. Oh, Tom Tillis, Ted Budd. You had Richard Burr. That was him. Richard
Yeah.
Burr. He
Yeah.
sucked, and he was there from 05 to 23. Before that, you had Kay Hagan. She was a Democrat, Jack. 09 to
Hagan.
2015.
Yeah, I remember that name.
Kay Hagan, 09 to 2015. And then you had from 2015, Tom Tillis, and
Yeah.
Ted Budd took over for Richard Burr, who was not good.
Terrible. All right, Jay. Did you hear what happened between Trump and Judge Jeanine
Pirro,
whatever?
Yes,
Did you
Pirro.
hear about it?
Yeah, the whole thing with the reflection pool.
Yeah, where he considered firing her because she, quote, folded like an umbrella, apparently.
Yeah, apparently she's saying, well, looks like it wasn't vandalism. It might have been contractor error. And he was all in. No, they vandalized the pool and they were doing stuff. They were cutting it, blah, blah, blah. Couldn't this have been handled? Jeanine Pirro, you should have made a phone call before you were going to go public with that. I don't know. Just saying.
It's just not a good look either way
No,
for
it's not.
anybody.
For anybody. It's not. That's why I'm saying this probably should have been handled and discussed before it went public and figured out what the hell we were going to do, But the only reason maybe she might have a job is he's known her forever. Jeanine Pirro's New York. She was a judge here. She was Westchester County. She's a big in New York. We've known Jeanine Pirro forever. Then she was on the 5 on Fox forever.
Yeah, she's
But
excellent. She's excellent.
They've been friends for a long time. So maybe that's what's going to save Jeanine Pirro. But no, he was not happy at all.
No. All right, Jay, I am going to show everybody how you handle Islam and how we handle Islam in North Carolina. I'm going to show you how we do it, okay? So take a listen to this. A group of North Carolinians refused to give Muslims a permit to demolish a residential home and build a 3,000 square foot mosque just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Arafat Muhammad did not inform any neighbors of his plan to build a mosque when he purchased the home. Residents then stormed the council hearing, saying Islam is not a religion, it's a takeover, said a Lancaster County resident opposed to the project. We do not want Sharia law in this area, said another Lancaster County resident. After 2 hours of residents voicing their opposition, the city council unanimously denied the permit. The mosque will not be built, and the house immediately went back up for sale. This is how you deal with Islam in America. Take note from North Carolina.
He and his wife learned that there were plans
how
to
you do
build
it.
a 3,000 square foot mosque right next door. They put their house up for sale almost immediately.
The prices on the houses started going down, so it's harder to sell a house.
According to land records, the 5-acre property was purchased in January by Waxland Investments, an LLC owned by Arafat Muhammad, who filed a permit with Lancaster County to demolish this home and build a mosque with 28 parking spots and what's zoned as a low-density residential area.
Because of its standing assembly, we're saying 100 people with only 28 cars, which is, again, a very light assembly.
At the Lancaster County Council meeting on Monday, members heard from those both for and against the project.
For many of us, this is a place of worship and a place of peace, reflection, and learning.
Islam is not a religion, it's a takeover.
The individuals who will use the center are already part of this county.
We do not want Sharia law in this area.
After more than 2 hours of public comment,
all those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
Council voted unanimously to deny the permit, with members emphasizing their votes had nothing to do with religion, but all
about location, which is just a cover. It's just a cover. It was really about the religion, which is good. That's how you stamp out Islam in America. You don't give it any legs. You don't give it any second thought, and you don't give it suicidal empathy.
No, and if they found an excuse, oh, sorry, it's a location, we can't zone it. Okay,
Perfect.
whatever.
Perfect.
Find your excuse, find your loophole, but
there's always one. Always.
But it's always if you want to find it, right?
Fire codes, zoning, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, there's always one if you want to find it. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
They could go back and find something from 100 years ago that's still on the books, and be like,
Absolutely.
oh, you can't do it because of this. Sorry,
It's
reapply
within
maybe
1,000
next
feet
year.
of a liquor store. You can't do it.
Yeah, right. Oh, there's too much grass here, and you can't.
The government has laws for everything. If they want to stop something, they will.
Yeah, and that those battles are coming everywhere, and not far from me, there's a battle going on right now, similar, and we'll
Good.
see what happens.
Good. I'm proud of North Carolina. I'm proud of the state that I live in, at least for this particular thing. It's the first case I've seen where the city council did not have suicidal empathy, actually drove the mosque, this person that wanted to build the mosque, out of the city, and he's selling the house, and he's going to probably go try to build it somewhere else, I would imagine.
All right. Well, I'll say this, though. They didn't have suicidal empathy, but they did have stigma paralysis.
What do you mean? Why? What are you
Well,
saying?
because they didn't say the real reason why they didn't want it there. They said it was because of location.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I guess. I mean, unless now, I don't think that's actually the case. I don't think they actually were just saying it about location. So they probably did have stigma paralysis. But I would much rather them have stigma paralysis than suicidal empathy, because at least stigma paralysis means you're not voicing your opinion. But suicidal empathy means you're not only not voicing your opinion, but you're actually hurting yourself and others actively.
True. The worst is when you have both.
Yeah. Oh my. Well, honestly, I think suicidal empathy kind of covers both. If you have both.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, no, but in this case, they had stigma paralysis. If you have both, okay, I got it. So
Yeah,
in this
if you
case,
have
they
both,
had
yeah.
one. If you could have stigma paralysis and still not be a complete disaster, as in this case,
like this council, yeah.
Yeah. So, but again, stigma paralysis is a big problem. Huge problem. Huge problem in this country and in Western society as a whole.
And it's why people not voicing their opinions about this stuff is why they're taking over. Okay? It doesn't even have to be suicidal empathy. Not voicing your opinion, not doing something allows evil to flourish. So stigma paralysis is just as well. I'm not going to say just as bad, because in suicidal empathy, you actually actively try to help them kill you. You're
Right.
a sheep holding a sign that says "Let the wolf out."
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, the whole, when we talk a great example of stigma paralysis is what we talk about with the WNBA.
Absolutely.
That's stigma paralysis. Caitlin Clark has stigma paralysis. Absolutely 100% she has it. So far, Sophie Cunningham does not. She kind of says, no, I don't want men playing in this league.
She's doing well. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I want to show you. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. And Jack, know what you should do? Just give everybody that maybe not familiar with it the definition of stigma paralysis, and put it on Grok. That thing I sent you when I asked about Grok, I said, give me a definition of stigma paralysis and show everybody what it said. Pretty interesting.
This is the definition of stigma paralysis that we have.
Yeah.
Being unable to express an opinion due to fear of social condemnation. See the signs down there? The guy has a chain. He's locked up. And around him are signs that say canceled, thumbs down, racist, bigot, hate speech, problematic, whatever, intolerant. And then you see fear silences, stigma paralyzes, and Secret America gives it a name. Stigma paralysis. Being unable to express your opinion because you're afraid that they're going to call you a racist. They're going to call you transphobic. They're going to call you sexist. They're going to say you're intolerant. You're a bigot. You're a whatever. You're afraid to express your opinion because of the stigma that would come with whatever they brand you. That is stigma paralysis.
Correct. And now it's being recognized as an actual term by AI. If you put it in there, and it'll tell you where it came from. It came from this show.
Really? It says that?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. If you type into Grok right now, I'll do it right. If you want to, say define stigma paralysis and see what it does. I'm just going to go out on a whim and say try that and see what it says.
Grok?
Yeah, try it on Grok.
Let me look and see.
Because people need to start. We need to label these things.
Absolutely.
And just like suicidal empathy is labeled, we need to label when people are afraid to actually speak the truth or even give an opinion with the fear of being labeled a phobe or an ist. And that's what stigma paralysis is.
Stigma paralysis. Let's see. Define stigma paralysis. What? Tell me a little bit about it.
Let's see.
Come on.
It's thinking.
It always thinks, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing, but I wish it would think faster.
Yeah, I know, right? It should be thinking faster. There's a button down there that says think harder.
There we go.
Yeah. So it says, it's not a formal, standardized, clinical, or academic term because we just thought of it. But now, where do you see from Secret America? You got to ask where it came from.
You say, oh yeah. When I put it that question about it, it just came right up and said it was first mentioned on our show.
Really? It's
Yep.
not from here. It's not saying where it came from. Let me put where it was.
Where was it first used?
Where was this term first used? Yeah, let's see. I want
sure.
to see what it says.
I'm pretty sure, we coined it.
We definitely coined it. I've never heard anybody say that before.
No.
Nobody in my life. There's no clear documented specific. Let's see. It doesn't say anything about anybody.
Interesting, because it did say it. I had it. I could probably find it.
I'm gonna type it in. I'm gonna say what about Secret America? I'm gonna see what it says about that, because it's acting really, sometimes it'll give people different answers about different things, which is weird, I don't get it. Why wouldn't you give everybody the same answer if it's a correct answer?
I have it right here. I have it in my history. I could read it.
Look, Jay, hold on.
Go ahead.
Look at this. Read this. It says Secret America, and it tells you what Secret America is. Then it says connection to stigma paralysis. Right here, what I'm highlighting. See what that says?
Go ahead. I can't read it.
It says this is where the term originated. In late July 2026, the host explicitly claimed to have coined stigma paralysis on their show, episode 208, yada, yada. They define it as being able to being unable to express an opinion due to fear of social condemnation. So it says right there, this is where the term originated.
It's so weird how it changed the answer, because mine, I'm looking at it right now on my, on my kids' lives. Okay. Define stigma paralysis is what I said. And it says stigma paralysis refers to the inability or strong reluctance to express an opinion, take action, or speak openly due to fear, just like I said, social condemnation, judgment, or stigma. It describes a form of self-censorship, blah, blah, blah. And it says, such as being labeled negatively, ostracized, or attacked, holding or voicing particular view. And then it says at Secret America TV. And then it says the term appears to have recently been popularized around late July 2026 by the show Secret America. That's what I got when I put in a few days ago, define stigma paralysis. That's it.
Yeah, and when I said, when it said it didn't know where it came from, and then I said, what about Secret America? Then it says, this is where the term originated. There you are. Stigma paralysis, everybody. And for everybody that's wondering, Linda Coffee, 8574, our show is now at 4 p.m. on LFA TV. So you will see it at 4 p.m. on LFA TV. So if you're watching this, it's because it's at 4 p.m. on LFA TV. So just make sure, there you go. There you go. So just letting you guys know, LFA TV, 4 p.m. All right, Jay, we got to get out of here. So let me go ahead and mention real quick our sponsor, the best sponsor in the world, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You get 10% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. But for Secret America viewers only, if you type in the code SECRET20, secret and the number 20, secret20, to get 20% off your order, you as a Secret America viewer will get double the discount that anybody else will get. As a Secret America viewer, you enter the code SECRET20, you get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Do not miss out on this deal. It will not last forever. maxassociates.etsy.com, the best place you can possibly get patriotic apparel or USA Pride gifts. Just go check it out and you'll see what I'm talking about. Shirts, hats, it's got, bags, it's got phone cases, mugs, flags. It's got anything you could possibly want that has to do with American pride and patriotism. So do not miss it. Type in the code SECRET20 and get 20% off your order. Also, the rumors are true. The book is out. It is By Design, the First Black President. You do not want to miss this book. This is a cinematic political thriller that it tells the story of the rise of the first Black president from the point of view of the conspiracies being the reality. I'm talking the birth certificate, the spouse, the kids, the CIA guiding him towards being president. It is all in this book, and it immerses you into a world of conspiracy and a world of power and intrigue that you have not seen before. It is like a movie playing in your head. You do not want to miss out. This book was on the top 100 Amazon new releases, and it has been everywhere. We've gotten a great response. It's got all 5-star reviews on Amazon, so you can order it on Amazon, or you can go to secretamericalive.com to get a signed copy. It is an excellent book. Make sure you guys check that out. Also, be sure to follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram, okay? We're trying to get more followers on Kick. We're trying to get more followers on Instagram and YouTube, but follow us on all of them. That would really help, because we are trying to make it to, we're trying to show people, we're trying to find out if we actually make an impact, okay? This will let us know if we are making an impact. If you actually like the show, if you care about the show and what we talk about, please make sure to subscribe and follow on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. They are all the same screen name, Secret America TV. They are all the same screen name. We are live every single weekday, all right? So make sure you guys watch us every single weekday. All right, Jay, you got anything to say before we go?
And by the way, all of those follows on there are free. You don't have to pay for those.
Absolutely.
All free.
Follow us and like it. We do not charge for anything at all.
Exactly. Oh, and follow me on X at Opinions Vary. It's right there on the screen. And Jack at Jack Danger Live. Give us a follow if you don't already. We would appreciate it.
Absolutely. That's why we keep our screen names. You can see the X logo right above, and you can see our screen names. They are there all day, every day, because, you know, we want to make sure that you guys know where you can find us. And Grandma Kate is asking, when are we getting Secret America gear? We were trying to get the T-shirts, but see, the thing is, shipping is so much money that we don't want to. I mean, we don't want to have to charge people for, I mean, you would have to charge exorbitant amounts of money right now, unless maybe we can talk to Max Associates and see if they want to sell Secret America gear or something. We'll see. We'll let you guys know, see what they say. But anyways, thank you guys very much for Jay Gatling. I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
We talk a lot about elections, and sometimes they get turned into selections. We're upset about that.
Yes.
We also talk about invasion of our country, infiltration or invasion, you know, what's going on. We all kind of look around and say, I don't think that this is the country that we had a few years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, back 20 in the 90s even. But maybe some of those things that we're now seeing, these full-grown trees with blooming fruit, maybe they were planted a long time ago. Nobody breaks this down better in a way that is like a PhD level course for dummies.
No, she does great.
So there's something for everybody. There's something for you smart people out there. There's some for people like me that are just kind of trying to grab a hold of it. The one, the only, Mel K.
Hello, flyover family. Emily, and your amazing audience. Thank you for having me again. We don't do it quite enough, so when we do, it's very special. Thank you.
It is very special. And as I told you before we started recording, like literally, one of my very favorite things is to take notes while you're going. And I always feel so smart and I learn so much. And there's been things that have come out since we started doing interviews with you that I'm like, I knew that because of Mel.
Yep.
I knew that because of Mel. I knew that because of
Yeah.
Mel. I'm like, I feel like I'm on the inside.
Well, you make us seem, or at least feel, a lot smarter than we really are,
It's
because
true.
we know the things that are not taught, in school, and they're on the mainstream media. I'll draw people to your website, themelkshow.com, and you go there specifically, one, register for the newsletter.
Yes. It's excellent.
So that you're getting that. Her Substack is phenomenal. How often do I text you when your Substack comes out? 'Cause
You're the best. You
I
make me so
take and
happy.
actually read it. I mean, they're phenomenal.
Yes.
When your Substack comes out, I stop what I'm doing and I open it up immediately and read it because you learn so
Thank
much.
you.
But on the website, there's a section that says resources, and there's so much information, thousands and thousands of receipts on any topic. Not even what we're talking about today. You may see something on the news 6 months from now. You can go here and search it and find the receipts, newspaper articles, things that are hidden, things that have been scrubbed from the web are available here. So the melkshow.com is a site that you need tabbed on your computer. And then I got to ask, on here right below that, when you click on it, it says Mel K Academy.
Oh, yes. I'm going to be teaching a couple of courses. One I am doing in conjunction with G. Edward Griffin, a 3-day of course on Creature from Jekyll Island and why it is right now something that we need to all be focusing on. And then I'll be teaching a course on my book. And then General Flynn is allowing me to teach a course on 5G warfare. And then we'll get into Americans Anonymous. So we have a lot of fun things planned over there, and I'm looking forward to that as well. Everyone else should. It'll be a journey with the audience, with me and the audience digging through things together. So I'm looking forward to that.
I love that. And again, you brought up your book, Infiltration Instead of Invasion. You can grab that, as well as Americans Anonymous, two amazing books. So make sure that you check those books out as well, not just for yourself, but buy them for some others. These are wake-up calls for people, and I think information that everybody needs to know. All right, Mel, what are we talking about today?
Okay, well, we're going to talk about multiple things that happen. I'm a little frustrated. I think we all are, all of us that put ourselves on the front lines all these years, you guys and me included, going out, talking to the people, praying, hoping for justice and accountability and truth and transparency, of which I don't believe our country has had, at least since World War II. But I do want to go through a bunch of things that happened leading up to the 2020 election that your audience may not fully understand or know about. As we know, there's a lot of D-class coming out. What came out from Donald Trump last week, and it was not, overlooked, that NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, MSNBC had no interest in covering Trump and just said that it wasn't real. Well, that's not journalism. Journalism is putting whatever the president says on TV, and then if you don't think it's real, then you explain to the audience after. So that was an incredible betrayal. And it didn't get much attention, and nobody listened to it. But what came out of that? And I have a lot of the documents myself, which, of course, I can send to you guys that you can put into, I guess I'll ask Rob to do it. What came out of that was that 200 million plus American citizens had their information, and I mean everything, their social security numbers, their birth dates, their phone numbers, their addresses, and everything transferred somehow to the Chinese Communist Party well before the 2020 election. And what happened was that was not transmitted to Donald Trump. And he was the president of the United States at the time. And we have to understand this is such a gigantic betrayal. And getting to the bottom of it is very important. What is bothering me about the grand conspiracy cases or grand juries that are going on is that many of these people that were involved in a multi-year operation that culminated on January 6th, A, have not been held accountable, B, have gotten promoted or gotten jobs outside of the government with very high salaries. Two people you know of. One is Lisa Monaco, who should be charged with crimes for Arctic frost, which her, Chris Wray, and Merrick Garland signed on essentially a dragnet to get as many people that came to January 6th or questioned the election or was connected to Donald Trump in some kind of legal jeopardy, throw as many people in jail, take as many bar licenses, threaten as many people. We have to remember January 6th, about 1,600 people got arrested, but hundreds of thousands of people were waiting for the knock at their door. And because it wasn't just people that entered the Capitol that got arrested, as we know, and more than that, we still don't have any information about the 274 plainclothes current FBI agents that were in the crowd. We have no idea who the 28 confidential human sources are, but we do know that they entered the Capitol and they were in the breach and all of that. And was one of them Ray Epps? And how about all the rest of it? But worst of all, most people don't understand that Donald Trump was still speaking for 25 minutes after Nancy Pelosi called 2 minutes after the supposed breach of the Capitol an emergency session on January 6th to certify the election without any of the normal procedures. So people don't realize that the reason that none of the election fraud investigations went forward in courts was because on that day, what normally happens is that if people don't agree or want more information about the results of the election or alternate electors, which is legal, but they turned it around to make it illegal and went after all those people, they're supposed to be able to stand up and say so. Well, Nancy Pelosi eliminated that, thus making sure that none of them had standing in court to file cases. So a lot of people think that these cases went into courts. That's not true. The cases went to courts, and almost every single case, the judges, obviously rogue judges, particularly in D.C., where there should be no court at this point, it is not a fair trial there, and it is not for the people. Washington, D.C. obviously was chosen as a 10 by 10 plot of land who have no bias whatsoever, and yet the court in Washington, D.C. is 96% progressive liberal judges and prosecutors. So you have to remember that a lot of things that were set up about the 2020 election, way before the 2020 election, the people of this country have to look at, because I'm fearing, and I'll see what you guys think, that we're a little late for actual accountability for a lot of these people. And the crime, in my mind, was not against Donald Trump, though much was done to Donald Trump and his family. The crime was against we, the people of the United States. It was a conspiracy by many different people and many different agencies at the very top to essentially not just defraud the American people of necessary information before an election, and interfere in that election purposefully and openly and brazenly. But worse than that, I believe that it was a cover-up of many things that have been going on since the beginning of Barack Obama's time in office, if not all the way back to H.W. Bush's time in office. But what we have to remember is, if everybody is guilty, nobody is guilty. And at this point, Trump going out and admitting that not only did 200 million people have their information exploited by the Chinese Communist Party before the election in order to vote essentially for people, make fake driver's license, all of that, but also that our own intelligence community knew it. And they did nothing about it months before the 2020 election, and then lied, saying that there was Russian interference right after the election. Joe Biden came out and other people. The truth is the interference by Russia was minimal compared to the maximum interference by China. And then, as you know, what I'm saying is that the American people should have serious righteous indignation and anger that not only did the intelligence community do everything they could to get rid of Donald Trump for reasons that I feel are very obvious now, but that they decided that the voters of this country, the voices, the votes, the will of the people did not matter. And even if Trump won again, they do not care. And we need to be very out there about that. And, you know, once you see some of this stuff, you can't unsee it. But I'm very worried about there being no accountability, no prosecutions. We've seen no indictments for mountains of evidence that I myself even have that could have been already indictments. And the idea that it's secretly being done is harming Trump and the entire, I guess it's a Republican Party, I don't know what parties there are anymore, in the midterms. The way that the Trump administration is rolling out this information is not helpful because it's not getting out of the silo. And then when the big news networks, which we have to also look at the Chinese money that has been flowing into Hollywood and the media, the big news networks not covering it is a betrayal of the people of this country, not of Donald Trump. So we have to reframe it that we, the people, deserve accountability and justice. If we're going to keep framing it that Donald Trump deserves it, well, he's gone in 2 years. These people don't care. They're all ready to throw his whole family and him and everyone around him into jail. And I'm just seeing all of the information that is egregious and coming out being siloed and not getting outside of the networks that we already are in. So this is not helping us move the ball forward, and it is opening the door for the globalist operation, which is the Democrat Socialist of America, or you should call them the Socialist Democrats, because again, this is a global operation, the Democrat Socialist of America, the People's Forum, all of that. It's very clear that that is, but nobody is saying it. And the Democratic Party is so desperate that they are, playing along with it for some reason, for power. But I want everyone to know, Stalin and Lenin were socialist Democrats. So these guys just twisted it around. And they're openly say that they're using the Democratic Party because it's weak and stupid. But these are socialists, and they're global socialists that want globalism. So that's being left out of the DSA operation and the coverage of it. It's not that it's a socialist communist movement in America. It's that it is a globalist socialist communist movement of the entire West that's really being funded out of the EU with help from the Chinese. So for me, it's just I want to go through.
Hey Mel, you mentioned a name right out of the gate. Somebody that I think we should make famous. You mentioned Lisa Monaco. Somehow this always seems to happen with all of our agencies. Someone's an oversight person with the FDA, and then they get a job over here doing something else, or they work in the government, and their spouse is the one in charge of overseeing their job. Well, she's now, got this sweet gig with Microsoft. I think her base salary is $700,000 a year. With bonuses, it's over $1 million. And if I'm not mistaken, in the disclosures came out, didn't she, the one that actually in the text messages say she's basically running her own shadow government at this point?
Well, it's the other woman that works there.
She's the one that said that. Lisa Monaco, though, is in charge of global affairs for Microsoft now, and she was previously a deputy attorney general.
Yes, but I mean, she has been in the mix. She has been involved since 2015. But remember, she was one of the, three horsemen, I'll call it, of Barack Obama in the legal world. It was her, Mary McCord, and the woman that got all tied up with Jeffrey Epstein were Obama's three female lawyers that were like his guard dogs. So we do have to remember that she has been involved. She's very complicit, in my opinion, in, like I said, Arctic Frost is to me, it should be a criminal investigation, just like the raid of Mar-a-Lago should be a criminal investigation. They did not, as we know now, Arctic Frost also included getting 44 sitting members of of Senate's text messages and reading them. And then Jack Smith lied to the whole world. Jack Smith, that he is still free, is the one thing of everything I'm looking at right now that Norm Eisen and all the lawfare people have only gotten promoted and continue down this path, but that Jack Smith is still free is a real problem, and it should be for everyone. Not only was his being put in as special counsel illegal, but the bigger picture is that most of what he did was also illegal, and the entire operation was a dragnet. It was not probable cause based. It's the same thing as the 2-year fake Mueller-Weissman special counsel. We have to look at the whole concept of special counsel investigations now, because what they essentially do is hijack the DOJ completely. Once the Weissman-Mueller fake special counsel went in, the Department of Justice essentially ceased to exist, and everything was about Trump. But the difference is that Jack Smith and the Weissman case, they weren't going in with probable cause. They were trying to find crimes after the special counsel was lost. That's not legal. That's unconstitutional and illegal. And so let's start with what you talked about. With
Nikki
Lisa
Flores
Monaco.
is what I said about the shadow government. That's where I got those confused.
Yeah, but they're both at Microsoft, which is disturbing because Microsoft had a lot to do with all of this. So first, let's talk about that. So what we know now is that Nikki Flores was part of something that Chris Wray. Now, I mean, it's getting more and more clear, and I hate to say this, that we've been so duped. But not only do I think Bill Barr, Mike Pompeo, Gina Haspel, Mike Pence, all of those people were involved in the coup to overthrow Donald Trump and then to steal the 2020 election and not allow him to remain in office regardless of the voice, will, or vote of the people. But I think Chris Wray, who was recommended to Trump, I'm told, by Chris Christie, who then turned around and came out to be one of the biggest Trump haters of them all. But a lot of people forget, where did Chris Wray come from? Chris Wray defended Chris Christie in his Bridgegate case, where Chris Christie was fighting with the Port Authority, and New Jersey and New York were fighting. And people say that Chris Christie pulled something and shut down the bridge between New York and New Jersey for multiple hours as a political stunt. Well, he got sued, and his lawyer was Chris Wray. Next thing you know, he's recommending to Trump to replace Comey with Chris Wray. Chris Wray was also, like Weissman, involved in Enron and other cases along the way. So, these are a lot of fix-it guys. But Chris Wray comes in, and in 2017, Chris Wray creates something called the Foreign Influence Task Force. Now, the Foreign Influence Task Force basically linked FBI field offices, intelligence, election officials, cybersecurity personnel, and technology companies. In, again, 2017, he starts this, okay? So what happens after that is that he starts putting people in those positions. What started to happen was that they became gatekeepers for all of the FBI field offices. So essentially, anything that was coming in about foreign influence, foreign interference, all the way back to 2017 is going through this newly created task force that Chris Wray created. And that included everything that came in essentially about any kind of foreign influence, but also about Hunter Biden's laptop. Went through that instead of the normal channels. And essentially what happened is that Nikki Flores, essentially, she was the FBI counterintelligence official and the highest member of the Foreign Influence Task Force. So essentially what happened at this point is that anything that was coming in that might, I guess, help Donald Trump or hurt the other side became they were the gatekeepers. Well, what we know is that the Albany field office got information about the Chinese Communist Party and the breach of all of these data, 200 million people's data and other things, and major Chinese activity. And the intelligence in the Albany field office reported it to headquarters, cited the sources, gave all the information, and internal correspondence now has been released to show that Chris Wray had already testified in front of the people in the United States of America that there was no interference that swayed the 2020 election. So it looks like this woman, Flores, she takes the Albany field office information that the American people deserve to know, and there was plenty of time to put it out there before the 2020 election, and she buried it, and then they destroyed it. I mean, this is a very big deal. It is one of the biggest betrayals of the American people, I think, ever. And a lot of people didn't know about this until last week. And what we know now is, according to the March 2021 assessment that did come out, it concluded that China essentially had considered interfering into the election, but that they didn't. So that's not true. So in 2021, after the election, the new AutoPen administration not only doesn't tell the American people that they have this information, but they bury it from the people. And this is buried from all the lawyers and all of the people out there who thought that the 2020 election was rigged. But because they wanted to protect Chris Wray, they didn't tell the American people any of this. Even after in the OIG report, they knew this and still didn't put it out. And that's just one of many things that is bothersome about the 2020 election, because it's this same group that also knew that Hunter Biden's laptop was real since 2019. And that same group coordinated, it appears, with multiple different agencies to hide that from the American people, and then went on, I guess, to assist Mike Morrell and Chris and Anthony Blinken and Brennan and all of the people that wrote the article, the 51 intelligence agents that said that the Hunter Biden laptop was a hallmark of Russian disinformation, which is CIA statecraft. But the truth of the matter is that everyone knew that it was Hunter Biden's laptop. And the reason that they were lying, in my opinion, is because there was a lot of compromising information between the Biden family and the Chinese Communist Party on there, particularly that Hunter Biden said multiple times that like his best friend was the head Chinese spy chief. Well, who do you think was involved in the 200 million American citizens' information being breached before the 2020 election? Well, that would be the CCP spy chief. So that's one. Anything you guys want to say about that? Then I'll move to the next point that the American people don't know and should.
Well, the theme really is shadow government, because people elect someone, this guy's in charge, but there's this ocean of hundreds of thousands of people that are lifers inside the Beltway that seem to move the needle, get more done. If they can adjust the daily intelligence briefing of the President of the United States for their own benefit, we really are in an illusion of a free country.
Freedom. Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's the point. Even my book, Infiltration Instead of Invasion, by writing that, now I see the architecture so clearly and how they do it. What I believe they do, and this has been going on at least since the Dulles brothers reconfigured the State Department to work for the, international banking cartel and endless war for profit, private-public partnership, is that they prepare. Okay, they prepare. They do, and this is CIA statecraft as well. They do simulations like the World Economic Forum, and a lot of people know about Event 201, but we now have to look back at Event 201 a little more closely because now more declassification is coming out about that. What we were never told was that essentially what I'm telling you about the 2020 election, where they built a new agency inside the FBI to essentially gather all the field offices, including that very important Albany information, and then they decide what they're going to put out. And in the time before the 2020 election, they also decided what they would not tell the president of the United States, the sitting president of the United States, while they're running a fake and a cover-up of their own crimes in Ukraine, known as the Ukraine impeachment. Who is running that is Norm Eisen, who wrote the playbook to take down Donald Trump called Democracy Matters in 2016. Now he's resurfaced as the prosecutor in the fake and concocted CIA Ukraine impeachment fraud. So we have to remember they set up these things. So when you look at COVID didn't, we know about Event 201. They didn't spring into action when they heard from China that there was supposedly a lab leak, which I happen to believe was on purpose now. But they already had the whole infrastructure in place to control the information getting out to the American people. So much of it did not on purpose. So what we know now is that for years, at least since 2017, after Trump gets into office, all hands on deck to get him out. The first thing that we know that has come out is that a group of CIA operatives, many of them that worked over in the EU, doing regime change, overthrowing governments, working with CIA-backed National Endowment for Democracy. And of course, the biggest lie out there right now is USAID is aid. It's not. It's international development. It is soft power. It is military grade infiltration of foreign nations with money and NGOs, soft power. It's what
right.
George Soros has been doing for decades. And in 1991, George Soros Open Society teamed up with USAID in the EU to run these ground operations, similar to the one that was run here in our color revolution known as Black Lives Matter. So what we need to realize is that all of this infrastructure was put together even before Event 201. Event 201 was, I think, to check all the nodes were working for the upcoming, I believe, release of a non-deadly virus to change the dynamics and the laws and everything going into the 2020 election. That is my belief. I'm not saying that it's proven out there and that there's been an official, document put out there saying that this was all set up. But I firmly believe from my research, not only was it released on purpose, but it was a joint venture between the CCP and our deep state, or whatever you want to call them. But the steady state gets when Trump wins, they start to panic because these guys have been running the 12 outposts in Ukraine that have been built since the 90s for, I believe, Ukraine to be used as the hub for World War III before the end of World War II. But many of these operatives were on the ground during the color revolutions in the Czech Republic, which, of course, Norm Eisen was running the embassy there at the time in Prague. We also had the Yugoslavian overthrow. We had, for whatever reason, Chief Justice John Roberts over there with Norm Eisen looking at all the legal sides of these regime change operations. The clearest one is obviously Ukraine 2014. Barack Obama, along with Victoria Nuland and John McCain and Blinken and the rest of them, overthrow the duly elected president in Ukraine. They overthrow him because he does not want to go forward with the foreign policy that Brzezinski and all the rest of them, Soros, but of course, Barack Obama was running. The Clintons were involved in, the Bushes were involved in. This guy wanted to normalize relations between Ukraine and Russia, and he did not want to go towards the EU or NATO. Well, at this point, the international group that has been running the operation since 50s, they were not going to let that happen. They had plans for Europe and Russia. Rand came out, put out a whole document. So Trump winning signaled to these guys, these CIA operatives that were all working on the ground there, to write a letter to General Flynn. So General Flynn at that point is DNI. They write a letter to General Flynn that Donald Trump cannot be president, essentially, before he was inaugurated in 2017. They said that he was a danger, national security risk. He was an existential threat to the United States and the world. That too much was done and he was not capable of handling it. Well, what he was talking about, in my opinion, is the plans for World War III to be triggered using Ukraine and Russia to try yet again for what the Third Reich wanted and the Fourth Reich certainly wants still, which is a unified Europe without Russia, destroy Russia, break it into all little small pieces that they can easily control regionally, take all their natural resources and run the world financially and in every other way through Brussels and Geneva using the City of London banks and the Bank of the Vatican, as well as, I believe, the blood and money of the citizens of the United States to pay for it all. And when you look at this in a bigger, and when you look at it in the bigger picture, in 2018, now, Event 201's not yet. In 2018, the Diffuse proposal placed specific coronavirus engineering concepts, field collection, American laboratories, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology into federal funding process before the outbreak. And now we know EcoHealth Alliance, which many people say is a CIA operation, partnered with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and Anthony Fauci directed NIAID, the agency that the money went through. Peter Daszak led the EcoHealth Alliance and later joined the World Health Organization mission sent to investigate the origins of the pandemic in Wuhan. Well, what happened after that? This is really unbelievable to me. So the Border Patrol gets information about Peter Daszak and the EcoHealth Alliance, and they put out a report, an alert that when he was coming back, I believe through Qatar, from meeting with the World Health Organization to talk about the origins of COVID, there was an alert by Border Patrol to stop him before questioning before he entered the United States when coming back from that meeting with the World Health Organization. Well, somebody in the FBI, I'm thinking Chris Wray, puts out a cease and desist. They say it came out of the FBI field office in New York, but they block the stopping and questioning of Peter Daszak. And now we know that, and nobody knows exactly who did that and why. But there was enough concern about him, what he was doing with the Wuhan lab, and what his meeting with the World Health Organization was about. So the ODNI, which was Tulsi Gabbard up till now it's Pulte is acting, finds out that this was all about the origin cover-up of COVID. Because what people have to understand is there was never what did they call it? Transmission without what did they call it? Transmission without symptoms. Asymptomatic transmission. That was a lie. That wasn't true. There was no evidence of any kind that closing down the schools and the churches and the businesses was helpful in any way at all scientifically. There was nothing behind the 6 feet distancing or the masks. No science. They didn't even try to get science for any of this at all. And now what we know is that the release from just June last month released communications between Dr. Fauci was that he was going back and forth with the CIA and intelligence agencies, essentially crafting the narrative for the American people rather than putting out the information. And the whistleblowers described so much resistance when intelligence personnel challenged any official account that was coming out essentially in the press through leaks, that much of this wasn't true. So a real hero in the pushing for accountability, which I believe if he makes it there, Fauci will be questioned next week. Rand Paul just put out something people should check out. Yeah, on his website. So Rand Paul has started the Rand Paul Reading Room on his website. And in there, he talks about that Customs and Border Patrol prepared for a formal targeting action to question and search Danzig on his return from the World Health Organization. And the FBI intervened, asked agents to stand down. And the scientists returned to the site and went right back to what he was doing. So somebody knew something and was protecting this guy. And then again, we now know that Fauci visited Langley and the CIA multiple times, but for whatever reason wasn't put in the visitor logs. So a lot of this is looking very sketchy because it's after this time and the diffuse and the putting together of all of this information that on October 18th, 2019, World Economic Forum, Johns Hopkins receives the most grant money of any organization in America, any university in America, as most people know. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation ran the Event 201 in New York. Now you have to remember one of the main people there was Avril Haines, who I've said for a very long time. Avril Haines was involved with Anthony Blinken and Michelle Flournoy, two people from the Obama administration who started I believe, a counter kind of like we're talking about what's it called? A shadow government. Well, they started a group called West Exec Advisors right across the street from Donald Trump. So I don't know how much they were spying on him during his first term. But Donald Trump is the sitting president, and I believe West Exec Advisors was still running the Brzezinski, Obama plan for Ukraine and Russia and everything during Trump's first term. And they kept him so busy that he would never be able to see any of that while they continued through West Exec Advisors to arm Ukraine. They had all of their clients, essentially our military industrial complex. They had a huge, they were making money hand over fist. And for whatever reason, West Exec Advisors didn't have to register as working with foreign countries. They went in as consultants, though everyone in there was in the State Department or in intelligence under Barack Obama running the operations in Ukraine during and after the U.S.-based color revolution that overthrew that country and took over their government, their banks, their judiciary, their military, their intelligence. The Obama administration literally, and Victoria Nuland testified to it in 2015, took over the entire country of Ukraine. So, we are told that we are, right after the COVID switches, they get back in there. Immediately, they violate the Minsk agreements. They announce that they're going to put Ukraine in NATO. And then we find out about the bioweapons labs, and they lie about it to us. So a lot of what was going on, you have to always remember that the bioweapons labs in Ukraine were also on Hunter Biden's laptop. Okay. So this is so much bigger than just the 51 intelligence agents lying to the people in this country. I don't know how they haven't been charged with conspiracy to defraud the people of the United States of America before an election and election interference. Because the other thing that was on that laptop, besides that Hunter Biden was very close with the top spy chief in the Chinese Communist Party, was that Hunter Biden had invested in Metabiota, who was running bioweapons labs in Ukraine. And then they all lied to us. Then we also found out that there were 12 CIA installations also in Ukraine. So all of this is coming together. They need to get Trump out. Trump got in the way of the plans, I believe, for World War III in Europe, the destruction of Russia they were hoping for under Hillary Clinton. And then the solution was Agenda 2030. So, I believe that it was going to be the problem reaction solution. Another war, Third World War, destroy Europe as much as they can, take Russia out. Then the solution to after that would be global governance and Agenda 2030, because that's their model. So getting back to 2019, October 18th, 2019, and Event 201, what people have to know is that entire event not only exercise was a model of the coronavirus pandemic and examined supply chains, financial distribution, travel, public messaging, misinformation control, which we never even heard that word until essentially COVID and the theft of the election, media conduct, and the role of private platforms. The participants rehearsed more than disease response. They rehearsed a governing method in which public agencies and private institutions would act as one operational node or environment. Again, after you look at all the pieces, what it looks like to me is the same old, same old. If everyone is guilty, nobody is guilty. If it's a giant bureaucracy that is the totalitarian movement, then who are you blaming if everyone takes a part? And again, don't forget that everything that came out of Event 201, it's never been talked about where that went. It went to a White House task force. It went to HHS, the CDC, the NIH, FEMA, to governors, state health departments, hospitals, universities, teachers' unions, employers, technology platforms, philanthropy, and media companies.
Ooh.
So people talked about Event 201, but nobody talked about what came out of it. A report that was disseminated all over in the later half of 2019. They went through a lot of trouble. I have to give them that. Then in August 2019, as we've talked about a lot, BlackRock has their meeting and publishes their going direct proposal. It's essentially a proposal written for BlackRock that Larry Fink was in Jackson Hole, gives his going direct speech saying that on the next financial downturn or severe incident downturn, which I believe to be COVID, that BlackRock was going to go direct, coordinating between fiscal and monetary authorities with public-private partners, essentially, and multinational corporations. So on March 2020, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York retained BlackRock Financial Markets Advisory to help operate emergency credit facilities in the next downturn. The institution that had designed the framework entered the emergency as an operator. So essentially, everything was planned for what was going to happen financially with shutting down all of, I think, the middle class and, private business, schools, universities, all of that. They were planning, it seems to me, by August 2019 that there was going to be a major financial disruption that had essentially never happened before. So now we're all talking about the summer of 2019. So we have, in a few months period, we have the BlackRock going direct, and then March 20th it goes into action. We have the Wuhan story being concocted somehow with both the World Health Organization overseas and the intelligence community in a whole, infrastructure. Then it plays out at Event 201. Then that Event 201 report goes out widely to everyone, essentially, that later on becomes involved in the post-pandemic operations on every front, whether it's the teachers union or it's the hospitals or it's the universities. They're all getting this information about Event 201. So that now they've planned that. So the next thing that happens is the pandemic transforms the election administration, all of it, into an emergency. So at this point, Congress appropriates $400 million through the CARES Act for pandemic-related election costs. Pandemic-related election costs. But a lot of this was done during the 2 weeks to stop the spread or before.
What's so frustrating is all of this, all the Event 201, all of the
Wow.
game, the war gaming they did to do their practice trial run, their dress rehearsal. You know, it's like before a wedding or something.
Yeah,
that all took place under Republican leadership.
absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
that's what's baffling because 2019. Well, who was in charge then?
Exactly.
Who you see on the screen or behind a podium is not in charge. That is the biggest like revelation that I get from all these conversations. There's a gap between who you see and who's puppeteering and how little power really the president has.
Yeah, by design. That is why I wrote my book, Infiltration Instead of Invasion. I believe that after World War II, these opportunists, these global public-private partnerships, people have to remember the CIA and the State Department in 53 were taken over by two Wall Street lawyers. And you have to remember that. The Dulles brothers were Wall Street lawyers who were loyal to Sullivan and Cromwell, who had many of their clients were multinational corporations. When I tell you that the first regime change that was done by the CIA was Operation Ajax, and that was in Iran. And when you look back and dig into why that regime change happened, it had nothing to do with democracy or the regime in Iran. It had to do with BP Oil not wanting Iran to privatize or nationalize their oil industry. Well, they were a client of Sullivan and Cromwell and a direct client of John Foster Dulles. And then if you look at the next regime change overthrow, which became a playbook for the next 60 years, including in 2016, turned on America, was Guatemala. They did a regime change in Guatemala, convinced the American people that there's some kind of democracy issue. The bottom line is, no, that's not true. United Fruit was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell, and Alan Dulles sat on the board, and Guatemala wanted to change their national farming infrastructure, and boom, another regime change. And there's a connection to the law firm and the multinational corporation it represents, and the Dulles brothers again. And over and over and over, and now we can look at it more through BlackRock being kind of turned into the global public-private partnership node. Then when Donald Trump's in there, they push Larry Fink to the top of the World Economic Forum as if we're not supposed to see the conflict of interest there. You know, it's how stupid they think we are. But the problem is that these people are very smart, but the execution was stupid because I think they DEI'd their own internal stuff. So, you know, since 2008, I'd say Eric Holder more than anyone else turned the Department of Justice into like a DEI operation and like prioritized critical legal theory, which they always did over constitutional law. That's why we've dealt with all of this. But I do want to say this is important. So while all this is going on, right around the time that Larry Fink tells the CEOs and CEOs of the banks and the multinational corporations that connect to BlackRock that there's going to be a major financial downturn and that they're going to have to deal with it. And then Congress appropriates $400 million for the CARES Act to shut down the world. And that's when states under emergency declarations essentially change their legislator, their executive actions, their court orders, consent decrees, agency guidance, emergency rules all went into play in all the states at one time. Absentee voting expanded, drop boxes became into the scene, deadlines moved, social distancing at polling places to kind of keep the poll watchers away. And much of that happened through private organizations and public election offices with money, technology, personnel, and communication support essentially from Mark Zuckerberg and his wife, Priscilla Chan. Ooh. And that was through something called the Center for Tech and Civic Life and the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Did everyone know that the Zuckerbergs paid for both of those? You know, and here's the other thing. I think we all remember about 3 weeks before the election, Mark Zuckerberg put a thing out on Facebook telling everyone that the election this time would probably take like 3 weeks to get to the results. And Well, that's because apparently $400 million worth of Zuckerberg's money was running the entire operation on the back end through these two groups, Center for Tech and Civic Life and Center for Election Innovation and Research. So that group, as we know, they paid for and placed, 2,500 local jurisdictions with the training, with the absentee balloting process, with the equipment, facilities, drop boxes, and training for counting ballots or the day of the election. And that's just one part of it. Because the other thing that I think people need to know now is something so disturbing, and I finally found out where it came from. So I've told you before that CAA, the agency in Hollywood, the biggest agency in the world, CAA Foundation, and created something called the Civic Alliance. And this is something that I dug into, and now I understand. I didn't really know. So CAA, while all this is going on, and don't forget, like George Clooney and his wife, who works for the ICC, and Obama and Susan Rice and Mrs. Obama, they're all involved now in Netflix. They're very, very involved in Hollywood. They're very involved. Pelosi and Gavin Newsom and all of them, they're all involved. And who else at this point is very, very involved and invested in Hollywood? The Chinese Communist Party. Okay?
Big time.
So what you need to understand is CAA starts something called the Civic Alliance at the same time. And they assemble more than 1,000 companies around voter registration, early voting, mailing voting, poll worker recruitment, employee messaging, and election information out of the biggest agency in Hollywood. Democracy Works supplied TurboVote and related tools that could be embedded in universities, corporations, nonprofit organizations, and platforms. This was organized by the CIA, essentially, the CAA Foundation, and their creation of the Civic Alliance. So where we are now is that all of these groups are essentially working together to coordinate public health rules, transmit new election instructions, and essentially police speech, medical claims, what was going online through a public-private group before Donald Trump is out of office. All of this is happening outside of him. And he's taking advice from Dr. Fauci and the group that was assembled around Dr. Fauci. Well, these people were handpicked by the Event 201 people.
Right.
So, again, now here's the worst part to me. Of them all. First of all, Chris Krebs should have been indicted by now. That he has not been indicted is beyond my comprehension.
He would have been low-hanging fruit early on.
Yeah, this is why I believe the American people have to be the ones to demand justice, because whatever is going on at his DOJ, whether it's cowardice or planning for the future or whatever, I just don't understand it. But the last thing I'm going to tell you before I go, because I have to jump, but I will follow this up. But this is for you guys and your audience, because this is very disturbing and it's newer news. Something happened a long time ago that is the most bothersome of everything I've found. So there's not a lot of information about it yet, but what we do know is that at around the same time in 2019, the FBI's Boston field office did a simulation. Okay. They did a simulation themselves, and their simulation essentially looks exactly like January 6th.
Oh.
So the FBI field office in Boston produced a simulation scenario examining contested election results, delayed outcomes, extremist mobilization, pandemic anger, racial conflict, distrust of government, and threats surrounding the transfer of power from the 2020 election. What?
What was that called? That exercise, that assessment?
It's the federal agencies monitored online threats. FBI field office maintained confidential human sources. So it was the Boston field office simulation exercise, and they called it essentially that it was a threat to democracy, essentially intelligence operation. So it covered the architecture, foreign influence language, and domestic extremist language. So it melded this event. This event doesn't really have a name because I just dug it out and I couldn't believe that it was real. But it appears that Barry Loudermilk right now is running an investigation into what happened on January 6th with the January 6th committee and everything else. And his investigation is supposed to be presented in December. The date is still unknown, and a lot of the people that participated in this are still unknown. But the other thing that I believe this connects to is, of course, the Transition Integrity Project, which was run by the same people. Norm Eisen was involved, but it was run by John Podesta and Rosa Brooks from Georgetown, where Mary McCord was as well. 67, it looks like well over 67, but 67 people participated in the Transition Integrity Project a year before the election as well. Again, every single one of these things mentioned the transition period between the election and the certification as the, time period to really crack down and focus. Well, how would they know this a year before the election?
Right.
So I have to jump because I have another thing to do.
Thank you so much for this information, Mel. This is huge.
And Flyer family, go to themelkshow.com, themelkshow.com. There again, like I said at the beginning, register your email, go to the resources section, and we're going to just keep chipping away at these things and at least put these things in the public domain where people can access them and find them. And hopefully, as I said, Loudermilk and others begin holding these people accountable. I'm excited to see Fauci testify here in a few days. That'll be exciting as well. Thank you so much, Mel.
Here's what I'm going to do, guys. Because I have to jump a little early today, I'm going to send you my report. It's my report with all the documents, everything on it. When I'm off today, I'm going to email it to you guys. You guys look through it. Maybe you want to put it out there to your people because, listen, we can't count on the DOJ or the FBI or anyone else to get us justice. We, the people, have to get justice. And if you put together the pieces, you're going to want to. So I also want people to know I'm doing a 3-part series on my Substack on not just Ukraine since 1990 and how we got here, but also on all of these different simulations that took place. Remember, that's a World Economic Forum model, a UN model. All these took place within a year of the 2020 election beforehand. So I want your audience and you guys to check it out on the Mel K Substack and also the Mel K Show Substack. And I'll let you know that we never had a Facebook page before, but my new crack team over there at the technology front, they just tried one. So now I am, for the time being, the Mel K Show on Facebook and Instagram. And other than that, I will email you my report for you guys to do with it what you want. But I think you guys will it'll blow your mind. And we just got to share it and make sure the American people know that this wasn't a crime against Donald Trump. This was a crime against we, the people of the United States of America. And we, the people of the United States of America, have to demand that all of these people are held accountable.
No doubt about it. So Flyover family, we'll make sure that you have access to that report as well. Just text the phone number 40509. Text the word MEL, M-E-L, to 40509. You'll get it directly to your text. Thank you so much, Mel. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, kids.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at sentryh2o.com.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.